Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter rejected fate and became the true hero of Slytherin. Here is short summary. Harry Potter rejects Gryffindor's legacy and embraces Slytherin's cunning. In this alternate path, Harry defies fate, becoming the true hero of Slytherin and challenging the prophecy that once defined him. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. The spider knocked him down and tried to bite him. Draco kicked out and managed to knock the spider over. Another kick broke one of its legs. For a moment it looked like Draco would win. And then the shadows moved and divided and there were two spiders. Harry slipped out from under the cloak and threw the first spell he could think of, Expelliarmus. The second spider shot backwards, knocking the first with it. There was the rattle of leaves and pebbles as the two arachnids tumbled down the slope. Harry darted forwards and grabbed Draco by the collar of his robes. "Come on," he hissed. Draco jumped to his feet and shoved Harry away. The moon had risen and glinted off the Slytherin's bared teeth. Harry doubted it was because Malfoy was smiling. His normally sleek hair was falling over his face and he was doing a bad job of hiding how terrified he was. "Potter, you great waste of space, what the hell are you doing here?" Trying not to die, Harry retorted, knowing they had to get away from the spiders' area of the forest before the pair of spiders called out all their friends and relatives for the midnight snack. He tried to grab Draco again. "Come on, Malfoy." The Slytherin shook him off. "Go on, yourself," he snarled. "And mind your own bloody business." "Fine," Harry snapped, "but my business is making sure that you don't rescue any surviving Death Eaters." Draco's eyes went wide, then narrowed with scorn. "Is that what you— Oh, for Merlin's sake, Potter, grow another brain cell someday, why don't you? The one you've got is lonely. The one I've got is telling me that if we stay here any longer we're going to be killed by all the spiders that come swarming up from down there." Draco sneered. "Know a lot about spiders all of a sudden, do you, Potter?" "Just these ones," Harry said evenly. "I've only come across them once and I don't want to repeat the experience." He turned and started jogging away. If that idiot wanted to get himself killed, then fine. Harry wasn't some sort of suicide counselor. There was a brief pause from behind him and then the rustle of footsteps through the ground cover. Harry kept his wand ready for spider attacks. And because he had Draco Malfoy at his back, the attack came from above. A spell thrown by Draco caught the spider and spun it away before it could decapitate Harry. Harry turned to see the other boy scanning the trees for more spiders. "Thanks," Harry said. Draco glared at him. He opened his mouth and that was when the spider jumped on him. Harry's spell missed, and if Draco hadn't been so quick to kick out again the spider might have bitten his leg off. Its mandibles sliced into the muscle of his calf. Ah! Draco grabbed at the wound in his leg that was pumping blood. Blood that would have practically every creature in the forest salivating. Harry threw another spell before the spider could pounce again. He missed. The spider crouched behind a tree, sheltered for the moment. Its 8 feet rustled in the leaves as it considered its next move and its mandibles chittered, eager for more blood. Harry tried to edge into a better position to fire off a spell. He was too slow. The spider jumped. Something big, black and angry bolted out from the trees. It swerved so close to Harry that the boy had to dive down to the ground to avoid being trampled, and then it charged at the spider. It struck out with its front legs and crushed the carapace of the spider in the first blow. The spider screeched and spun around, as did its attacker, hammering the spider with a powerful kick from its back hooves. The arachnid crumpled, twitching. Quickly Harry shoved himself back up on his hands and knees and spat out a twig. The moon came out from behind clouds and showed their savior. It was tall, jet black, and had its ears flat back with fury. It stamped its feet as it stood over Draco, who was sensibly curled up and lying still, turning its head to survey the forest out of eyes as black as its coat. It was a horse. The sight of such an ordinary, muggle animal in the forbidden forest temporarily struck Harry dumb. He swallowed. "Malfoy," he whispered. "Yeah," Draco's voice whispered back. "What is it?" It's a horse, Harry said, and felt stupid. But a horse was so wrong here. The horse arched its neck so that it could look down its long nose at the boy at its feet. Draco stared back up at it wide-eyed. Do you think it eats human flesh? If that's the case then you're probably safe, Harry said, and regretted it. Malfoy was lying very still but the blood oozed out of his leg in a thick stream that stained the forest floor. Your leg. Tell me something I don't know. Draco rolled over, carefully not making any sudden moves. Ouch, he whispered. The horse stepped back and lowered its head to snuffle at Draco's hair. Draco went very, very still. I don't think it's going to hurt you, Harry said. It's just a horse. What I mean, just a horse. If it's just a horse, then what's it doing in the Forbidden Forest? I don't know. Maybe it was on a Muggle farm near here and got frightened by the fight. It could have jumped over a fence and got lost. Muggle horses, they're not very dangerous, are they? Not that I know of. I think they're meant to be quite gentle. Harry suddenly realized that Draco probably had no idea of what a non-magical creature was like. Since it hasn't run away from you it's probably quite tame. Yes, but does it know that? Draco groaned. Sod it. I've got to see to my leg. He sat up and the horse took a step backwards. That's a start. Now if it can back up all the way back to its nice, fetid little Muggle farm I'd be closer to being happy. Harry tried not to grin. He stood up and walked over to the other boy, being very careful not to startle the horse. He had had a good look at how powerful a kick from those back legs could be. The spider's abdomen was crumpled like a paper bag filled with mints. The horse snorted a bit and tossed its head, but when Harry moved around it to check on Draco it didn't do anything too frightening. Draco was already doing a good job of applying a pressure bandage using cloth he'd cut from the bottom of his cloak with a severing charm. Harry helped him tie the knot when Draco's hands kept slipping from the blood, then he pulled the other boy up to his feet. Draco was of a height with Harry. Both of them had started to sprout up in the last year, and Harry realized that they had a long hike out of the forest, especially with the threat of angry spiders and werewolves. Vampires, too, and that kind of thinking didn't help. One step at a time, decided Harry. One long, bloody, drawn-out, uncomfortable step at a time. Put your arm around my shoulder, he said. Why? Said Malfoy, all bristling suspicion. Harry sighed, fed up. Because if you stay out here something will eat you and Dumbledore will get into trouble for losing another student. Gray eyes flickered with something like loathing for a second but which passed so quickly that Harry might have missed it if the moon hadn't been so bright. I'm not ready to go back yet, he said mulishly. You've nearly had your leg bitten off. You've annoyed every spider within a radius of 5 miles and you're dripping blood that anything hungry, and that's probably everything in the forest tonight, can smell. Basically, Malfoy, if you're not finished out here tonight then something out here tonight will finish you. Draco actually bared his teeth again and Harry wondered just how deranged Malfoy's got. He felt hot breath on the back of his neck and nearly jumped out of his robes. I'm too young to die of a heart attack. It was only the horse, which was getting curious. Its ears flicked back and forth, usually in Harry and Draco's direction, but also to pick up whatever sounds it could from the surrounding trees. Come on, Harry said. Maybe it'll follow us back. I'm not going back yet. Harry let go of him so quickly that Draco staggered and fell with a startled, oof. At the horse's feet. The horse stepped back, ears twitching faster, alarmed at this new behavior. So what are you going to do instead? Draco snarled up at him wordlessly, and Harry was struck by the sheer pain in his eyes. Come on, he muttered, ashamed of how he'd let Malfoy drop like that. It couldn't have done the injury any good. Draco cursed at him weakly but he ignored it, pulling the other boy up again and steadying him. Once he was sure the blonde boy wouldn't suddenly fall he checked the pressure bandage to see that it wasn't leaking too much. It wasn't. Without saying anything else he slung Malfoy's arm over his shoulder and they began the long trek back to Hogwarts. When Draco tripped on a root for the 5th time Harry called a halt and sat down on a log. I need a breather, he said. He was sweating, too. It would have been awkward with Ron, who was a friend. Heaving a Malfoy through the trees was much worse. It seemed to be inherent that they wouldn't be able to work together, even when it meant saving a life. Harry would have thought the Slytherin would be more cooperative, but he only opened his mouth to curse Harry every time Harry jolted his leg. Harry was getting perilously close to dumping him in the middle of the forest and leaving him to his fate. It wasn't as if anyone would miss him. "So why don't you?" Draco muttered. Harry could have kicked himself. He'd been thinking aloud. "Like I said, Dumbledore would get in trouble," Draco finished, mimicking Harry. "Oh yes, we mustn't have the great and noble Dumbledore be seen to be human." Harry rolled his eyes. The rustle of fallen leaves from behind him made him jump, but again it was only the horse who was still following them. Purely out of curiosity, Harry guessed. When he tried to pet it, it had backed off, raising its head and laying its ears back threateningly. It didn't seem very tame. "Hey," he squeaked. "What the hell are you trying to do now?" "Shut up, Potter," Draco said grimly. He was standing up on the log, trying to balance on one leg. "It's a horse. Horses are for riding. I've seen pictures, you know. It can carry me back to Hogwarts. Here, horse." He snapped his fingers. "Come here, horse. Come here, I said." The horse snorted and tossed its head, black mane rippling down the crest of its neck like midnight surf. Its eyes gleamed in the moonlight and it didn't move a step closer. Harry rolled his eyes again. "Come here please," Draco tried, and held out his hand. "Good horse. Please come here." "Didn't know 'please' was in your vocabulary," Harry muttered, but he noticed that the horse had its ears forward again, which made it look a fraction friendlier. Draco ignored him. "Come here, horse. Good horse. You're a beautiful horse, you know. You've already saved my life tonight and it would just show what a noble animal you are, even if you were a stupid muggle beast, if you help me get back to Hogwarts. Please. I promise I won't make fun of muggles, well, not for a little while, anyway, and I can't guarantee any time longer than maybe 30 minutes. Good horse." It appeared the horse responded even better to flattery. It stepped up to where Draco was beginning to wobble on the log and let the boy put his hands on its withers. It shuddered its skin a little, as if trying to shake off flies, then settled. "Now will you be a good muggle horse and let me sit on your back?" Draco wheedled. "I've never ridden a horse and your back looks very bony, so if you don't let me sit there then I won't be too unhappy, I guess." Very slowly, trying not to scare the horse, he slid belly first over its back and let it get used to his weight. "Damn, what?" asked Harry, who was amazed that Malfoy had got this far with what seemed like a rather skittish creature. Especially the Draco Malfoy, who had shown no aptitude in care of magical creatures beyond an uncanny knack of pissing off even non-human creatures. Draco's voice was strained. "I can't swing my leg over its back without sliding off. Come and grab my arm." This was quite possibly the weirdest thing Harry had got up to in his time at Hogwarts, holding onto Draco's arm to stop him from sliding back off a muggle horse while Draco tried to swing his injured right leg over the horse's rump. It was achieved soon enough, and luckily the horse didn't seem too put out by this behavior. It only pawed with a forefoot when Draco held on too tight around its neck. Draco actually apologized to the horse for this. Harry was amazed, but then he looked up and saw how Draco was slumped over the horse's neck with his lips so bloodless they looked white in the moonlight and his teeth chattering, and he realized that Draco was going to lose consciousness very soon. The spider's bite could easily have been poisoned. "Don't worry," he said. "Madame Pomfrey will be able to cure you." "I think that SP spider was poisonous," Draco replied. "Then you can get a cure easily enough from Snape." Harry stopped abruptly as he remembered. Draco had turned his face away, and with ice in his stomach Harry suddenly knew why Draco was out here. "Sorry," he said quietly, but Draco didn't look at him. Harry started walking again and, after a brief moment, heard the soft thunk 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 of the horse's hooves following him. As they reached the edge of the forest he could see a few lights high in the towers of Hogwarts. He hoped they weren't those of people worrying about him. They were, apparently. A big, black dog came running towards him, barking before it changed into the equally agitated Sirius Black, who wrapped Harry in a bear hug. "Over here," he roared. Only then did he notice the horse, which was hesitant about leaving the shelter of the trees, and the motionless burden it was carrying. "Is that the Malfoy brat?" he asked, his dark brows drawing together. Harry nodded. but got no time to reply. A werewolf was running towards them. Remus Lupin, and as Sirius wasn't changing back into his animagus form, Remus must be safe. No one had told the horse. Its nostrils flared and it reared as it roared a challenge. Draco woke up just in time to realize he was falling, and grabbed for Harry, who did his best to catch him. The horse pushed past them and charged at the werewolf. "Remus, don't hurt it," Harry shouted from the ground, his arms full of weakly struggling Malfoy. No trouble there. The werewolf was dodging the flying, death-dealing hooves as fast as he could. One struck him on the side of the head and he yelped. Sirius pulled out a wand and sent up a flare. The red and green lights burst just overhead, terrifying the horse, which broke off the attack and galloped off into the trees. Harry tried to see where it went but suddenly found himself too busy with Draco, who had gone into convulsions. As there were still people badly wounded from Voldemort's attack, the hospital wing was off limits for casual visitors. Poppy Pomfrey guarded her patient's privacy better than Fluffy the three-headed dog could have done. So although Harry had a nagging impulse at the back of his mind to find out how Malfoy was doing, there was simply no information. After patching up one or the other of the two boys so many times over the last 6 years, the Mediwitch was well aware that they were not friends. Even if Harry had wanted to visit, it was unlikely he would have been allowed in, especially not to see Draco Malfoy. But the second day after Harry had followed the other boy into the forest, something happened that drove all thoughts of him out of his head. He was out with Hagrid and Fang, patrolling the edges of the Forbidden Forest, when they found the unicorns. Hagrid had been worrying about how they were faring, what with Voldemort having had recent access to the forest and always looking for unicorn blood to help him with his bid for immortality. So Harry, who was looking for any excuse to get out of the castle, had asked to go with him for extra credit in his Care of Magical Creatures class. Fortunately, the unicorns had chosen to graze close to Hogwarts, and it was the third or fourth glade Hagrid and Harry checked, which proved lucky. It was a small herd, the adults gleaming white with their foals varying between the gold of the newborn and the platinum of the weanlings, but this morning the herd had one glaringly obvious difference: there was a black horse. "Well now, that's summit new," Hagrid muttered under his breath. He had warned Harry to keep quiet around the unicorns, which were fairly shy creatures and disliked loud noises. The magical battle several days ago must have been traumatic for them, and Hagrid needed to make sure none were injured. "That's the horse that found me and Malfoy," Harry whispered. The horse had its head up, jaws still chewing with a few stalks sticking out one corner of its mouth, and was watching the two people and the dog suspiciously. It snorted loudly, not seeming keen on the idea of Hagrid, but when the unicorns ignored the half-giant and continued their grazing, the horse settled again, tearing up grass with its strong teeth in between, keeping an eye on Harry and Hagrid as they wandered through the herd. Harry had a piece of parchment and a quill ready to take notes from Hagrid. Hagrid seemed to know the unicorns individually, occasionally ruffling one's mane or patting another on the shoulder. Harry kept a mental note of the easy way Hagrid moved through the herd. Fang, after wandering too close to the horse and being threatened with a kick, had been told to stay back. The dog was sitting under a tree. His worried brown eyes flickered between his master and the horse, and a thin thread of drool hung from the boarhound's floppy lip. Harry knew better than to approach the horse, but when its grazing took it in his direction, he didn't step away, either. Hagrid's lessons had taught him the importance of eye contact in taming wild animals, and how most animals, magical or no, considered eye contact a challenge or a threat. So Harry didn't look directly at the horse as it gradually came closer and closer. He pretended to watch the unicorns, the mares with their foals towards the center, the stallions vigilant on the outskirts, and the younger unicorns, not foals anymore but not adults either, exploring the shadows around the edges of the dell. But out of the corner of his eye Harry managed to get a good look at the long legs with slightly knobbly knees stopping them from getting too elegant, the shine on the black, satiny coat, and the tangles in the long mane and tail. The horse was a lot bigger than he remembered, too. In the night, distances and heights and other dimensions became hard to ascertain. In the daylight it was easy to say to himself, "This is a big horse, how did Malfoy manage not to break his neck falling off it? Oh, that's right, Malfoy fell on me, its shoulder." He saw when the horse turned side on to see what Fang was up to, was level with his eyes. And Harry had grown a lot taller in the last year. It seemed interested in the scroll and quill. When it decided Harry wasn't too much of a threat, it came close enough to stretch out its long neck and lip at the end of the feather. Harry grinned. That twitching upper lip was pretty mobile. And the lip curled back when the horse decided it didn't like the smell of the ink, showing long, yellowed teeth. Then the horse snorted and jumped sideways, startling Harry. Hagrid had finished examining the unicorns. "They're all in good shape," he told Harry with relief. "And all o' 'em alive, too. Well, this herd, anyway. I'll be neat and tear check on the others later, o' course." He coughed. Friend here is the only one hurt. He can be stayin' out here in the forest. We'll avenue tear take. I am back tear Hogwarts us. He's hurt. Where?" Harry tried to look at the horse, which slanted its ears back and sidled further away, its blackberry dark eyes gleaming with suspicion. "Other side," said Hagrid, appearing to look at Harry's notes. Not that Harry had made any. Harry realized that Hagrid was merely trying to make the horse more comfortable. Trying to appear nonchalant. Doing everything except whistling. In fact, Harry eased around in front of the horse to where he could see what Hagrid was talking about. Merlin's beard. By the claw marks something had tried to gut it. The black hide was scored down the right flank, 3 deep, weeping wounds trickled pale straw-colored fluid. The edges were puffy and crusted where the blood and plasma had dried, while the lines of raw flesh were beginning to ooze pus and the few flies that came near unicorns were homing in on them. The long tail swished up at the flies, and when the hairs caught in the open wetness the horse shivered and stamped a back foot, wanting to kick at an enemy but not knowing where the enemy was. Harry swallowed, hoping his stomach would stay put. "What did that?" he whispered. Hagrid, who was fluffing up the mane of one of the unicorn foals that had come to investigate his pockets, scratched his beard with his free hand. "Verkolicky, I'd say, by the spread o' them claw marks. Won't have studied 'em yet, Harry. They're powerful dark creatures, not native tear the forest. Right nasty lot, they are, and devils once they get on a blood trail. If one o' them's marked this poor old feller then I don't rightly give, I am much hope fair survivin' all that long." Harry swallowed again. "How do we bring him back?" Well now, Harry, I'm hoping he'll follow us. If and he don't then we'll have tear bring the unicorns." In the end they had to bring the unicorns. And it was a snorting, mistrustful black horse with its ears flickering back and forth and its tail switching angrily that followed the unicorns to the side of the castle, where Hagrid had the stable and several pens for various creatures. Luckily most of the specimens for care of magical creatures were gone now, but by the way the horse flared its nostrils the smell of them lingered. Between the barn and the meadow where Harry had met his first hippogriffs was a tall-sided wooden pen. "We'll be using it later for garumphs," Hagrid said. From the outside could be seen the basic structure, with thick vertical posts and the thinner lateral rails. The lining was of solid oak planks fastened magically to the rails to provide a smooth surface no animal could damage itself on, and it rose to the top rail some 8 or 9 feet high. The unicorns and the horse flowed into the pen as Harry held the gate open. Then Hagrid said, "On your mark, Harry." "Okay, ready." Hagrid whistled shrilly. The unicorns didn't seem to like this, and shook their heads as if their ears were irritated. Hagrid whistled again. Shooting the half-giant dirty looks, the unicorns shot out of the pen. The horse tried to follow, but Harry, who'd already realized what Hagrid was up to, slammed the gate shut and dropped the wooden bar across to hold it. Just in time. The whole gate shuddered as angry hooves crashed against it. On the other side the horse squealed in fury. Harry rubbed his arm, which had been against the wood and was now tingling from the shockwaves. He clambered up the rails to check that the horse hadn't damaged itself. It didn't seem to have, but it was running around the circular pen, whinnying to the unicorns. Harry looked over his shoulder. Out in the meadow some of the unicorns had paused. One whickered back to the horse. Hagrid whistled the high-pitched whistle again, and the unicorn turned, kicked its back feet into the air, and rejoined its fellows. Harry watched as the herd flowed back into the forest, soundless as mist. Somehow the horse had sensed them leave. It was trotting around the enclosure now, stride long and elastic, head low as it scented the ground for previous occupants. The bare earth held no hoofprints other than those of the horse, Unicorns were light and tended not to advertise themselves, and whatever had been in here before was long gone. Small puffs of dust rose as the horse wheeled and turned. Its ears were laced back against its skull. The last time Harry had seen it this upset was right before it attacked Remus. So they'd got it back to Hogwarts. Big deal. How the hell were they going to treat it? Hagrid, who had to stand on the bottom rail to peer over the top of the wall, might have read his mind. Not tear go in there, Harry, he said quietly. I know less in a thimbleful o' what I ought about muggle animals, but I know this son ain't going to be pleased us right about now, and it's not what I'd call safe. That was saying a lot. Hagrid's idea of safe was a giant three-headed dog or an acromantula, both of which had tried to kill Harry. The gate rocked again as the horse spun and kicked it. And now Hagrid's trying to find someone who knows something about horses, Harry finished. He was in the Great Hall for dinner with Hermione and Ron. He and Hagrid had left the horse with a bale of hay and the largest bucket of water Harry could safely levitate over the wall. Dumbledore had just announced that the pen behind the barn was off limits to all students unless directly supervised by Hagrid. He's hoping some of the Muggle-born will know something, well, anything, really. He looked hopefully at Hermione, who shrugged. Sorry, she said, I grew up in the city. And my parents would never have let me near a horse. One of the girls I went to school with had her front teeth knocked out by one. But I can see if the library has anything on them. That's a start, I guess, Harry said slowly. I mean, thanks, my own, he added hastily when she frowned. She nodded, mollified. But you haven't heard the latest around here, have you? What? I've only been out for an afternoon. What is it? Have they found out what that barrier thing is all about? Huh, I wish. No, not the barrier. It's... She was interrupted by a gloating Ron, who stabbed his fork into a sausage and waved it around in the air. It's only the coolest thing ever. He exulted. Malfoy came out of hospital today. Harry grinned and raised an eyebrow. Ron, I didn't know you felt that way about. Ron glared. Pratt, no, Malfoy's blind. As in, he can't see a thing. Madame Pomfrey has to assign him people to stop him walking into walls. She even, get this, she even asked Professor Lupin if she could borrow his dog Snuffles as a guide dog. He burst out laughing. Ron, that's not very nice, said Hermione, but her mouth was twitching. Harry had to bite his lip. Oh no, what if Remus agrees? Poor Snuffles. Ron sniggered. Maybe I should offer. His face took on a rapturous look. I could accidentally let him walk off the top of Astronomy Tower. I could. He broke off. Harry turned to look at what had caught Ron's attention. Speak of the devil, breathed Hermione. Draco Malfoy walked into the hall with his usual arrogant stride, but this was the first time he'd come in arm with one of the younger Slytherin students. The younger student led him to his usual seat between Crabbe and Goyle, but Harry, watching narrow-eyed, noticed how Malfoy's two bodyguards exchanged uneasy looks over Draco's head. Pansy Parkinson was more blatant in her disapproval. She leant forward and hissed something meant only for Draco. Malfoy's cheeks flamed. In one motion that made Harry wonder just how blind he really was, Draco stood and sneered down at Pansy, who looked back up at him mulishly. Harry couldn't have heard what was said, but by the way Pansy's cheeks reddened to match Draco's, it couldn't have been nice. Then Draco stepped back over the long seat, turned and made for the side door leading out to the stairs. It wasn't until he put his hand up to check if the door was open, and it was that Harry realized he really was blind. He watched Draco touch the doorframe on the way through and then the other boy was gone. The younger student who should have helped him was sitting miserably at the table, staring down at his plate as the other students around him whispered questions. Occasionally he would shrug. Harry watched and turned a chicken leg over between his fingers as he thought. Gradually he became aware that Ron was talking. And that'll stop him from going out and breaking the wards in the middle of the night. What? Said Harry, suddenly dropped back into reality. Well, I thought you knew. You were the one who dragged him back, Harry, old boy. Got to say, it was a huge lapse in judgment. Should have left him out there for Aragog. Malfoy was out there to let his Death Eater daddy and uncles in. No he wasn't, Harry said, frowning, but not at Ron. Is that what everyone's saying? Well, yes, said Dean, who was sitting across the table and had been talking to Parvati. She was listening in now, too. Well, they're wrong, muttered Harry, throwing down the chicken leg uneaten. He'd lost his appetite. Merlin, this place is a rumor mill. I've got a headache. He stood up and left to find Hagrid, ignoring the cries of Harry. Hey, so tell us what really happened, Harry. He really was getting a headache. Up at the high table, and it was weird not having Snape there glaring at him. Not good, not bad, but certainly weird. Hagrid was in animated conversation with Madam Hooch, the flying instructor. And, ere he comes now. All right there, Ari. Hey, Hagrid, about the horse, have you found anyone who can help? Funny you should ask. Hagrid winked. Turns out Madam Hooch knows a bit. I'll come out and check Hagrid's new pet after dinner, Mr. Potter, how's that? Said Hooch, her fierce hawk's eyes a little less fierce than usual. Harry beamed, relieved that there was finally a problem in the world he didn't have to be responsible for. That'd be great, thank you, I'll meet you there. Outside the hall he stopped at the foot of the staircases, which were lazily moving through the warm, late spring air, and thought how nice it would be to have the dorm room to himself for a little while, just to be able to lie down and rest for a half-hour without people pestering him with questions. He didn't want to know about the gossip about Malfoy. He'd been there as a witness for the real thing, and after all the malicious rumor-mongering aimed at him. Ironically enough, much of it coined by Malfoy, he didn't care to be a part of it from any angle. He was also a bit out of temper with Ron. He didn't like other people gloating when he, Harry, had taken the brunt of something nasty. So it irked to see such behavior from Ron. Again, it was a case of not wanting to be involved in it from any angle. Was dinner that bad? Asked a painting, making Harry jump. Oh, no, I was just thinking. Ah, said the painting. It was a portrait of an elderly wizard with a large gold chain around his neck and a fur cap. Too much thinking can be dangerous. Or is it too little? Harry left the painting of the wizard to work that out, and started up the stairs, ignoring the young woman in yellow robes who winked at him from another painting. He made it to the landing when a thought that had been nagging at him since he saw Malfoy walk into the hall suddenly took form. He'd never seen a blind wizard. Oh, Mad-Eye Moody had his glass eye where his real one should be, but that wasn't the same as seeing someone put up a hand to feel if a door was open or closed. When Draco had been in the forest the other night, in the dark and nervous as hell, he'd been ready with his wand to hex anything that startled him. Maybe there were no blind wizards because they were too dangerous to be allowed outside. Maybe there were no blind wizards, period. After all, if you couldn't see to cast a spell, how could you aim one? Instead of finding himself in the corridor leading along to the picture of the fat lady and the Gryffindor common room, Harry's feet had taken him down another flight of stairs and along a different corridor. A corridor which was darker and damper with flickering sconces. In spite of himself, Harry wanted to make sure Draco had made it back safely to the Slytherin common room, at least that way he could be sure Malfoy hadn't managed to curse someone out of sheer nerves. Wait. There were voices ahead coming towards him. Given that the voices were trying to be hushed but too gleeful to really succeed, and given that he was deep in Slytherin territory, he opted for discretion over valor and hid in a niche behind a suit of armor. 3 students, 6th years whom Harry knew from shared classes, 2 boys from Ravenclaw and 1 from Hufflepuff, were tiptoeing along the corridor. Muffled giggles were a dead giveaway that what they were up to wasn't within Hogwarts rules. Between them, wrapped up in an old tapestry, floated a long cylindrical object. Harry watched them go until they reached the corner. The bundle slipped. One of the Ravenclaws cursed, the second muttered, "Mobilicorpus," over the bundle, and then they were off again up the stairs. Harry sighed in relief. It wasn't until he reached the next corner that he remembered what Mobilicorpus was for. Well, maybe he was being suspicious. He raced along the last of the corridors to the entrance to the Slytherin rooms and said to the portrait, a nasty-looking witch holding a fishbowl with a barracuda in it instead of a lap dog, "Has Draco Malfoy come here yet?" The witch raised an eyebrow, much like Snape had used to do. "No, I thought I heard his voice a moment ago, but I could not see him. Nor did he give me the password." She looked puzzled, and a little anxious. "Thank you," said Harry, and sprinted back the way he had come. The twisting, turning corridors had one advantage. When he rounded a corner and plowed into Crabbe and Goyle, they didn't have time to pick themselves up off the floor and find who had knocked them down before he was up and gone again. In the entrance hall he stopped to ask the portrait of the wizard with the gold chain and fur hat if he'd seen 3 students with a rolled-up tapestry go past. When the wizard told him he'd seen the trio sneak out the front doors and around to the left, Harry was off and out the doors. He skidded on the flagstones out the front. A pair of first-year Hufflepuffs looked over at him anxiously, possibly worried he was going to start foaming at the mouth and throwing a fit. Harry reminded himself for the umpteenth time that telling people, "Yes, I am Harry Potter, now get over it," was little use, really, and demanded, "Where did those 3 sixth years go?" The 2 little girls shrank back, but pointed to the side of the castle. "Thank you. Great." Harry should have guessed the lake. He ran down the grassy lawn, past the trees and bushes where he'd spent summer hours drowsing with Ron while Hermione studied, and out to the little jetty. Waves lapped and beeped at the wooden pillars, but that was all. Even the giant squid was off sleeping somewhere else. Nobody other than Harry was here. Harry scowled and smacked himself in the forehead. Those girls hadn't just pointed at the lake. They could just as well have been pointing at the barn and the meadow, or the Quidditch pitch, for that matter. But after Dumbledore's warning about staying away from the pen with the horse in it, Harry thought he could make a fair bet that it wouldn't be the Quidditch pitch. He forced his legs back into a jog and puffed his way back up the slope, cursing all Malfoys with what little breath he could spare. He was halfway across the meadow when he saw them. "Hey!" he yelled. As one person, the trio turned to look. When they saw it was only one person, and when they saw who it was, they continued levitating their tapestry-wrapped bundle over the wooden wall of the pen. Harry heard the loud bang of the horse's hooves smacking into the gate even from there. "Don't do it," he shouted. His legs were burning, and so were his lungs, but he broke into a run. One of the boys laughed. "Oh, come on, Potter, we're doing you a favor as much as anyone in this school." Then he waved his wand. The tapestry unrolled, and sent something, a body, spinning into the air. The boy with the wand clambered up to the top of the wall for the second it took to lower the motionless body to the ground. Harry heard him say, "Finite incantatem," and then the trio were off and running back to the castle. One of the Ravenclaws called back over his shoulder, "Your word against ours, Potter. Don't mess this up." Knowing as many spells as he did, Harry could have cast several words against them and messed them up pretty seriously indeed, but he didn't have time. He hauled himself up the outside of the pen, dreading what he would see. At first glance everything was quite calm. But the bucket of water was tipped over with a big horseshoe-shaped dent in the side, and hay had been spread over half of the large area. If the horse hadn't eaten any of it, a few dark piles showed that the horse had eaten something in the last day or so. Draco, sitting up slowly and shaking dust out of his hair, had been lucky enough to land in one of the piles of hay. Over on the other side stood the horse. From the height Harry was at it looked less threatening. The length and strength of leg and muscle weren't so obvious, and the head looked finer now that the slightly convex profile of its nose was not accented. But those ears were still flat back, giving the animal a wicked serpentine look, and the black eyes glittered with menace. Harry readied his wand. "Malfoy," he hissed. "Malfoy, can you hear me?" Draco looked up and managed a reasonable approximation of Harry's location. "I'm blind, not deaf," he snapped, his gaze ghosting somewhere past Harry's right shoulder. "Where the hell am it?" "You're in a pen out the back of Hagrid's barn." Draco lost what little color he had. "Shit, what else is in here with me?" "The horse." The look on his face was one Harry would treasure for the rest of his days. The horse. The horse from the other night. Not some blast-ended scroot or baby blood-beeping monster du jour. Just my horse. Yeah, except he's not your horse. And he seems kind of angry as animals go. He's been hurt, and he's not happy at being locked up. And right now he looks really pissed off that you're in there with him. Hagrid's been warning people not to go into the pen. So messers the intellectual ravens and, I think it was a Hufflepuff, they decided to chuck me in here and put me out of their misery. That looks like the plan, yes. So how do you come into this, Potter? Come to make sure the job is finished. Harry beeped in his breath. God, Malfoy, but you're the biggest idiot to walk the earth since the dinosaurs. No, I'm here to tell you not to make any sudden moves. You're too far from the gate to use that, so I'm going to come down into the pen and together we're going to levitate back over this wall. No, we're not. Damn. The horse had raised its head and had one eye fixed on Harry in a way he didn't like. Preferably without using my wand. Okay, because this horse seems to hate the sight of them by the way he's watching my hand. We'll climb out. I'll show you where the handholds are. Well, direct you to them, anyway. Harry pushed his wand back into his pocket. The horse seemed to relax a fraction. The muscles under the gleaming black coat shifted slightly, and the ears weren't quite so flattened. But when Harry swung his leg to climb down into the pen, the horse snorted and sidled closer to Draco. Harry froze. Draco should have frozen, too. He pushed himself to his feet, a little wobbly without his eyes to tell him where the horizon was. Tell me which way the wall is, Potter, he said. The horse moved forward, its skin shifting over sleek muscles like oil on water. It brushed past Draco and knocked the boy down. Ow, what did you do that for? It wasn't me, said Harry from between gritted teeth. His head was pounding with tension now. Damn, he was going to have to hit the horse with a spell. He had no idea what that would do. If he stupefied it, it could fall and break its neck. Those long legs and slender ankles looked ridiculously fragile when compared to the bulk of the body, and the whole thing crashing down. What if it landed on Malfoy? It would squash him into a blonde Slytherin pancake. And Malfoy, Merlin help him, was trying to stand up again. This time the horse didn't rush him. It stalked closer, step by step, tossing its head and sniffing the air for enemies. Draco held his hands out flat in front of him, side by side and palms to the sky. The horse would bite them off. Or so Harry was expecting. So his eyebrows flew up in surprise when the horse didn't rip Malfoy's hands off at the wrists, and instead blew gusts of air into them, sniffing carefully as if trying to remember. Harry saw the moment the horse did. The ears relaxed and came forward, and the thick muscles bunching from the crest of the neck down through the shoulders and along the spine smoothed out. Draco raised a hand and tried to stoke the long nose, but the horse moved its head sideways and away. I think it remembers me from the forest, he said softly. Harry nodded, then realized there was no way Malfoy could have seen that. Yes, but it doesn't mean you should stay there. It might remember other things. Like how much it hates people at the moment. Carefully watching to see how the horse would react, Harry slowly climbed down into the pen. Easy there, he said to the horse. Draco had managed to put his hand on the horse's neck and had his fingers in the black mane. When Harry put his hand out, the horse shied, dragging Draco over. Oof, Potter, what did you do now? He snarled from the ground. He sat up, listening as the horse came back. It's standing right over me, isn't it? He said quietly. I can feel its shadow on my face. Yes, give me your hand. Draco grudgingly held out a hand and Harry took it, carefully pulling the other boy to his feet without startling the nervy horse. So, Malfoy said, how do we get out of here? Climb the wall, I guess. Hang on a minute. Someone's at the gate. Who? The latch of the gate clunked as it was lifted from the outside, and the horse raised its head, perhaps getting ready to charge at the exit. Wood creaked as the gate began to open. A slim figure sipped through the gap. Harry's jaw dropped when he saw who it was. Hello, said the newcomer brightly as she shut the gate behind her. I brought the horse an apple. The vague voice was distinctive, as was the long, lank hair and the protuberant silvery eyes. If you're about to tell me Luna Lovegood just walked into this pen, I don't want to hear it, Draco said flatly. Then I won't tell you Luna Lovegood just walked into this pen, Harry replied as soon as he had control over his motor functions again. Luna, what in Merlin's name are you doing in here? Didn't you hear Dumbledore at dinner? I wasn't at dinner. I'd heard there was a lesser-spotted woodpecker up in Astronomy Tower. But I guess the boy who told me was mistaken. Or sent you on a wild lesser-spotted goose chase, Draco drawled nastily. Woodpeckers don't exist outside children's books. They do too, but maybe you're right about the goose chase. But my father says it's important to stay open-minded to these things, though. There's open-minded, and then there's lobotomized, Draco said, frowning in her general direction on general principle. I'm in here because someone wanted the horse to kill me. Potter's in here because he thinks he's in training to be a hero. You're in here because, what? You're too daft to save your own skin. Luna didn't seem upset. She snickered instead. I'm daft. I'm not the one who thinks this cute little pony is dangerous. Honestly, the person who thinks they can use a horse as a murder weapon is the daft one. She bit a piece out of the apple and held it out to the horse. It stretched out its neck and sniffed at it then, as if conferring a great honor, ate it. Luna bit off another piece and, walking close enough to the horse she could rub its neck, started feeding it chunks of the apple. The horse allowed this, even permitting Luna to key it on the nose, although it snorted afterwards as if it was putting up with a grave impertinence. What just happened? Said Draco, sensing that Luna was standing between him and the horse. Harry was wondering that, too. Luna just keyed the horse on the nose. Is that legal? Luna grinned at Harry. Isn't he lovely? I hope you're not talking about me, snapped Draco. No, of course not. I'm talking about the horse. Huh. Draco sounded even more put out now. But nothing's quite so lovely when it slobbers on your boots, said Harry dryly. Mind you, seeing as they're Malfoy's boots that got slobbered on, I suppose it's a point in the horse's favor. It slobbered on me, squeaked Draco. God, that's revolting. Luna, give it a napkin, at least. There we go, said Luna, ignoring the two boys as she finished feeding the horse the apple. Poor old thing. They've got you locked up in here, tisk. Honestly, let's see about that, shall we? Harry was becoming increasingly alarmed. Did Luna mean to let the horse go? Then she pulled out some leather straps from inside her robes. Hang on, that couldn't be normal female underwear. Could it? Maybe it. Bad thoughts. Bad thoughts, especially concerning Luna, Harry told himself sternly. What in Merlin's name are you doing now? What in Merlin's name is she doing now, Potter? Draco said at the same time. Watch her listen, said Luna, speaking calmly and softly. My uncle has a horse. He lent it to me and Mum the last summer she was alive, and she taught me how to take care of it. She separated a length of soft cotton rope from the leather harness and stood so that she was facing that same way as the horse, and her right shoulder was tucked under the horse's throat. The horse was tall, but, like Harry, Luna had really shot up this last year, and her shoulder fitted neatly in behind the horse's jaw. You put the rope around the horse's neck, like this. Is she going to hang my horse? Said Draco nervously. No, well, I don't think so. Harry frowned. And since when was it your horse, Malfoy? I found it. It found us. Luna ignored them. The rope is to give a bit of control while you put the head collar on. Now, you work from the horse's left, or near side, if you want to use the correct term. The right side is called the far side. You don't want to start from there. Harry quashed a reflex quip about Luna already being on the far side. Make sure the head collar is ready and the buckle on the strap that goes around the nose is done up to the right hole for the size of the horse's head. Too big is better than too small. She managed to do something with the leather straps that turned them from an unintelligible mess into something with regular shape. A loop at the bottom went over the horse's nose, and then she slung a leather strap over the horse's neck just behind the ears. And then you buckle the head strap up like so. The buckles are adjustable, so if part of the head collar starts rubbing a patch in the horse's coat, you can change it and make it more comfortable. There. Good horse, she added happily, stepping back and patting the horse on the neck. She'd been almost hugging the horse's head as she put the harness thingamajig on it, Harry realized. And the horse had allowed this to be done. Was it just that she knew what she was doing? The horse seemed more relaxed around her than either himself or Draco, and now was turning its head to snuffle at her pocket. Oh yes, I've got another apple for you, here you go. This apple had been cut in quarters and she fed it piece by piece to the horse. If this was an example of what she carried in her pockets, it was no surprise Ginny had once commented how Luna's quills were always in a mess. Most horses like apples, she said. A few don't, but luckily this one does. I also had some peppermints in case he was one of the few. There was the rustle of a paper bag and the horse's ears pricked. This seemed to be a sound it was fond of. Maybe its owner brought it treats in paper bags. Hold out your hand, Luna told the two boys. Bemused into submission, Harry and Draco did as she said. Into the hand of each of them Luna placed a large round peppermint. And she planned on giving them to the horse. What a waste. With the blockade of Hogwarts by the Death Eaters, sweets were at a premium, and the few students who'd thoughtfully saved the lollies sent to them after Christmas just before the blockade started were doing a brisk black market trade. Rumor had it that some of the Ravenclaws were trying to cook up their own version of canary creams. The resulting transfigurations of those students stupid enough to buy them had been interesting to say the least. Hogwarts had been thin on harmless entertainment these last few months, although it was doubtful that Padma Patil being turned into a velociraptor and bailing up Colin Creevey when he tried to take her photo was all that harmless. Keep your hands flat so the horse doesn't bite your fingers. It bites fingers. What am I holding this for, then? Extra flavor, said Draco scathingly. No, Luna replied, and by the way her eyes bulged and her mouth twisted Harry could see she was busting a gut with her efforts not to burst out laughing. Maybe she thought if she did she'd scare the horse. She was scaring Harry either way. Horses don't eat meat. Well, maybe if it's really well salted meat they might. But if he can't see where your fingers are he might bite them by accident when he eats the peppermint. So, just hold your hand flat. If you're scared I'll feed him for you. Who said I was scared? Malfoy managed a credible glare despite being blind. Your body language, Luna replied gently, as if he was an idiot. What sort of idiot twaddle are you giving us now, Lovigow? The horse had laid its ears back and nipped Draco's shoulder. It wasn't a nasty bite, but it must have stung. What the hell was that? Said Draco, and nervously moved closer to Harry. You're making the horse anxious, Luna told him calmly. Keep your voice calm. Stop trying to fight with me, it doesn't like that. So, it's your bodyguard now. Luna smirked at him and ruffled the silky black mane. Lucky Draco was blind or she'd have been hexed for that. Here, said Harry, let me try. He held out his hand. The horse eyed him suspiciously for a moment but the smell of peppermint must have been too much temptation. Wiry whiskers and a velvety muzzle whisked over Harry's palm and the peppermint disappeared. There was the muffled crunch of it being crushed between powerful molars and the smell of peppermint rose in the cool evening air. Harry couldn't help grinning. It was like being 6 years old at the Dursleys, again and sneaking out with a piece of bread to feed some birds. On that day a few sparrows had come up close enough to take bread from his fingers. He reached out and patted the horse on the neck the same way he'd seen Luna do. The hide was fine and silky under his hand. A bit dusty, though. Just give it a go, Malfoy. Draco's pale brows drew in between his eyes, but he held out his hand with the round sweet balanced in the center of his palm. He didn't flinch when the horse gobbled it up. The horse seemed to be getting used to them, Harry thought. Draco smiled in relief when he realized he still had all his digits and reached out to pat the horse's nose. The horse allowed this like it had allowed Harry to pat its neck. Grudgingly. Luna pulled the rope that had been draped over the neck down and held it loosely. He doesn't like it in here, she said. I think Hagrid has probably had predators in here and the horse can smell them. We can't take him outside, protested Harry. Yes we can, said Luna dreamily. Like this. Alohomora. The gate swung open. Harry was about to rush over and slam it shut when he realized that the horse wasn't charging out to freedom. It had started a little when the gate was opened, but that was all. It dipped its head to nuzzle Luna's shoulder. You lead a horse from its left, she said. If it's well trained it should walk with its head by your shoulder on a loose rope. She clicked her tongue and walked through the gate. There was no wild gallop. Luna was not trampled into the ground. The horse walked at her side, the rope hanging slack between them. The silky black tail swished idly as the horse strolled back into the open. Coming, Luna called back, like she'd just remembered there were other people in the world. Harry realized he and Draco were standing in the middle of the empty pen. You, could put your hand on my shoulder, Malfoy, he said awkwardly as he realized he couldn't leave Draco standing alone outside the castle. That should work. Thank you, Potter, Draco said graciously, although by the look on his face it was an effort. They followed Luna and the horse. What in Epone's name do you think you're doing? Madam Hooch almost exploded with rage when she and Hagrid finally found the Trio Plus horse around on the sunny side of the barn. I thought the horse had escaped. That would have been preferable to you three. Trying to commit mass suicide. We're giving the horse a drink, Luna told the Quidditch instructor gravely, as if she couldn't imagine what Hooch was making such a fuss about. And you couldn't put water into a bucket and levitate that into the pen. Hagrid wasn't pleased, either. Harry, knew it were dangerous. Harry wilted under his friend's displeasure. Sorry, Hagrid, but Luna seems to know what she's doing. She had a head counter and a leader rope. And apples, Draco added. He was sitting on an upturned bucket by the tap and seemed to be enjoying himself immensely now that people were angry at Harry. Harry decided not to tell him his boots were getting muddy. Peppermints, too. Yes, thank you for your input, Mr. Malfoy. Hooch turned back to Harry and Luna. Luna seemed mostly astonished Hooch and Hagrid were here. She'd found a curry comb and was brushing tangles out of the horse's mane. Luckily the horse was in a sleepy mood and kept its head down, otherwise Luna would have had to commandeer Draco's bucket to stand on. Things would have got ugly then. Uglier. It's a dangerous animal, Hooch continued, her hands on her hips as she glared at the three students. The horse yawned. Luna blinked her odd bulging eyes at her. No, he's not, she said, coming the closest Harry had ever heard her to anger. She pulled the horse's head around and keyed it on the nose again. He's a lovely horse. Did she just key that muggle animal again? Asked Draco. You're not helping, Malfoy, Harry muttered out of the corner of his mouth. Draco smiled sweetly. I fed it a peppermint. Hooch gave him a longer second look. How are you feeling, Mr. Malfoy? Excellent, thank you. I was just trying to point out how tractable the beast is. Miss Lovegood has been teaching Potter and I how to work together so as we don't upset the poor, nervous muggle animal. Now Hagrid and Harry were staring at Draco in amazement. Oh, said Hooch, obviously at a loss for words. She rallied. That's very worthwhile of you, Luna. Yes, indeed, came a new voice. Everyone jumped, including the horse. Harry looked around. Headmaster, began Hooch, looking flustered, I'm sorry, but Hagrid and I didn't intend to let the students anywhere near. Quite all right, Zyomora, said Dumbledore. Nobody hurt and according to young Mr. Malfoy here there's been quite a coup for inter-house relations. His eyes twinkled as he pulled out a paper bag. The horse's ears pricked up again at the rustle, but when offered a sweet it rolled it around in its mouth for a bit before spitting it out. Ah, said Dumbledore, not one for the sherbet s. Oh, dear. He likes peppermints, said Luna. Does he? Very good. And he seems to like you, Miss Lovegood. Luna beamed so brightly Harry wouldn't have been surprised had Draco seen it. Well, that's a pleasant development. Perhaps you wouldn't mind helping with our latest guest's care. Luna blinked, as if not helping with the horse was something she'd not considered. Excellent, said Dumbledore, and you will take care of the Ravenclaw corner. Harry, I expect you to do Gryffindor proud, as Mr. Malfoy will do Slytherin proud, no doubt. Hufflepuff, although no students have stepped forward from that worthy house to help we can't rule out future possibilities. He tactfully ignored Draco's sniff of disdain although Hooch's yellow bird of prey eyes narrowed in the Slytherin's direction. Well, Zyomora, it looks like it falls upon you to uphold the honor of your house. Would you mind so terribly? Madam Hooch, she's a Hufflepuff. Thought Harry nodded after a moment's thought. Quidditch lessons are out for now. Too much chance of students being targeted by aerial Death Eater reconnaissance, all right. I know enough about equines to train one nag. I'll have it trained and cared for. My name's not Zyomora Rolanda Zoe Hooch. He's not an old nag. Luna was bristling. He's a very nice horse. And you can't approach a stallion with an attitude like that. Stallion, exclaimed Hagrid. Hooch was bending over to have a look between the horse's back legs. The horse gave her a filthy look. Oh dear, she said quietly. What's wrong? Said Harry and Draco in stereo. Well, that changes everything, said Hooch to Dumbledore. You can't have children looking after a stallion. Why not? Said Luna, too upset to care she was being rude. Harry thought she must really love horses. Maybe it was because she associated them with her mother, almost on cue. Luna said, "When my mother taught me about horses, she borrowed a stallion from my uncle. Just because it's a stallion doesn't mean it's nasty or vicious or liable to go crazy or violent. And not all stallions are psychopaths, just a few of them, and only a few have to be fed through slots in the wall and handled by men in body armor in case the stallion tries to squash them against a wall or kill them with its front hooves." She wasn't helping her case, and now Harry was beginning to feel alarmed. He noticed Draco sidling back along the barn wall away from the horse. Luna was hugging the horse's head now. It looked irritated, but didn't shake her off. "I'm the best person to have taken care of this horse," she said. "He likes me and I like him. Mum taught me ever so much and I'm bound to remember it soon." She'll never see the horse again, thought Harry, and was astonished when Dumbledore said, "Well, I suppose if Madam Hooch is here with you to make sure it's not one of those, vicious horses you mentioned, I can allow you to keep looking after him. He doesn't seem particularly psychopathic," he added to Hooch when she started puffing like a kettle coming up to the boil. "Even if he doesn't like sherbet. And it's good for the children to have an interest in times like these." He patted the horse on the shoulder. From over Luna's arm, which was wrapped around the horse's nose, one dark eye gleamed balefully back at the headmaster, and the horse sighed. Dumbledore chuckled to himself, then frowned. "Hagrid, didn't you say the poor animal was suffering from an injury?" "Oh, right. I'll see tear that away, sir," Hagrid said. On the other side, headmaster." Dumbledore strolled around to check the horse's injured side. He went very still. "Hagrid," he said softly, "make sure he doesn't go back into the forest. Whatever did this will want to finish what it started." Hagrid nodded. "He'll be safe and sound here by the castle." Dumbledore still looked less than happy. "Shall I send out Madame Pomfrey?" "I think we can see to ourselves, sir," replied Hagrid. "Any more strangers might upset so, it's all right for these uns to look after horse, headmaster." Dumbledore smiled, although the smile looked tired, and popped a sherbet into his mouth. "I don't see why not, Hagrid. He seems like a nice enough horse to me." He rested a gnarled hand on the horse's withers. "Not in the least bit vicious." And Harry couldn't help wondering why Dumbledore's eyes twinkled all the more as he said it. Harry wondered about Dumbledore's sanity from time to time. Like how the headmaster considered horses to be nonviolent, and not psychopaths. At times like these, when he'd just had a bucket bounced off his head, he really wondered. He sat up and rubbed at his forehead. "Is it your scar, Harry?" Luna asked, peering close. "No, it's not my scar." Harry glared at her and pushed himself onto his feet. He had to brush some hay from his robes. They had moved the horse inside the barn now that the sun had gone down. Although the horse hadn't been keen on the idea of going into another enclosure, it had allowed itself to be coaxed in by Luna and her bag of peppermints. "It's just the dent where that bloody bucket hit me." "Oh," I said. "Chicken." Harry sighed. "It's duck, Luna. Duck, not chicken." He eyeballed the horse. It eyeballed him back with twice the menace. "Do you think it'll kick the bucket again if we get some warmer water?" "Maybe," said Luna. She'd been confident the horse would behave like a little lamb when they tried to treat the wounds in its flank. It had behaved more like the ram with toothache who'd just seen what dentists charge. The second bucket had been kicked at Harry, or so Harry suspected. Hagrid was still out looking for the first bucket. It had bounced off his head. The horse held a grudge, it would seem, and was possessed of uncanny accuracy. "Shall I try my wand?" "No," Harry and Hooch shouted together. Both were sopping wet from the first bucket. Hooch had tried to get out her wand earlier and the horse had kicked a hole in the wall at the sight of it. Tempers were getting short and the horse was no closer to being healed. "Get out your wand and see what the horse does, Lovegood," said a thoughtful voice. Amazingly, it was Draco's. He was lounging in a mini hayloft up above the loose box where they'd put the horse. "Are you nuts, Malfoy?" said Harry. "Maybe," Draco replied agreeably. "But the horse likes Luna. It seems to think she knows what she's doing. Law of averages, I suppose. At the end of every bell curve of statistical probability lies a region where the weirdest things can happen." There's a statistical curve of people who know Luna and know what she's like with a wand in her hand. This horse is at the end where at least one person in the universe thinks she's capable of doing something productive. Huh, said Harry. Luna tilted her head. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said about me. She climbed up the ladder and planted a quick key on Draco's forehead. Did Luna just key me? And if so, has she cleaned her lips since keying the horse? Shut it, Malfoy, growled Harry. His headache was back. Why did he bother trying to rescue Draco, anyway? Draco smirked but didn't say anything. Luna used her wand to fix the horse's injuries. The horse stood still as she waved her wand and muttered the incantations. The wounds closed over like they had zips. It was that simple. Then Luna picked up the bucket of warm soapy water and washed away the scabs and clotted blood. After a drying spell she found the softest brush and used it to get rid of the last of the mess the blood and seeping fluids had left behind. A final polish with a soft cloth, and the horse's jet black coat was gleaming and unmarked. No one would have known it had ever been injured. The horse turned its neck an amazing degree to waffle down the back of Luna's neck. She giggled. "You're welcome," she said and gave the horse another key on the nose. Then she waved her wand again and sent the buckets and brushes flying back to where they had come from. A soft rug undulated onto the horse's back. The horse had its ears pricked and stamped one foot uneasily at the sight of self-propelled blankets, but didn't spook as Luna settled the rug into place and cast a charm to make sure it didn't slip off during the night. Harry couldn't help noticing how clever her wandwork was. What were those rumors he'd heard of her transfiguring an egg cup into an enraged Erumpet? Must have been false, or based on jealousy. Hooch was the first to break the stunned silence. "Time to see you lot back in your dormitories," she said in a puzzled tone of voice. She looked at her watch. "It's nearly curfew time. Go on, Harry, see Luna back safely, will you? Hagrid will make sure the barn is closed up properly." As he walked back to Hogwarts with Luna explaining to him her theory of how the Martian space bunny colony had been established using Gringotts money, Harry wondered what this feeling of having forgotten something was. Whatever it was, Hagrid or Hooch would make sure everything was taken care of. Hagrid made sure that the horse had a nice thick bed of straw to lie on as well as a manger of sweet-smelling lucerne hay to eat. He added some sliced carrots into a good-sized bucket of chaff and the sweet feed he normally saved for the unicorns and made sure the trough in the horse's loose box was full of clean water. Then he quietly closed the door behind him and went back to his hut where Fang was waiting for his evening snack of half a sheep. The horse stood in the middle of its loose box for a while, possibly waiting to see if the door would open again, but possibly not. It was impossible for an observer to tell if it missed its freedom or if instead it was happy to be in an environment designed by people for horses. Maybe it missed roaming the forest. But, since it was a horse and all horses have, greedy opportunist, specified in the blueprints, it turned its attention to the sweet feed, eating steadily and not too quietly. Its noises woke Draco. When he woke up again he could hear something making terrible moist crunching sounds and the air was cold. There was a very organic smell to the air that suggested whatever was in here with him wasn't house-trained. "Hello." The crunching stopped, then started again as if whatever was making the noises couldn't be bothered with one misplaced Slytherin. Grunch, 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 grunch. Draco's sleep-addled mind raced as he tried to catalog the noise. Thief of socks. No, that was a myth. Dire bookworm. Not in a barn. Barn. The sound was similar enough to the one the horse had made when that Ravenclaw girl fed it apples to make Draco think that this was just the horse eating something else. He could smell horse, too. Warm and sharp, utterly distinct, although reminiscent of deer and unicorns. And he thought he could also smell carrots. "Hello, horse, is that you? Stupid, stupid, stupid." What would he do if someone replied, "Yes, Draco, it's me, the horse"? So everyone had decided to forget about Draco Malfoy, had they? They were probably having a good laugh now, thinking of him stuck alone in the night outside the castle. Maybe they thought he'd try walking back and get lost and disappear into the Forbidden Forest for good. That brute Hagrid and Hooch, who needed a shave almost as bad as the freaky half-giant, were probably down at the Hog's Head in Hogsmeade thinking up new ways of tormenting the Malfoy brat if he lived through the night. Well, he'd show them. He'd show everyone. He'd show them just as soon as he figured out a way to show them. Fuming slightly, Draco found the ladder, set into the wall so as an occupant couldn't brush up against it and injure itself, and climbed down. He followed the grunch-grunch noises, which suddenly got louder as the horse lifted its long nose out of the bucket and swung its head around to investigate this late-night wanderer. The smell of carrots and molasses was much stronger as the horse sniffed his face. Draco was amused by the way the horse kept chewing as it made sure this wizard wasn't a danger. Finding nothing more interesting than what it already had, it turned its attention back to the contents of the bucket. Grunch, grunch, grunch. Much reassured by the fact that the horse was relaxed enough to ignore him, Draco stepped closer until he could hang an arm over the blanket-covered high back and lean against the warm side. The horse seemed content to keep ignoring the boy, which suited Draco just fine. It was a chilly night and the horse was nice and warm. Draco yawned, automatically covering his mouth with a hand. Good manners didn't get left outside a barn, after all. What time was it? There was no way to know. It had been late when he'd suggested Luna fix the horse's injuries, so it must be a lot later now. If he went back into the castle, Filch would probably catch him and give him hell, the rotten squib. With no Snape to protect him, Draco would most likely feel the wrath of McGonagall. She was the only teacher with the guts to take on the older Slytherin students, and her bias against his house was the stuff of legend. Maybe he should stay here. Humiliating though it was to admit it, Draco knew no one in Slytherin house would be too concerned if he didn't show up. He didn't know who was doing the rounds of the dormitory now that Snape was dead. He didn't really care, anyway. It was warm here, and the company was undemanding, although after a week with no one interesting to talk to, Draco was feeling more than a little stir-crazy. Besides, if his father broke through the wards, and Draco was confident the resourceful Lucius would one day soon. Anyone who could kill Severus Snape and live to boast about it in a letter to his son was resourceful. The Death Eaters would slaughter a Muggle animal, and Draco was feeling oddly possessive of this one. It had carried him out of the forest. It had saved his life from the spiders, too, although okay, what was the point of being alive if he was blind? Closing parenthesis. He'd found it, okay, it had found him, and so it belonged to Draco. Because a wizard, even a blind wizard who was no better than a squib, couldn't belong to an animal, Muggle or magical. Okay, so now that he was blind he was done for as a wizard and he wouldn't have a lot of clout with his father, but Lucius still needed him to carry on the Malfoy bloodline. Gah, that would mean Draco was even more likely to marry some ghastly chit of his father's choosing to breed with. Well, not that he'd ever thought he wouldn't, but it was nice to dream occasionally of choosing his own wife, someone he could respect and who respected him in return. Love was for romantics. Draco had never been a romantic, but he was a recent convert to pragmatism, and respect was well within the boundaries of pragmatism. When the horse finished eating, and Draco envied it a little, he'd skipped dinner and now his stomach was protesting with loud growls, and lay down. The boy carefully worked out where the legs had been arranged, then lay down too, choosing the inside curve of the horse's neck as his pillow and pulling straw over himself to keep warm. But he didn't go to sleep for a long time. He lay there listening to the horse's soft snores and thought about things. General things like politics, and specific things like Harry Potter, the Dark Lord, and Cornelius Fudge. When at last he slept, he dreamed he was playing poker with those three. All the cards were marked, but no one seemed to know how the markings worked enough to do some serious cheating. The queens were Luna for some strange reason, while the kings were Lucius, and all the jacks had green eyes and stupid scars on their foreheads. When Fudge called Draco to show his hand, Draco put down his cards and watched all five turn into aces. Each ace was a black horse. One for diamonds, one for clubs, one for spades, one for hearts, and the last black horse had a green and silver pentacle over its back. Well played, said Harry, showing Draco his own hand, which had 4 jacks. The jacks, who looked exactly like the boy holding them, said in unison, "Yes, well played." "You have an equine flush," said Voldemort, his red eyes twinkling over his half-moon spectacles, and his voice sounded like Dumbledore's. Draco smirked and drew his winnings towards him. The stakes had been cities and towns and villages and houses. Tiny sparks represented the lives of the people within them. Draco was gentle as he pulled them towards his chest. Wait, said Fudge. He was wearing his stupid little bowler hat. Blind people can't play. You were cheating. Quote. And then Draco realized that he couldn't see anything. People were trying to hold him, control him, stop him from breathing. He shouted at them to go away as he struggled out of their grasping hands and tried to run away from the table. The strongest hand clamped down on his shoulder. The fingernails were sharp. I've got a present for you, Draco, said Lucius. He opened his free hand and a spell shot out, a curse the sickly yellow of old pus. Draco was blind but he could see it as it arced away and hit. No, he woke as the spell hit Snape and ripped him inside out. The hand on his shoulder was still there and Lucius was breathing hot on the side of Draco's neck. But the world was black again. Small mercy, that. Draco had the image of Snape being torn apart tattooed on his useless retinas in technicolor shades of red and scream. He froze, waiting for his father to say something. But his father stayed silent. The fingers. No, relaxed on his shoulder when Draco tried to sit up. It was the horse. The horse had bitten him. It had woken him up. The fingernails were its teeth, and Lucius' breath was really the horse's. Draco reached up with shaking hands and touched a velvety muzzle. Hot air gusted over his fingers, reassuring him that the horse was alive and unharmed, a condition not congruent with his father being present. Draco shuffled backwards so that his back was nestled in against the horse's neck and he could pat the animal more easily. Good horse, he said, his voice thin and still shaking from the nightmare. Thank you for waking me up from that. It whuffled softly to him, just as he'd heard it whuffle to Luna, and rested its nose on his knee. Draco reached forward to pat it. It was calming, just touching the horse. The soft, satiny hide over the strong bones of the convex nose was a lodestone for reality. Nightmares drew back into shadows even a blind boy could see, but now he could see them for what they were, nightmares. Only nightmares. Unmagical and unfragrant, the horse trumped them. It stayed still as Draco's fingers continued to explore the alien physiology of the animal's head. Draco began to map it out by touch. In the darkness of the night, there were no shadows under his fingertips. And little by little the nightmare drained away. The velvety skin around the wrinkled mouth and broad-spreading nostrils switched to the sleek pelt Draco had already felt on the horse's neck, but with shaggier, softer whiskers under the jaw. The cheeks were flat with muscle. When Draco ran his hand up behind the jaw and felt the slight jowliness there, he dug his fingers in and the horse pushed back, like it was enjoying having its jaw scratched. Draco smiled and stroked the hair flat over the neck until his fingers found something odd. It was a wrongness. That was the best way he could describe it. A lump that even though he didn't know anything about horses, he knew shouldn't be there. Draco sighed to himself and moved back to the horse's head again. He'd ask Hooch about the lump tomorrow. The ears flickered when he bumped his fingertips into them, and Draco pulled on one, laughing silently when the horse didn't pull away. Between the ears was a bony bump covered in the same long hair Draco had felt in the mane, and he scrubbed at that with his fingernails while the horse pushed back happily. Draco's happy mood dissolved when he moved his hand down flat and felt something tickle his palm. Eyelashes. His hand was covering the horse's eye. A lump formed in Draco's throat as he realized the horse trusted him enough to let him get close enough to blind it. The lump in Draco's throat threatened to cut off his breathing as hot tears spilled down from his own useless eyes. He wanted to see again. He wanted to see the world and know that he had a place in it. The fluttering against his palm brought him back to reality. He sniffed and wiped his nose on the sleeve of his robes. Bugger manners. This was a barn and barns didn't come with hankies. He sniffed again and realized he still had his hand over the horse's eye. The flickering of the eyelashes like a line of tiny paintbrushes was the most amazing feeling he'd ever felt. Draco moved his hands over the horse's head again, but this time with more care and with a clinical intensity. He found the lump on the horse's neck again and felt the wrongness as an itch under his fingernails. He took in the smells of horse and hay and the laundry soap the house elves used on his robes. He heard the faint rustles of trees in the wind outside and the gurgle of food in the horse's belly, and the gurgle of his own empty belly. Then he ran his fingers through the horse's mane, deciphering the different textures. Then he leaned back against the horse as it put its head down and began to softly snore again, and he put his hands together. Hands. He carefully touched his thumbs to each opposing finger. Hands and thumbs and fingers. He'd never given them any thought before. They'd always been there, like eyes. Hands were a miracle all of their own. Snape's hands hadn't been pretty, but they'd been clever. Draco had envied him that cleverness. Pansy's hands, grasping pudgy things. Crabbe and Goyle's hands like slabs of meat, butcher's hands. Hands for dealing with the aftermath of life, Draco had always thought, and it had amused him once to consider that he, Draco Malfoy, would be one of those deciding how life would change. His father's hands were beautiful creations, representative of Lucius himself, cool and capable of quick, unlooked-for cruelty. Blaise Zabini, that boy had hands always with that faintest trembling, and only now did Draco consider what might have given the other boy such a characteristic. Millicent Bulstrode's hands were strong like Crabbe and Goyle's, but there was a more practical art to hers, as if she was waiting for the day when she'd learn she was to be famous for carving wood or work the lapidary magic that spun castles out of mountains. He couldn't remember Potter's hands even though they'd smacked into Draco's face enough times, but of all the Griffs it was Granger's hands he held in his mind's eye. The mudblood had the hands of a scholar, as his father had described them, although Lucius could never have condoned such a generous compliment to a mudblood, even though Granger was gaunt. Draco had to admit it possessed of a brilliant mind and a not unattractive body. She did mudbloods proud, and was, at least superficially, better than many purebloods, and in the lonely hours in the infirmary Draco had mulled this paradox over, weighing it up against what Lucius had instilled in his son from the cradle. Sometimes, Draco thought, his father had some really dumb ideas. Draco's hands were so familiar that it hit him like a punch to the gut that he didn't remember what they looked like. It was like describing his mother. She was so familiar he couldn't picture her face as a physical thing, only as the series of passing emotions the thought of her evoked. Strange. He sat there and realized that whatever force had created humans, God, evolution, elf overlords, whatever, it had truly gifted people when it saw to it that they had hands. Draco sat in a barn with a muggle beast, blind, friendless, and, because he didn't kid himself when it came to this, powerless. All through history, a blind wizard was destined to be no more than a pawn. Unless he took his destiny into, as it were, his own hands and shaped it to his liking. And he thought about hands and, for the first time in his life, Draco Malfoy bowed his head and felt blessed. Just as he was dozing off to the snores of Ron and Seamus, Harry remembered what he'd forgotten. Draco. Bugger. He wasn't going out to rescue the little creep at this time of night. Hopefully Malfoy had enough sense in his blonde head to stay in the stable where it was safe. Harry rolled over as his conscience prodded him and told him the stable mightn't be all that safe for a blind boy, especially when everything in the forest was so stirred up. He argued back that Hoocher Hagrid would have brought Draco back to the Slytherin dormitory. That seemed sensible. His conscience thought that seemed sensible too, and let him go to sleep. Something had woken the horse. And the horse woke Draco when it lifted its head and snorted. This wasn't the sort of snort that cleared flies out of its nose, it was hollow like a drainpipe and the sound rippled. Draco thought the horse sounded frightened. He rubbed at his eyes, wondering for a brief moment why everything was so dark before remembering. With a small sense of satisfaction he realized there was less bitterness today at his blindness. It had been replaced by a more pragmatic desire to get on with things as they stood. Step 1 in my plan for world conquest. Stop fretting about the resources I don't have, had been formulated back in the hospital wing, and Draco stretched his hearing to sense what had disturbed the horse. There were the morning songs of birds, clear and sweet and distant, a bit too distant, perhaps. But nothing he could hear that would have startled a horse. Although, what was that smell? Draco sniffed again cautiously. Something rank and tinted slightly with sage threaded through the sweet, wholesome smell of hay and the heavier, tangier smell of horse. Draco snorted in disgust at the same time as the horse, and frowned to himself. Clearly he'd been spending too much time around muggle animals if he was starting to pick up their behavior. The horse nipped Draco lightly and Draco, a little confused by the attack however mild, stopped leaning on the horse. Did it want him to go away? There was a rustle of hay and a slight grunt of exertion, and the horse climbed to its feet. Oh, that was all. His couch merely wanted to stand up. Draco put out a hand to check where the nearest leg was, there, all ligament and bone, and the horse dipped its head briefly to sniff his hair. For a second Draco smiled, but then there was a shuffling noise outside the doors of the loose box and the leg beneath his hand thrummed with sudden tension. Draco realized he was in a prime position to get stamped on, and quickly got to his feet. The horse snuffed his hair again, then brought the solid, bony head around to push Draco back into a corner. Draco didn't like this at all. But he stayed. He wasn't quite sure what corner he was in, anyway, and maybe it was better to stay away from the door. He put out a hand and touched the soft woolen blanket covering the horse. It was warm and a few strands of hay fell away at Draco's touch, but underneath Draco could feel muscle solid over the ribs, and when he lifted his hand higher and pressed down to feel forgive, the muscles along the back were like steel cords under the blanket. The horse turned its head again and butted Draco more firmly into the corner. Ouch! Draco rubbed his hip where he'd banged it into the manger. Okay. He could take a hint, when he chose to. The doors creaked open and there was a strong whiff of rotting sage that made Draco gag. He found he was shaking now. There was something coming into the stall that was all wrong, and he was blind, and even if he could see he didn't have his wand. They'd taken it off him because they said he didn't need it anymore. And the horse screamed. Millicent Bulstrode was the first big shock of Harry's day. And everyone else's, he expected. Under the blockade, it had gone on so long now Harry had begun to capitalize it in his mind. Breakfast was a fairly relaxed affair at Hogwarts. Apart from the roof, which was showing the pink-streaked gray-blue of a promising day, it was Saturday, thus there would be no classes even if there could be no Hogsmeade visit. But even aside from the general Saturday morning feeling of an outing denied, the mood was one of tentative contentment, surprising Harry because for the last few days everyone had been speculating fearfully about the pearly barrier thickening around the Hogwarts perimeter. Theories ranged from magic run amok and setting up a standing wave, to a secret defense by Dumbledore, to the latest in quiet viciousness from Voldemort. Luna had even suggested the barrier was a manifestation of ID from the collective subconscious. Harry, along with most people, was going with the Voldemort origin theory. The teachers encouraged inter-house solidarity now, although so far only Dumbledore had advocated sharing a new pet, and so instead of the tables being rigidly divided into the 4 houses there was a growing prevalence of house badges being seen at tables where those badges had once been rare. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff had led the charge, of course. Those 2 houses had always shown a spirit that was more community than team. But Gryffindor had taken up the challenge. Padma joining her sister Parvati this morning wasn't unusual, but down the table to Harry's left was a small knot of Hufflepuff and Gryffindor third-year girls, giggling over something with fluffy antennae one of them had in a box. Looking across the hall at the empty 4th table, Harry frowned. No one had told the Slytherins about this new esprit d'école. Or, more likely, they had heard about it and then decided to turn their noses up. Typical. Not one Slytherin was in the hall for breakfast. Just as Harry was thinking that, Professor Sinistra, her manner flustered and her boot heels clattering on the stone floor, hurried into the great hall. She pursed her mouth and ducked her head apologetically as she came in. Harry thought she was apologizing to Dumbledore, but couldn't say for sure. She led a procession of the Slytherins, from oldest to youngest. Silently they filed into their places at their table and sat in unison, all without saying a word. The temperature of the hall took a sudden downturn. It was eerie. The hall was silent for a handful of seconds, then hunger overcame the moment and the students dug into breakfast again. The only one not reaching for food was Millicent Bulstrode. Harry's eyes narrowed as he watched her scan the hall. Her eyes met his as they passed on their slow examination, then continued by as if he wasn't that interesting. Harry chewed slowly on his toast, watching, but careful not to seem to stare. What was she looking for? And where was Draco? Ah, she was looking for Draco. Something cold settled in Harry's stomach. Draco hadn't made it back last night, and now Bulstrode was looking for him. Harry tensed, wondering if he should go over to the Slytherin table and offer to help. Millicent leaned back to speak around Goyle, who was sitting between her and Pansy. Harry saw her mouth move, saw Pansy's one-shouldered shrug, and saw Millicent's face darken. Then Millicent stood. She cracked her knuckles and said something to Pansy that made the other girl flinch back. What in Merlin's name was going on in Slytherin now that Draco was blind? Was this some sort of power struggle? If so, it was the first time Harry had ever considered Bulstrode as a contender in anything other than an all-comers mud wrestling-a-thon. Harry realized he had stopped chewing, and forced his throat to swallow. The way the Slytherin girl put back her shoulders and adjusted her robes had something deliberate to it. As did her straight-backed walk as she marched up to the high table. Inter-house relations might be easing up, but it was still unusual for a student to approach the professors. And when the Slytherin stopped before Dumbledore, Harry realized he wasn't the only one who was watching. The entire student body had gone silent. And so Millicent's voice, quiet as ever, carried through the hall. "Headmaster, where is Draco Malfoy?" Dumbledore blinked. "Is he not in his dormitory?" Millicent was a big, strapping lass who wouldn't have looked out of place heaving barrels of beer around. And when she squared her shoulders and firmed her jaw, Harry wondered if she had the strength to tip the high table over. "No," she said calmly. "He is not, and I believe it is your job to know the whereabouts of your students." Small birds could have been beeped in through the windows as the students took a collective breath. Unfortunately, some students, such as Mr. Malfoy, have an unfortunate habit of leaving their dormitories after curfew. "I suspect he is lost," she stated bluntly. "He was not in the common room last night. No one has seen him since dinner last night. He would have been unable to leave Slytherin last night, anyway, so your excuse holds no water." Someone in the hall dropped a teaspoon. It tinkled in the silence. "Why did you not call for a staff member, then?" Dumbledore asked, frowning. "I tried, but of course as the Slytherin dormitory was completely sealed off, I was unable even to call for a house elf." Dumbledore looked at Sinistra, who blushed. "I'm sure there was some way to," he began carefully, but was cut off again. "I'm absolutely sure there wasn't." Millicent's mouth was a firm line and her hazel eyes bored into Dumbledore's blue ones, which had lost what little twinkle they had had this morning. "Miss Bulstrode," Professor McGonagall interrupted crisply. "Please remember who you are addressing." "I believe I do," replied Millicent, her face as calm as an unsmiling Mona Lisa, her eyes not leaving Dumbledore's. "I am addressing the headmaster, whose job it is to mind the welfare of all students nominally in his care. Not just the flashy and pretty and popular Gryffindors. All of them, even the Slytherins." Miss Bulstrode. McGonagall's anger could be measured by how strong her accent grew. She'd rolled the R for a good whole second. "It's not your RR right to tell the headmaster RRR how to do his job." "Then whose is it?" "Someone has to. It's bad enough we've lost our head of house." Her voice wobbled infinitesimally, but then to be relegated to the status of inconvenient pets is intolerable. "Professor Snape is the only one who ever looked out for us, and now he's gone. We have to look out for each other, now, and it's tricky to do that when outside forces are piling up against you. It's extremely frustrating, for example, being imprisoned in your dormitory when you know one of your housemates is missing. You could, perhaps, try and contact a staff member. Unfortunately, no staff member is willing to listen to you, even if you could get a message out from your rooms. Now that Professor Snape is gone, Slytherin is isolated every night. If there was a fire or a medical emergency, someone could die. If someone is missing, someone blind and literally unable to look out for himself, for example, we are unable to search for him or notify anyone of his absence. Bias against our parents aside, Headmaster Dumbledore, you allowed us into this school and in so doing became responsible for our welfare. We don't expect care or affection and especially not fairness from you, but we do expect not to have our lives thoughtlessly endangered despite," she took a deep breath, "your past record of treatment of Slytherins, and we do expect to be able to find one of our housemates when he may be in danger. And you, the headmaster, are ultimately responsible for that. So I ask you again, where is Draco Malfoy?" Dumbledore looked into Millicent's eyes and his expression was sorrowful. "I am afraid I do not know," he said. "Headmaster," McGonagall huffed, "she is." Dumbledore waved a hand. "She is correct, and I have been negligent." Sinistra was almost with humiliation, and Harry guessed it was she who must have sealed off the Slytherin rooms. She opened her mouth to speak but was cut off by two embarrassed coughs from further down the table. Hagrid's nearly eclipsed Hooch's and sounded like a small avalanche. "No, headmaster," said Hooch. "I was the teacher on duty. I should have been more aware. But I expect he is safe." She didn't meet Millicent's level stare. Harry read the look as saying, "Expect, or, no. He was with us in the barn when we were caring for the horse he and Harry Potter found." Hooch was slowly turning pink under Millicent's calm gaze. Millicent nodded slowly. "Then that's where I'll look for him first." She nodded to Dumbledore before she turned, but it looked like a formality, as if someone had once schooled her on good manners. A scowling Pansy grabbed at her robes as she walked past, but Millicent twitched it out of her hand, saying, "Not here," and Pansy sat back with her face glowing like Sinistra's and Hooch's and Hagrid's. Millicent Bulstrode walked out of the hall just as calmly as she'd walked into it. Two of the younger Slytherin girls wiped their mouths and hurried after her. As they disappeared down the stairs of the entrance hall, there was a collective whoosh as the students let out their breath. Harry looked down at his hands. He'd been holding a napkin, and somewhere between Millicent standing up and Millicent walking out, it had mysteriously shredded itself. He threw it down and, heedless of Ron's, "Harry, mate, where are you?" and the way Hermione tactfully stopped Ron from following, not to mention the hiss of suspicion from the Slytherin table. He didn't even notice Dumbledore wave McGonagall's angry sputterings into silence and reply, "She is right," then briefly cover his face with his hand. Harry jumped down the steps 3 at a time, but needn't have hurried. Millicent was at the bottom of the stairs with one of the Slytherin girls holding her hand. The girl was saying something Harry couldn't hear, but then Millicent sighed and sat down with one girl on either side of her and said, "Yes, I know. I miss my mum too. But you'll see her soon, I'm sure. This situation can't go on forever. And sometimes the owls get through. What you can do is write to her and tell her you're not afraid." "But I am afraid," the girl said, and smiled. "Well, that's because you're sensible," Millicent replied, not able to stop smiling herself. "But write a letter telling her you're fine, and then as soon as an owl comes in, take the chance to send the letter out. Oh, and ask her for some licorice for me, too, while you're at it, huh? I haven't had any for ages." "Why should she send you licorice?" the second girl asked. "Because, my Slytherin sister, then I will help you and her with your history homework." "Huh, okay, that seems fair. I guess. Right, so, are you going to go back and finish your breakfast?" "No, we're going to help you find Draco," said the smaller girl who had been worried about her mother. Pansy was wrong what she said. Professor Snape warned us about divide and conquer, and that's all that's happened since Draco got hurt. Replied Millicent, her face impassive. Harry wondered what really went on behind it. He'd only ever seen her before as muscle for Pansy, Crabbe or Goyle in drag. He decided perhaps it was time to let her know he was watching. Millicent looked up when she heard him cough, and her expression hardened into one of mild dislike and stupidity. Harry was familiar with it, but beginning to wonder just how much he should trust his eyes. "What do you want, Potter?" she asked. "To make sure Malfoy's okay," he replied mildly, not wanting her to see he was disturbed by how quickly she had closed off on seeing him, or how the two younger girls had clustered closer to their larger, older housemate like chicks to a hen, and were now eyeing at him with distrust. "I was working with him and Luna Lovegood yesterday evening. I thought Hooch and Hagrid had taken him back to the castle." He paused. "Was that true about being locked into your common room?" Millicent's expression hardened further. "Don't worry. You don't have to believe me if..." "No, I do believe you. Never mind. I'll show you where I last saw him." He heard a rustle from the stairs behind him, and turned in time to see one of the younger Slytherin students disappear behind a column. So, they were checking up on him, were they? Harry couldn't say he blamed them. Then Professor McGonagall descended on them like the Caledonian wrath of God. "Miss Bulstrode," she hissed, sounding in that moment like she was channeling Snape. "How dare you behave in such a disrespectful manner? That will be 100 points from Slytherin, and a week's detention for you." Millicent shrugged. Harry read a lot more into that little motion than if she'd opened her mouth, and realized the Slytherins must have stopped worrying about points when Snape died. As for the detention, at least, the shrug said, I brought attention to what I wanted to. Merlin. No wonder Sinistra had locked them away last night. If Bulstrode was to be taken as some sort of weathervane, the Slytherins were a matchstick away from exploding into open rebellion. Just as he realized that, he noticed the quiet ranks of students lined up on the stairs above, apparently materialized out of nothing. It seemed to be the entirety of Slytherin House, even including Pansy, who gave Millicent a look that said, we haven't finished this, but for now. Harry almost, but not quite, missed the slight nod Millicent gave Pansy. McGonagall looked up and swallowed audibly. Harry didn't blame her. Their silent watchfulness, judgment, was making all the hairs on the back of his neck prickle. A pale, nervous sixth-year boy Harry had only noticed as being one of the few who could see the Thestrals, spoke up. Will that be 100 points from each of us in a week's detention, Professor? Because Bulstrode spoke for each and every one of us. As one, the Slytherins nodded. Dudley had been allowed to watch whatever videos he liked, and he loved horrors. Harry had occasionally seen one. Merlin, it's like, Children of the Corn. McGonagall narrowed her eyes. The tone may have been mild and the boy's demeanor polite, but Zabini's words smacked of open rebellion. Harry wasn't sure what would have happened at that point, but Dumbledore stepped through the silent students. No, he said, first and foremost, it is time to find Mr. Malfoy. After we are sure of his safety we can argue right and wrong. Miss Bulstrode, I believe Mr. Potter was about to show you to the stables. Harry was grateful of the chance to escape. He was used to the Slytherins watching and sneering at him, but this cold politeness was making his stomach queasy. When they were in sight of the barn, Harry noticed the door was open. That's odd. What? The door should be shut. And can you smell that? Millicent sniffed. That's odd. Pooh, said the younger of the Slytherin first years. Is that what horses smell like? No, said Harry, frowning. It's not. Then something started screaming. When they got there it was all over. Dust from the aftermath rose and hovered in tiny motes, caught by nearly horizontal light threading and weaving through a few loose boards in the wall. The light played tricks on Harry's eyes, making it harder to see shadow. He concentrated harder until he saw the darkest, slowly moving shadow. It was blood, a slow, spreading pool trickling out of the open doors of the loose box and seeping into the dirt floor. An equally dark shape lay half in, half out of the doors, crumpled in on itself. One foot twitched. At first Harry thought it was Draco in his black Hogwarts robes, and his stomach lurched. Stay back, he ordered the three girls hoarsely. Not bothering to check if he'd been obeyed, he drew his wand and crept forward. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the figure on the ground wasn't Draco. It wasn't even human, he thought, although the body was so battered it was hard to make a snap judgment. When he peered around the door to check the head, he had a brief glimpse of something thoroughly pulped into the straw and, apart from its position at the top of the torso, otherwise unrecognizable as a head, then something reared high over him and lashed out. Harry ducked back just in time as the horse crashed back down to earth. His wand hand was shaking. The horse had only recognized him at the last moment before it would have struck him with its front hooves. Could Madame Pomfrey mend a smashed skull? He didn't want to try her skill that badly. He was shaking all over. Harry breathed deep. Funny, he'd dealt with dragons and blast-ended scroots, not to mention Fluffy and Aragog, and now it had almost been a muggle pet which finished him off. After that scare he was tempted to hex the animal back into the forest. He took another deep breath and wished he hadn't. The dead creature stank, but Luna said you had to be calm when dealing with horses. What would Luna do now? Steady, boy, Harry said quietly, putting his wand away. He edged around the frame of the door, carefully not looking down at the shattered creature lying in the straw, and even more careful to whip back behind the door if the horse attacked again. The horse was standing in the center of the loose box. Its head was high and its ears were back, and it was shaking slightly as it watched him. You too, huh? Harry said. So something scared you, and now you've just scared me. He was babbling, but Luna had told him it was important to let your tone of voice tell the horse how you were feeling. Hopefully his tone of voice was a good liar, because Harry didn't feel particularly calm. After being utterly creeped out by Slytherin house, not unprecedented, but not usually over breakfast, and confronted with a dead monster and a horse on the warpath, Harry was a long way outside calm. With a bit of luck the horse wouldn't find that out. Steady, now, I'm just going to come in and check you're all right. Potter, is that you? The voice was high and shaky, but definitely Draco's. Harry realized, amazed, he'd completely forgotten why he'd come out here in the first place. Be careful, there's a monster out there. Actually it's under here, Harry said, deliberately keeping his eyes above the ground. He was uncomfortably aware of the stickiness beeping at his sneakers as he ventured another step into the stall. How about you? Are you okay? I'm fine, Draco replied, but Harry, looking through the dim morning light filtering in through a high, dusty window, could see the other boy looking paler than he'd been since the spider bit him. He was standing in the manger, pressed as far into the corner as he could possibly wedge himself. How's my horse? Harry didn't say, he's not your horse, Malfoy. Instead he moved forward a little, raising his hand to the horse's nose to make sure it knew who he was and, hopefully given that, not attack. Hey there, he whispered. So how are you? That was a hell of a wake-up call you must have had this morning. Let's see, now. Well, Draco sounded more anxious than self-important, so Harry replied softly, he's covered in gore, all over his front legs and chest, anyway. Steady, he reached out and put his hand on the head collar to hold the horse's head still while he looked closer. The horse twitched its head, but when Harry didn't yank back, it stilled with a sigh. Harry thought it looked relieved. Okay, let's see, lots of blood, but I don't think any of it is his own. Oh, hang on. What? Try to sound calm, Malfoy. Remember what Luna said, the horse nearly kicked my head in when I arrived, and I want to keep him happy. Oh, because that would have been such a disaster. What, pray tell me, is wrong with my horse? Sarcasm, but at least it was sarcasm delivered calmly. There are some scratches on his neck. I think that creature might have been. He took a closer look at the pattern of claw marks. I think it was a Vrkoliki. The claw marks look similar to what was on his flank yesterday. Hagrid also said that once a Vrkoliki marks its prey it will keep hunting it down. I guess it was a bit too stubborn. And where is it now? Kind of, next to me. Some of it's under me. Some of it's out of the door. And some of it, sorry, boy, is on the horse. Harry used a stalk of straw to brush a clinging bit of membrane off the horse's knee. There we go, but you're going to need a bath. Well, I have spent the night in a stable, what do you expect? Draco said huffily. Not you, the horse. I take it the monster's not a threat right now. Harry looked down for a second. And looked up again as his breakfast threatened to come up, too. Nope, not ever, I think. Do you know what happened? Draco paused for a moment. The horse woke me up. I could smell something nasty. Still do, for that matter. Then we stood up and the horse, it's time he had a name, don't you think? Then he pushed me into the corner here and something opened the door. Then, Draco frowned as if there was some poison in the memory. Then something came in an eye, and then the horse started screaming and roaring and I thought it was going to, and then there was this banging and crashing and something else was screaming, too, but not angry like the horse, it was just screaming. And then it stopped and I kept hearing something thumping on the ground, making it shake. And then that stopped, too, and you came in. Draco wrapped his shaking hands in folds of his robes. Hell, thought Harry, couldn't you have done something? Sent out a message or something? Or just a flare? Draco's blind face twisted as he glared at Harry. The pale eyes seemed to fix on Harry's face as he hissed, and how would I do that, Potter? You don't think they'd let a blind wizard keep his wand, do you? He might do something stupid, like, oh, I don't know, defend himself. I didn't know, sorry. Harry turned back to look at the horse. It dropped its nose to rest on his shoulder for a second. Let's get out of here, he muttered. Wait a tick. The leash, Harry couldn't remember what Luna had called it, was hanging on the outside of the door. He clipped it onto the ring under the horse's chin. He didn't want it running off out the open door. Luna would kill him, and went over to help Draco out of the manger. Here, Put your hand on my shoulder. Good. Let's go. I want some sunshine. Is it sunny out? It seemed like the most inane of conversations as they stepped over and through the mangled remains of the Vrkoliki, but Harry needed something from normal life. Vrkolikis might technically be normal life for Harry Potter, but all in all he'd rather talk about the weather. Yes, it looks like being a lovely day. Super. Let's have a picnic. With tomatoes and lettuce. And lashings of pumpkin juice. Harry could only pray Malfoy had never read Enid Blyton. With Draco on his left and the horse prancing nervously and snorting on his right, Harry carefully led them along the wide central aisle of the stable, and out into the rising sun. He breathed in deep, filling his lungs with the cool, dewy air gratefully. Then suddenly remembered. Bulstrode, put your wand away, please. Why? Millicent was standing to the side of the sliding wooden doors of the barn with the two younger girls tucked behind her. The horse doesn't like wands, Draco said, turning in her direction. I can hear him fidgeting. Besides, the monster's dead. The horse was fidgeting. Harry put a hand on its neck to soothe it, but the horse shook its head when Millicent put her wand back into her robes. The horse relaxed a little again, then swished its head in a long arc, tugging Harry away from the barn. I think he wants to keep going. Fair enough, said Draco, and shivered. It still stinks out here. What was it? Asked the littler girl. Potter thought it was a Vrkoliki. Is that Trudy? Yes, said the girl, blushing with pleasure. Daisy's here, too. We wanted to know if you were all right because we couldn't get out of the dormitory to find you last night. Nobody could. They locked us in, can you believe it? Well, are you all right? Vrkolikis are meant to be really nasty. Draco was looking a little happier from Trudy's information. I'm fine. The horse defended me. That was true, Harry thought, looking sideways at the horse, which was still trying to tug him away from the barn. You could have run away out through that open door at any time, but you stayed and fought. And Draco said you pushed him into the corner to keep him out of danger. Are you the lassie of the horse world or something? Come on. Let's go around to the tap. The horse didn't want to be anywhere near the barn, but grudgingly obeyed when Harry insisted on going around the corner. It stood and swished its tail resentfully as Harry fixed a hose to the tap and washed off the worst of the muck. He ignored the shivers as the water ran through the cuts, and wondered how to clean them. Hello, what are you doing out so early? Luna. Well, that solved that problem. We found Draco. I can see that. Did you get a good night's rest, Draco? Luna asked. Harry braced himself for the answer, but Draco seemed to be feeling a bit more relaxed after his near-death experience. It was fine until my wake-up call. Thanks for getting me back to the castle, by the way. Sorry, I thought Hooch and Hagrid would make sure you were safe. Why didn't you say anything when we left? Draco looked a little embarrassed. I must have fallen asleep. I've been doing that a lot lately. Oh, well, now that I know, I can be a bit more careful. Thanks, Luna. Potter says my horse was injured. Could you have a look at him? What? Luna's bulging eyes fixed in accusation on Harry. What did you do to him? Nothing. The monster was already dead when I got there. Harry felt he was fast losing control of the situation. Again, off to the right Millicent and the first years were watching the scene act out. What was it with Malfoy and Lovegood? Somehow it ended up with Harry being the villain of the piece, and all because he'd had the impulse to do a good deed. No good deed goes unpunished. Look, Luna, he sighed. The horse was attacked, but seems to be able to defend himself. There's smelly, squashed proof inside if you want to check. But first, could you see to the cuts on his neck? Luna fixed the cuts in a jiffy, and wanted to go inside to see the monster of Vrkoliki. They were thought to be a myth, you know, like the Punctot. Draco. The Punctot is a myth, Lovegood. But the horse, as soon as it saw where she was going, whipped the lead rope out of Harry's hands so fast he nearly got a rope burn and trotted over to get between Luna and the door. When she tried to slip around it, she was nipped for her disobedience. Ouch. All right, Luna rubbed her shoulder. The horse butted her away from the door and out towards the meadow. As soon as it reached grass it began snatching mouthfuls, then lifting its head to stare around and into the forest, the black hide quivering on its withers as if there were flies bothering it. Harry could see it was still upset. He must have said something aloud, because Luna replied quietly, "That's normal behavior. When horses are upset they comfort eat. It's almost human, isn't it?" she added, smiling up at him. Harry smiled back, not really hearing what she said. He was distracted by the way the morning sun brought out the faintest pink bloom in her cheeks, and how well it contrasted with the blue of her eyes. She had just asked him a question. "Sorry." "Oh, yes, you're right." She beamed at him. It was quite captivating how her lips curved. There was something about the finely formed upper lip set against the softness of the lower lip that was positively artistic, and she'd just asked him another question. "Oh, of course," Harry mumbled. Luna startled him by clapping her hands. "Oh, how wonderful. Daddy will be so pleased to have you come and carry the equipment on our next trip to Siberia." "What?" With a hurt look, Luna walked off towards the horse, saying over her shoulder, "Honestly, Harry, you haven't listened to a word I've said." She clucked to the horse, which had pulled the lead rope out to its full extent to better get to a stand of tall grass. "Draco, have you eaten anything yet?" she said, dragging the horse over to where Draco was sitting on his bucket by the tap. Harry stood there feeling like a complete idiot. What was wrong with him? Luna of all people, thinking he was daft. Now there was a pot-kettle situation. And now she was arm in arm with Malfoy and pulling on the lead rope for the horse to follow. The three Slytherin girls followed along to Draco's left, Millicent giving Harry an unreadable look. And Draco was saying to Luna, "Not terribly. I never had dinner last night, so you'd think I'd be starving, but for some reason I'm not hungry." "Well, having a monster squashed in front of you must make quite a good appetite suppressant." Draco chuckled. "There's something for all those who want to go on a diet. Not a method I'd recommend, but there's always someone willing to give the craziest fads a go. No, it was the smell that put me off food, Change of topic, please." Harry paused, feeling like an outsider all over again. What the hell was Luna doing chatting so comfortably with a complete git like Malfoy? She was flirting with him, he'd swear it on Godric Gryffindor's grave. The horse paused, giving Harry a measuring look, and refused to move when Luna tugged on the rope. Harry realized it didn't want him near the stables. When he started after the others, the horse twitched its ears and looked a little less tense. Harry wondered again how smart horses were. This one was too aware of students near a place it considered dangerous. Amazing. In less than a day it had gone from attacking people to making sure they were safe from monsters. Well, Harry would go along to make sure the horse was all right, that was all. If Luna wanted to be chummy with that snake Malfoy, it was her business. Harry would be magnanimous when she came back crying and saying how Malfoy had treated her so badly. Harry would heroically refrain from saying "I told you so." Hell, he'd survived Voldemort. He could stop himself from saying "I told you so." And in the meantime he'd keep an eye on the horse. He walked around to the right-hand side of the horse and put his hand on its shoulder as they walked, feeling the lean muscle slide under fine skin and over strong bone. "How about finding a nice place for that picnic?" he asked idly. "Sounds like a plan," Draco said. Luna smiled at Harry over the horse's back. Harry pretended not to notice. The young girls and Millicent went back to the castle as soon as they were sure Draco was going to be safe. Millicent didn't seem to think Draco's safety was in any way helped by Harry Potter's proximity, but left anyway after giving Harry a level, "Watch yourself, mate, look. I'll ask a house elf to send something out for you," she said. "Watch the sun, Draco. It's getting strong enough to burn." "Yes, Mum, I won't touch it. You'll not be so sarky when you need me to make up my sunburn cream for you." "Sorry," Draco grinned. "Oh, and Millie." "Yes." There was an abrupt shift of mood from light to serious. "Thanks." Millicent smiled slightly. "You're welcome." "Right, you too," she said to the young girls. "Let's get those books you needed for history." "But we don't have your licorice," Daisy began, but was cut off by Trudy. "Oh, for Salazar's sake, don't argue." Millicent raised her eyebrows in amusement as she looked back over at the three by the horse. "I'll send out a house elf. Anything else?" "It might be an idea if you tell the headmaster we found Malfoy," Harry said. Millicent shrugged. I guess. How many search parties per day are we budgeted for? All right, then, you two. As she led the two girls back to the main doors, Draco said, she'd make a good teacher one day. Harry didn't think she had the brains to be a teacher. People can surprise you, Potter, Draco said, yawning, having correctly interpreted Harry's snort of disagreement. Now, where in Merlin's name have you brought me now? I can smell fresh water. It was Luna and the horse who had chosen the spot near the lake. Mainly the horse, really, who had almost dragged Luna and by association Draco and Harry away from the barn and the borders of the forest. And apart from the tension between Harry and Draco, it was a pleasant picnic. The horse had grazed nearby for a time, gradually relaxing until it kept its head down for minutes at a time without nervously lifting it to peer around at the castle and the forest. What it thought of the squid sunning itself in the shallow waters nearby was anyone's guess, but it didn't seem to be worried by the giant monster. Now it was stretched out in the sun, occasionally twitching an ear at a fly. The picnic became even more pleasant when Draco stretched out and fell asleep in the sun, too. Harry was in the same lazy mood. The picnic that had floated out to them, the horse barely blinked at the flying basket, had been large, but since none of them had eaten much that morning, or in Draco's case, in the last 24 hours it was demolished in short order. And now Draco's soft snores, punctuated by snorts when his nose was tickled by grass, seemed to contribute to the lassitude of the morning. Harry and Luna lay side by side on their backs and stared up into the blue sky, trying to see shapes in the clouds. Harry had to give Luna full credit for imaginary cloud shapes. She had quite a range and described them in such detail he could see the mugwumps and bullkelpies she swore actually existed outside of cloud patterns. But how do you know they exist? Harry kept asking. Why should they not? Harry didn't feel this was particularly logical, but was too sleepy to argue. I dunno, he said around a huge yawn. Exactly. This summer, well, if everything comes right again, I want to go to Australia to look for a bunyip. My uncle says they're a folk memory of an extinct animal, but Daddy says they still exist. So they're going to take me to Australia this summer, I hope. Sounds like quite the world tour you'll be having this summer. Is this the uncle who owns a horse? Yes. There was a subtle tension there that alerted Harry. Do you see him often? Oh, yes. It's not like I have a lot of family, only Daddy and Uncle, now. You said he was your mother's brother. Harry wasn't particularly interested, but it would be intriguing to find out just how far into reality Luna ventured in any one conversation. I guess I did, she yawned, which set Harry off again. When he got control over his jaw again, he said, it must be nice to have family you care for. I've got an aunt and an uncle and a cousin, but they hate me. Really? Luna didn't sound like she thought he was being melodramatic like most people would. She sounded like she was weighing up scenarios. Harry found that amazingly refreshing. Do you hate them back, then? I guess, yeah, but there are other people in the world for me to hate and it gets a bit, I don't know, a bit thin in places. So you save up your hate for those around at the moment. Harry paused to consider this. When he was away from the Dursleys he pretty much forgot about them. Can you make hate wait until you've got time for it? There was a slight chuckle from Luna. I guess so. Why not? Maybe it's like love. You can love someone to bits and not think about them until you see them again, or something reminds you of them. What about when you're in love with someone? You can't stop thinking of them, and at the weirdest times, he blushed as she propped herself up on her elbow and grinned down at him. Why, Harry Potter, are you in love? Harry felt his face grow hotter. No, but you had a crush on Cho last year. Merlin, his face was going to spontaneously combust. You, no. Luna flopped back down and folded her hands over her stomach. Oh, everyone knew. She made sure we did. God, don't worry, she's very pretty. Are you over her? I am now. There was a muffled snort of laughter from the direction of Draco. Harry sat up and glared. You're supposed to be asleep, Malfoy. What, and miss this conversation? Luna threw some grass stalks at him. But she was grinning. So in the interests of self-disclosure, who have you had a crush on? Draco rolled over and yawned, covering his mouth with his hand politely. Me, oh, my mirror, of course. Such a shame being blind. Luna laughed. Harry couldn't believe his ears. Was that a joke, Malfoy? Maybe. A better one is, my horse walked into the leaky cauldron. The bartender said, why the long face? And my horse said, I'm a horse. How's that one? It was old when Muggles told it, and for the 100th time, he's not your horse, grumbled Harry, but Luna was almost crying with laughter. I'm a horse. I'm a horse. That's the funniest thing I've heard since. She paused and ticked off her fingers, abruptly sober. Wednesday. Yes, Wednesday. Draco's blind eyes stared up at the sky in amazement. Good God, Luna, he drawled, do you actually catalog these things? I'm a Ravenclaw. We're supposed to notice things. There's noticing, and then there's obsessing. Harry wondered why Luna was still smiling, then realized Draco wasn't trying to be insulting. Just a Malfoy. Possibly this was banter by his standards, but he'd never come across it in Draco before. Luna seemed happy with it, fortunately for Draco, because blind or no, Harry would chuck him in the lake if he turned on Luna. Or made a move on Luna. Or, well, pretty much did anything outside of these Dumbledore-condoned horse-minding sessions with Luna. There was something about her that should be protected, maybe because there were so few genuinely nice people in the world. If Harry wanted her help with his history homework, he doubted he'd need to bribe her with licorice. Harry was appalled to find that Luna and Draco had beaten him out to the horse after dinner. That afternoon, after Harry had shown him the mess in the barn, the furious horse had been left in the pen for the meantime. Harry would need to find a bribe to sweeten up the horse's temper after this indignity. Dumbledore had frowned and walked slowly around to the other side of the castle, past the Quidditch pitch and up towards where the back of the castle nestled into the craggy hills. There, he had waved his wand. Out of the ground grew thin saplings, which bent over and twined around each other until they formed a long fence line enclosing a respectable-sized field. A small grove near the top of the hill wove themselves into what looked like a decent-sized hut. Well, asked Dumbledore, do you think Hogwarts' latest resident will like it? Harry looked over the new paddock and stable and grinned. There don't seem to be any monsters. Ah, then how will he know it's his home? I'll make him a letterbox with his name on it. When he gets a name, of course. It's brilliant, nice and quiet, and far from the forest. Is there some way for me to tell if a wolf or something comes near? How do the Muggles deal with this sort of thing? Unfortunately, the good Arthur Weasley is kept busy tidying up after the occasional creature forays out of the forest. It's warded, of course, but what with the Death Eaters disrupting everything around to keep us isolated, not to mention the way this new barrier which is effectively on top of the perimeter, the wards are operating at less than full efficiency. He sighed. Even though the barrier now seems to be impermeable, I dread to think what is happening to those poor Muggles living within range of the forest on the other side of it. There's nothing to stop any vampires or werewolves from wandering. He sighed. If the horse managed to come through the forest, do you think people could have come through, too? Harry asked, worried at this new threat, even more worried, however, by this revelation that the mysterious barrier everyone had been talking about was now confirmed by Dumbledore to have solidified. There might be some Muggles in the forest. Well, Harry, it might be possible, but I think our equine friend was an anomaly. The centaurs would have alerted me if a Muggle was nearby. Dumbledore paused, looking up at the weathered hills. I will put wards on this area. If anything comes near which should not, I will be aware of it. But Harry, if anything comes along that seriously threatens a horse who has just trampled a Verkoliki to death, I think it better if you were safely in the castle. His blue eyes as they peered over the half-moon spectacles were grave. I promise you I will protect this horse of yours, and his eyes regained a hint of a twinkle. Who am I to get in the way of the timeless story of a boy and his horse? That was something for Harry to think about when he went to the pen to find the horse after dinner. A boy and his horse. When the horse proved to have disappeared, Harry felt panic seize his chest. It was a tense 10 minutes before he tracked the horse down to the new field, where Luna and Draco were walking around the fence line while the horse grazed near the gate. A boy and his horse. More like a horse and his boy, Harry thought, angry after the initial relief at finding the horse unharmed. Even when the horse lifted its head and pricked its ears at Harry, looking almost pleased to see him, he wasn't mollified. Harry went to check it was all right and found that for once it was uninjured. "Keep up with that attitude," he murmured, patting the horse on the blanketed shoulder. The horse considered him for a moment, then bent its neck around and scratched its head on Harry's shoulder, nearly knocking him over. "Hey," laughed Harry, "I'm not an itching post, you know." The horse decided that if this was so, grass was more interesting. Harry gave it an affectionate pat on the back and went over to see what Luna and Draco were doing. Luna waved to him and then put a finger to her lip. Draco seemed to be walking quite well without any contact with Luna, but there was a bit of arm waving going on. His hands were held away from his body, sometimes in front of him, sometimes to the side, as if he were walking waist-deep in water and touching the little waves lapping around him. He seemed to have some odd sort of gloves on, too. Careful to step quietly, Harry ventured closer. It was a shame Luna had asked him to keep quiet. Right now Draco was walking like the living dead. It really was too good an opportunity to pass up without making a comment. Harry made a mental note to say something later. "Now where is the horse?" Luna was asking. Draco's face tensed in concentration. Then his hands with their odd fingerless gloves came around to point down the slope. "Over there," he said slowly. "Up. No. Downhill from here, 27 meters away. By the gate." "Excellent. Now, where is the oak tree?" Draco paused. "There," he said, pointing to a young oak. "But the gloves want to point over towards the forest and I can't get a number in my head for the distance. I guess there are so many oaks there it weighs on the locator spells." That's worth considering. Now, where is Harry Potter?" Draco turned towards the castle, and then an expression of annoyance and disappointment settled on his face. "They aren't working. Typical bloody Potter. He's broken my gloves." Luna was grinning as she winked at Harry. "Tell me what they say." "Ah, all right, he's standing there." He jabbed a finger at Harry, 2.6 meters away. "Sounds about right," said Harry, carefully not laughing when Draco jumped. "Where did you get those?" Draco gathered himself together again, smoothing down his hair with one hand while the other stopped touching the beep of his robes where his wand would have once been. "Dumbledore gave them to me. Professor Snape made them," Luna supplied happily. "How do you know that?" Draco snapped, glaring in her direction. "I hadn't told you that yet." Luna shrugged. "There are potions that need to be made in the dark. I went and asked Professor Snape about the diopsid glow once. He showed me the gloves and explained how to make them." Draco looked stunned. "You're joking." "No, or I'd be talking about horses going into bars. But that's dark magic. It uses banshee tears and Daddy wrote me a note. He looked up the spells and said that if Professor Snape agreed, I could research them. It's misclassified dark arts, anyway." Harry frowned. "Snape was teaching you dark arts?" "No," Luna said, her dreamy air evaporating into the annoyance she usually only showed around Hermione and other skeptics. "He just helped me out with my research when I was curious about something. He's not stupid. If he hadn't helped me I would have just gone looking by myself and maybe done some damage." She smiled. "Being loony Luna has its advantages." Harry looked away, embarrassed. "Don't call yourself that. Everyone else does," she replied pragmatically. "Better than ferret features," Draco drawled, smirking. Luna burst out laughing. "Maybe a little, but the thing is people expect me to do something daft, so they think if they head me off with a lesser danger I won't go and blow myself up." Still doesn't give me any ideas on how to use ferret features. "Could be worse," Harry said moodily. "They expect me to merrily go out and slay Voldemort. Feeling sorry for yourself, are we, Potter? Just because you'd rather Voldemort kills me so you can go and be his happy little henchman." Draco tilted back his head, sneering. "Don't presume to know what I'd rather, Potter. Besides, the Dark Lord isn't going to want a blind wizard." The sneer evaporated, replaced with a genuine smile that reached his blind eyes. "I guess there's a bright side to everything." "That's what I was saying," Luna said. "Anyway, let's stop arguing before the horse comes up and bites someone. You know he doesn't like it." "True," said Harry, rubbing at his arm where the bruises were turning purple. "When did Dumbledore give you the gloves, Malfoy?" "Oh, about an hour ago." I was testing them out around the stairs when Luna found me. They're excellent, Luna added enthusiastically. I wonder if Professor Snape made another pair. There are so many photophobic creatures, and if I had some gloves like those I'm sure I could find at least one a week, especially if my uncle takes me to Bolivia. She trailed off, looking briefly worried, then shook her hair away from her face. But that's ages away. Do you think you can find your way back to the horse without falling over again, Draco? Only one way to find out. Draco did fall over, twice, but the hillside was tricky enough for Luna and Harry, and Draco didn't complain much. Harry was still trying to work out this new Draco Malfoy. There was a new determination to him, and a quiet one instead of the brash posturing he was used to seeing. The second time Draco fell over, he tumbled head over heels into a thick stand of heather, and when Luna dug him out he was laughing. Quidditch should have such soft landings. Harry couldn't disagree with that, and grabbed Draco's other arm to help him up, grudgingly cheered by the Slytherin's good mood. Are you coming to see my horse or not? That's my horse, Potter, Draco shot back, still smiling. The horse belongs to the horse, Luna said unusually firmly. Don't you think it's time the horse had a name? They settled on Simon. Draco wanted to call it Salazar and Harry wanted to call it anything other than Salazar, and secretly suspected Draco had only suggested it to wind him up. Luna suggested Simon. We shouldn't give him a guy's name, Draco protested. How's it going to sound if you say you're worried because Simon isn't eating properly, or Simon ran away from you, or worst of all, if Simon bit you? He's got a point, said Harry. I don't want to have to go looking for him, calling out, "Yoo-hoo, Simon, where are you, Simon?" I've got enough problems. Like what? Draco sneered. Like, oh, I don't know. How about petty-minded Slytherin students selling me out to every media hack they come across, or monsters rampaging around Hogwarts, or the occasional passing minion of a Dark Lord or a Dark Lord in person if he can fit me into his busy schedule, or exams? When you put it like that, yeah, I guess being blind isn't so bad, Draco snapped back. Oh, stop feeling sorry for yourself. Me, what about all this whining? Oh, poor little me, everything's out to get me. Why isn't the world the way I think it should be? Hello, Pot, this is Kettle. Draco's pale cheeks had points of color. I'm not feeling sorry for myself, he hissed. In case you hadn't noticed, I'm getting on with things. Unlike everyone else in this castle, who all seem to be living under a siege mentality. Ouch. Ow. The horse, Simon, had had enough of the argument. When Draco and Harry stopped bickering long enough to rub their arms and glare at, or just to the left of the newly christened Simon, the horse simply snorted and went back to grazing. After a moment Draco muttered, "We're the sentient beings. Should we be putting up with being chastised by a horse? Are you going to argue the point with him?" Luna sighed. Being sentient doesn't mean we're automatically kings of the world. You sound like Granger and her daft, "Free the house elf" campaign, Draco sneered. I do not. I'm nothing like her. Luna glared at Draco. And what I meant was that we may think we're in charge of the horse, but I think Simon thinks he's in charge of us. The trio considered this for a minute. Is that a bad thing for a horse? Harry asked. I mean, he did defend Draco this morning. Maybe if he thought Draco was in charge Simon wouldn't have stayed and fought. That's true, said Luna, chewing on her index finger as she eyed the horse. But I've been thinking. Merlin save us, I think you've already used that one this week, Malfoy, Harry growled. So it's useful. Go on, Lovegood, what have you been thinking? Enlighten we poor mortals. All right, I've been thinking that as this is a plain, ordinary horse, and plain ordinary horses, especially stallions, might need some sort of hierarchy to stop them from getting aggressive. Well, that's what some of the books I've been reading said, and I don't think Simon is going to do anything more than give us a nip when he thinks we're behaving like foals. Then maybe we should start training him. For what? The Grand National? Well, he looks like he could be fast enough. That was sarcasm, Lovegood, Draco grumbled. And the Grand National is a top-notch horse race over jumps, Potter, he added. That mental, of yours was strong enough for me to hear. Muggles think they run it in several other systems, but legalized gambling is really a way for Gringotts to exchange galleons for Muggle money. I didn't know that, No, that would have been because you were raised in a cupboard. I was raised in a cupboard. Like we're really expected to believe that. Believe what you want. Luna, you were saying. Luna had been reading books and thinking, it became apparent. And now she wanted Harry and Draco's help. Harry was still considering how he could be any use a day later. I've heard that a suicide attempt can be a cry for help, Ron said cheerfully, helping himself to some more roast potatoes. It's hardly that, Harry protested. Here, you missed one, he added sarcastically, tilting the silver platter Ron had almost single-handedly emptied. Ta, Hermione sighed. It's not very safe, Harry. What? It's just a horse, not a hippogriff. And Hooch is going to help us. They hadn't tried anything with Simon today. Today had been more of Luna brushing the horse until he went to sleep standing up. Harry had been of a similar mindset, but couldn't manage it, and had gone to help Draco and Trudy practice with the gloves while Luna fussed happily over the dozing horse. Harry had spelled a few items to see if the gloves could get a fix on different spells. They could, but they tended to group spells into classes, and if, for example, Harry put an itching hex on one rock and a tickling hex on another, the gloves chose the closest. Or the most strongly applied. Still, it was interesting in a clinical way, which was the best way to see it, as he and the two Slytherins maintained a rigid formality. That wasn't unexpected between himself and Draco. It was probably the easiest way to work, but Harry found himself regretting it with Trudy, who seemed like a neat kid, just extremely shy and with a tendency to overcompensate for it by being as ferocious as a Krupp on guard duty. He'd spent the afternoon catching up on assignments and now guessed he was ahead enough to spend a little more time helping Luna. All in all, a good day. But there was still time for an argument with his best friends, whom he had been neglecting lately. I don't see that Luna has paid much attention to what any of the teachers might want her to do, Hermione said shrewdly. I think she's become a bit accustomed to going her own way since all of the teachers have been so distracted with finding a way to break the blockade. Not like anyone we know, then, Ron said, grinning. Breaking the blockade, I'm still working on. Oh. Hermione rolled her eyes. We've always had each other to stop ourselves from getting out of control. We put limits on ourselves. You think, said Harry. I can give some good examples of times we didn't. Well, we learned from them, didn't we? I'd hate to think we didn't. Hermione's smile was warm. We were lucky. Luna mightn't be. She's very independent. You say that like it's a bad thing. Ron had been listening carefully, frowning a little. Why are we so different? We're different because we're us. Not because we're Harry, or Hermione, or Ron, but because we're Harry and Hermione and Ron. There's this amazing synergy we generate. I know I sound like I'm boasting, and Hermione was keeping her voice low, but it's true. Do you know how lucky we are to have had each other? Harry, who had been feeling guilty for neglecting his friends in favor of the horse, Draco and Luna, nodded. I do, he said equally quietly. But it doesn't mean Luna is wrong, or that I shouldn't help her. And Malfoy, Ron said, for once without wrinkling his nose like he'd just smelt something decaying. Harry wondered if Hermione and he had been talking. And Malfoy, who can be almost pleasant when he puts his mind to it, Harry added, unable to see how far he could push Ron on this one. Ron just grinned like he was 10 years older than Harry. I guess anything can happen. Yeah, well, I think you're worrying too much, Hermione. I'm not. Yes, you are, Ron interrupted, pushing his plate away. And Harry appreciates it, don't you, Harry? But this is just a horse, not Voldemort. Or even Malfoy with sight and a wand. And if you or I were more interested in pets other than the magical kind, we'd be practically rather than politely involved, even though Luna rubs you up the wrong way. I don't think Harry needs our help on this, Hermione said, glaring at Ron. Yes, I do, Harry said, pouncing on the opportunity and mouthing thank you at Ron when Hermione wasn't watching. As soon as Hermione turned her head, Ron toasted Harry with his goblet of pumpkin juice. Luna has some practical experience, Hooch too, but Draco is just along for the ride, so to speak. Well, that's the impression I get from him, that and he's found something new to be possessive over, but I don't know anything other than what gets filtered through Luna and Hooch. I didn't want to ask, because I know you're busy with your prefect duties as well as studying for exams, but I wouldn't mind a bit of help sifting out the good information about horses from the bad. Really? Really? Oh, well, I guess I could put some time aside. How about after dinner? Well, I was going to color code my study notes, but, oh, all right. Thanks, Ron. No problem. You know how Hermione gets if she feels she's not needed. And she says I have a rescuer complex. Yeah, well, hopefully she'll relax a bit. It's not easy when your girlfriend is upset and doesn't want to. You did know, didn't you? Harry. Harry's jaw had dropped to the floor of their dorm room, along with, more literally, his satchel. Harry, congratulations. And no, I didn't know. When did this happen? Ron's ears were pink, clashing with his red hair. Last week. Sorry. You don't mind, do you? What? Of course not. Ron, you're both of you my best friends. I just, I'm not jealous, if that's what you mean. Jealous? No, that wasn't what I meant. Steam of relief was blowing out of Ron's ears. But I'm glad you're not. Jealous, I mean. I've never thought of Hermione like that. She's pretty, and really smart, but I guess she feels more like a sister to me. Like you're the closest I have to a brother. Ron was quiet for a moment. Then he said, we'll be late to the library, don't want to upset Hermione now. But Harry couldn't remember the last time he'd seen Ron look so happy. Getting Hermione in for research turned out to be a good idea after all, Harry reflected over a mountain of books. Luna had turned up halfway through their evening in the library and, after carefully choosing the seat furthest from Hermione, put down her own selection. Harry looked at the titles. Back to Basics, Binding Spells to Keep You on Wild Animals, Tales of the Wild and Word, and what seemed to be 2 children's books, My Pal Puka and Winnie the Witch Goes to Pony Club. Hermione carefully didn't look at Luna's selection of books beyond the titles. Her own selection from the Muggle Studies section, which boasted quite a good range on pet care, Harry was surprised to find included an Arithmancer's take on the subject, The Amazing Pip Papadopoulos' Guide to Natural Horse Wizardry. The introduction stated how easy it was to tame a horse if you followed the 64-step P program, which involved only a little higher-order mathematics delving into ice space and the Mayan calendar. Hermione had thought that one looked extremely promising. Harry put it aside. His brain hurt just looking at the introduction. Wiccans and Horses by Ginny Nuarithmancy seemed little better. It was all about the natural harmony between female spirits and equines. Hermione blushed when Harry looked at it. That's one I picked up by accident, she whispered. It looks like something that old fraud Trelawney would read. Harry agreed. Among other things like tides of the moon affecting the emotional bonds, the author stressed the importance of building up a psychic relationship with your equine partner. Bonds. Equine partner. Ron muttered in disgust. I can't believe that sort of stuff is allowed out of the restricted section. What do you mean, Ron? Asked Luna. Ron blushed like a sunset. Nothing, Harry, what's that book you're holding? The library was relatively unpopulated for a Sunday evening. Usually the tables were all occupied as students worked on assignments they should have finished 2 weeks ago and had to be handed in by Monday at the latest. Thursday evening was usually busy for a similar, Friday due date reason. But because it was so quiet, Harry and his friends were keeping their voices down with extra care so that Madame Pants didn't notice them. They hadn't heard her take points from anyone this evening. She was probably hoping someone would do something to annoy her soon just for the opportunity. Hey, I wonder if we're related, Harry whispered as he saw the author of the next book, Potter's Horse Dictionary. He looked inside. Ew, that's gross. He slammed the book shut again, getting a severe look from Madame Pants. But no loss of points, luckily. Simon looks okay on the outside, but if that's what he looks like on the inside I may never go near him again. Ron picked up the book. That's disgusting, he said happily. I've never seen stuff like that even in Snape's office. What's a tapeworm? Can you measure things with it, or something? And what's this spavinitis of the near four fetlock business? I dunno, I guess as this book was written, let's see, first print was in 1812, this edition came out 22 years ago. Better get out the family records, Harry, mate, if you want to prove this guy is a blood relative. Bloodworm relative, maybe, he added thoughtfully as he looked at a writhing photo. Shut it, Ron. Hey, I was just. The book, idiot, I've just had dinner. Yeah, good point. Ron put it down on top of the books they had looked at earlier. Ponashaman by a North American Wizard, and a practical guide to horseshoeing, which Luna wanted kept out for some unexplained reason. Here, said Hermione, pushing a book under Harry's nose. This one got good reviews in the literature, and a lot of articles in the more recent magazines on Muggle pet care site It. Harry looked at the cover, which showed an older, slightly battered-looking wizard sitting on a horse. There was no bridle or saddle or even a head collar, but the horse moved calmly around an arena, trotting a serpentine course without seeming guidance from the wizard. Cool, said Harry, wondering if Simon would ever let him do that. The title was The Horse Mutterer, and it was written by Robert Python, presumably the man on the horse on the cover. The man somehow made the horse stop and back up a couple of steps, then he tilted the brim of his cowboy hat to Harry. Harry found himself smiling at the man on the cover. I'll start with this book. Luna leaned over. Ooh, that's Robert Python. Mum took my uncle on a course with him ages ago. She had a great time and learned ever so much. And what about your uncle? Asked Harry. Oh, I expect he learned a lot, too, said Luna with her daffiest grin, the one where she looked like she was about to burst out laughing at something the invisible little people were telling her. Harry wished she wouldn't. It was hard enough getting Ron and Hermione to like her without her acting like Loony Luna. Maybe he'd shown a bit too much on his face, because Luna was watching him now with the sort of thin-lipped calculating assessment that made him cringe. He'd only seen it a couple of times, but it always unnerved him. It gave him that awful sinking fear, rising reactionary anger, feeling like he had just had points taken from Gryffindor. Oh, there's Draco, Luna said, distracted. Not entirely thankfully. Harry would have preferred it to be someone other than Malfoy. Draco was standing over by the checkout desk, talking to Madame Pants. Unlike virtually all of the other staff, she didn't seem upset by Draco's blindness. It was strange. Even though Draco was the one who was blind, it seemed to be everyone else who didn't know where to look. Trudy was standing next to Draco and her expression was guarded and a little bit wound up. If anyone looked at Draco and looked at him wrong, they would have to deal with her. Harry smiled at her loyalty. It wasn't something obvious in Slytherins, but he supposed part and parcel of ambition was knowing when to use loyalty like the tool it was, and when did he start thinking like a Slytherin? Now he was creeped out by Slytherins for the second time that weekend. I wonder what they're doing, said Luna. Before Ron had finished saying, who cares, she had picked up her books and walked over to the desk. Harry saw her smile at Trudy, who looked nervous at a non-Slytherin someone being friendly, and saw Draco smile back when he heard her voice. When he felt Hermione's hand on his arm, he realized he'd stood up to go over and, well, he didn't know. She's fine, Hermione whispered. And it looks like Malfoy has an appointment with Madame Pants. True enough, the sour-faced librarian led Draco and Trudy and Luna into the back room where mysterious things like rebindings and appendectomies for books took place. Harry had never been any further into it than the smell of fresh glue and old paper. Harry looked down at the book again, where Robert Python was watching him with an ageless, non-judgmental expression of knowing exactly where Harry was, and what he was doing. Harry wished Mr. Python could tell him where and what that was. Harry was so engrossed in reading the story about the Muggle racehorse stallion who tried to kill anyone who came into range that it took a little time for the palpable tension radiating from Ron and, to a lesser extent, Hermione to get his attention. He looked up to see a beaming Luna, who had dragged over Draco and, by default, Trudy. Draco looked bemused. Trudy looked capable of murder. Harry didn't miss the way one of her hands was hidden in her pocket. Ron looked like he was about to spit slugs. Harry supposed it was easier to be more tolerant of someone when they weren't standing in front of you. I know we're still in the library, Draco was saying. But it's going to take the spell a bit to settle into the gloves, so why don't we go and practice outside some more? Yeah, Malfoy, why don't you? Ron was leaning back in his chair, his eyes narrowed with dislike. Draco stiffened. his head swinging around to face Ron just as if he were still sighted. "Luna," he breathed softly, "I thought I specified in our tests you weren't going to drop me into any cesspits. Weasleys count as such, you know." The legs of the chair squeaked across the floor as Ron stood up and shoved his chair back. He shook off Hermione's hand. Would have thought cesspit was a step up for a junior Death Eater. Draco's face flushed crimson. "What would you know about it, Weasel? Enough to ask Dumbledore to check your arm before he lets you into classes again, you piece of—" There was a sharp crack, and Ron went silent, but only to anyone on the outside of the large blue-green bubble he was floating in. Ron's mouth opened and closed angrily, and Harry guessed by the odd purple tinge his face was going, it must be almost as red as his hair now. "Who did that?" Madame Pants, thin and predatory where offenders against the library code were concerned, stood over them. "Potter. Malfoy. No magic in the library." "I didn't," Harry protested. "Amazing. Everyone always blamed him." "How could I?" Draco drawled. "I don't have my wand. And thank you ever so much for instantly thinking it was me." "Yes, well, old habits die hard. Of course it wasn't you, but who was it?" She glared around the table. "Sorry, Madame Pants," squeaked Trudy, looking like she wanted to disappear through the floor. "But he was saying nasty things about Draco being a Death Eater, which he isn't, well, he shouldn't have said that." "That's right," said someone, Hermione, in total defiance of all natural laws. "Ron got a bit worked up and said some things I'm sure he will apologize for." She glared at the bubble. Ron's mouth worked frantically, but no sound emerged. Harry wished his lip reading was better. Then again, given what he thought he could understand, maybe it was better it wasn't. Poor Trudy here naturally wanted to defend Malfoy, and she didn't do anything nasty. At least I think that's just a simple bubblehead charm grown to full body size. "That's right," said Trudy, wringing her wand in her hands. "I use it when I go diving in the summers. It's not nasty, it just makes people shut up for a bit." Madame Pants's mouth did not twitch in a smile. Harry probably only imagined it had. "Well then, if you release him right now I shall only take 5 points off Slytherin, and as for you Mr. Weasley, I hope you can hear me, because if you come out of that bubble speaking the sort of nastiness that got you into it, it will be 20 points off Gryffindor and a detention. 5 points as it is for picking a fight in the library. It would have been 10, but as you were beaten by a first year, well." Draco had his eyes half shut. Harry suspected he was praying Ron hadn't heard and would get the detention. After making Trudy promise to teach her the instant quiet spell, the librarian released Ron, who carefully kept his lips pressed together but couldn't stop the glower at Malfoy who, of course, couldn't see it. There's a chair here," said Luna, considerately indicating an empty chair on the side of the table furthest from Ron and, incidentally, closest to Luna. "We're researching horses," she continued as Draco sat. Trudy dragged over another chair from a nearby table and glared at Ron, who looked perplexed to have someone so young glaring at him. Ron shook his head and looked askance at Harry, who gave a small grin back. Ron shook his head again, but looked like he was trying not to laugh, to Harry's relief. "Hermione's found some great books," she added magnanimously. There was a sudden tension at the table. Draco, looking like the words burned him, said, "Well, I expect if anyone could find books on an obscure subject it would be Granger." Hermione raised her eyebrows. "Thank you. Not at all," Draco gritted out. Then he smiled sourly. "Don't suppose you have some with large print? Do you want to use some of the books to practice with the gloves?" asked Luna. "Oh," Hermione said, "Harry mentioned you had some Mendeleev gloves." At Harry's bemused stare, she added, "Well, that was what he described." Draco looked pleased, and held up one hand, flexing his fingers to show how they fitted around his hand, fastening at wrist and around the index finger and cut back away from the other fingers. It was a little like two triangles of soft tan leather fixed together to cover the palm and the back of the hand. "Yes, they're quite marvelous. Unfortunately they're keyed into potion ingredients, but I've been widening their scope to landscapes and varied surfaces. A spell to help with reading books was integrated into them when they were made, but never activated. That's what Madame Pants just did for me." How abstract can you get with the instructions? I can tell them to point out things which can cause me harm, but unfortunately the whole of creation can damage you if you use it wrong. For example, oak leaves. He grinned. I nearly dislocated my shoulder when I tested the command under a tree. Ouch. What if you gave them parameters like, use human common sense? Tried that. Either there is no such thing as common sense, or it's too abstract. The former, I expect, Hermione said, trying not to laugh out loud. Madame Pants had already been cross with them once today. Trudy and Ron were staring at the pair as if the world had suddenly shifted on its axis. Harry had been thumbing through the books. Here's some poetry, he said, doubtful if Draco would be interested. From this century. No. An Australian wizard. Ukulele fiddlesticks. A ballad. The Shaman from Snowy River. Oh, I know that one, said Trudy unexpectedly. It's about a young initiate who needs to prove himself, and does so by riding a horse down a cliff and through 3 dimensions. How did that prove he was a shaman? Draco asked. Don't they have to have visions or something? Trudy shrugged. Maybe not in Australia, or maybe the poem was allegorical for his psychedelic journey. There was a brief silence as everyone, including Draco who had forgotten he was blind, stared at her. Trudy went and muttered, well, when my father was posted to the Australian embassy we had to learn some of the local culture. Your father's a diplomat? Asked Hermione. Trudy was staring down at the table. Draco answered. Her father's ambassador to Australasia and Pacifica. Trudy, do you think there's any truth to the story? Do you think a horse could be ridden through another dimension? I don't know. I think it was just a story. A muggle animal shouldn't be able to, sense dimensions, let alone go into them. Find me a book with big words and pictures, will you? It had been all Ron could do not to comment at the table. He held himself back until they were back in the common room. Honestly, I thought I would die, he said, flopping down on a couch. I wanted to go and find my first wizard reader for him. And then when Trudy gave him that book on nailing bits of metal to horses. Shoes, Ron, Hermione said, grinning. Nailing metal shoes to their feet, then. And his face when he figured out what they were doing with the hammers, and he said. Not to my bloody horse. Harry and Hermione joined in. Shame Madame Pants chucked him out. He was just getting entertaining. Ron sighed. He took the book with him, did you notice? Oh, don't worry, my own. He was probably just looking for new torture ideas. Nailing things onto people might be something he hasn't explored fully yet. I just thought it was odd, that's all, Hermione said, tapping her fingers on the windowsill. Why that book? Harry shrugged. It had large print. And pictures, laughed Ron. He sat up. Hey, where did he get those gloves? Mendeleev gloves are dark magic. Dumbledore gave them to him, said Harry. Luna said Snape made them. I know, how does she know? It turns out Luna isn't so loony after all. She knew how to get around some of the teachers to do research. Speaking of research, said Hermione, and was interrupted by groans from the other two. As I was saying, I wonder if those gloves could help with research. How? I don't know. Do you think they could find a secret weapon for Harry to do in Old Voldy? I'm certainly open to suggestions on that one, Harry said. I've been trying to find something to help with the blockade, maybe open up a new way to communicate with the outside world. The owls are too erratic. When was the last time we had any get through, anyway? I think I've got a few leads, but they keep turning out false. Still, I know there's something there, some shadow of an idea. I just don't know how to track down the information. Malfoy said the gloves weren't very good at anything too abstract, which seems reasonable if Snape made them to use in making light-sensitive potions, but maybe they could be used to find specific information. Do you think he'd let us trial them, Harry? It appeared Hermione had been researching a great deal more than horses. Why are you asking me? Because he doesn't seem to hate you so much now that you're working on a project together. Ron snorted. Is that what that horse is? Besides, you're the one who was all chummy with him in the library. I was not chummy. I was taking advantage of a moment when he was nearly civil in my presence to ask him some questions. Harry, Back me up on this. Sorry, Ron, you're losing your girlfriend to Malfoy. Hermione stood up, her face flushed. If you two are going to behave like boys, I'm going to go and find some decent conversation in a book. Or possibly with Luna. If all else fails, I'll go and talk to Malfoy. She slammed the door on her way out. What did I say? Said Ron. I think it was. What did we say? Said Harry. Pass me that horse mutterer book, will you? There was mist prowling the grounds in thick wisps of dampness when Harry went out before breakfast. Ron was asleep and Hermione probably still wasn't talking to him. She'd barricaded herself in her room and even Ginny couldn't persuade her to come out. In a rare moment of sisterly solidarity with Hermione, Parvati and Lavender were giving him and Ron the evil eye, having decided it was their fault for being male and by definition stupid. Harry was thinking of visiting Simon to make sure the blanket wasn't falling off the horse or something else minor. Anything where blood wasn't involved was good, when he heard the muffled slow triple drumming of hoofbeats. His first thought was, oh no, he got out of the paddock. His second thought was, when he realized the hoofbeats seemed to be confined to one area and almost with the rhythm of a waltz, not what he'd expect from a panicking runaway horse, someone's playing silly buggers. He strode through the damp grass, his cloak fluttering around his ankles, his wand in his hand, following the sounds. He could believe his ears, it was his eyes he was having troubles with. For a second he thought someone had jinxed his glasses. There, weaving through the mist, was Luna. On the horse, she was wearing a dark bottle green frock coat cut darted at the back to allow her to sit astride. She was also wearing some sort of cross between white tights and trousers. They clung to her legs like a second skin and were tucked into knee-high black boots. Simon was wearing a bridle and saddle. He was cantering in a slow circle with his neck arched and his head lowered slightly. His ears were back, but not in anger. He looked as though he was concentrating hard on his rider. Harry walked forward. One of the horse's ears flicked in his direction, just enough to tell him he'd been noticed and dismissed as unimportant. Luna didn't notice him, though. She had her eyes half closed and her lips parted as she concentrated on the horse. Her slim back and hips rocked to the rolling canter and her legs stretched down to give subtle signals to Simon, her hips tilting and her hands squeezing just that fraction needed to bring the horse to an almost stop, then stretch out into that slow, ground-eating canter again. Harry's mouth was dry and he felt hot and cold all over. He watched entranced as Luna brought Simon down to a trot, first slow and calm, before at some magical signal making Simon lengthen his stride so that they floated over the ground through the mist. Then she brought the horse back so that it was slowly and carefully trotting on the spot, its ears still back in ferocious concentration. Then somehow she had Simon trotting sideways, tail swishing, all the time with that amazing, graceful fusion between horse and rider. She had said she knew how to ride a horse a bit. Harry was pretty sure this wasn't what most people meant when they said, a bit. And Simon, if he didn't know better, he would have said Luna had the horse under the Imperius. Yesterday they had still been discussing whether they should try training the horse. Even if Luna had been up all night after leaving them in the library, she had trained him remarkably quickly. Now Simon was trotting on the spot once more, but slowly turning 90 degrees before Luna sent him striding out again across the gleaming turf. Were all horses this fast to train? Harry doubted it, and what was this odd, tingly feeling he got all over his skin watching them? It was like watching living artwork, but Harry had never been particularly interested in art before. It was like seeing Luna discover on a horse what he had discovered the first time he caught the snitch. He felt a presence behind him, a shift in the mist, and turned to see Madame Hooch staring at Luna and Simon, her eyes wide with disbelief, and wasn't sure if he was relieved someone was here who would back him up when he told Luna what she was doing was dangerous, anger at having this private moment interrupted, or worry that Hooch was going to blow her stack. Had he been this confused before Luna? Maybe with Cho a bit, but Luna wasn't Cho. Not in the least. Merlin. When did Luna get such lovely legs? Someone is going to be very angry about losing that horse, Madame Hooch said quietly when she saw Harry looking at her. How do you mean? I mean that's a good horse. A very good horse. Very, 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 she took a breath, very good. Luna just had him doing piaffe and passage, and very nice examples of the movements, too. Circe, look at that, she breathed. Harry turned to see that Luna had somehow coaxed Simon into standing up on his hind legs. It wasn't high and half-crazed with fear like when Simon had nearly brained Harry after the Vricology. It was low and controlled with carefully precise angles, and Harry fancied he could hear the creak of the knees in the horse's back legs, hocks, he remembered from the Potter's Horse Dictionary, as they strained under the weight. The horse managed to hold his balance for all of a second, frozen like a Greek statue, and then dropped back to all 4 feet. Luna gave him a pat on the neck for a reward, and then they were back into that lovely, floating canter Harry had first seen. "Levade," Hooch said. "I beg your pardon." Harry wondered if she'd just sworn because Luna was off, well, being Luna. "Never mind. Suffice to say I've only seen that twice before in my life, and once was when I went to the Spanish riding school." "So, only Spanish horses do that?" Harry asked, confused. Hooch gave him a look of amused superiority. "The Spanish riding school is in Austria. But you've got the right idea, not a huge number of horses can do that trick. I wonder if he can." "Oh, yes, it looks like he can," she added, laughing helplessly as they watched Simon rear again before jumping up into the air and lashing out with his hind legs. "A bit clumsy, but then perhaps he's out of practice." "Oh dear, Harry, you do tend to find the most amazing things in your travels. How about taking a walk in the hills after breakfast and finding a map to Atlantis or the gold at the end of the rainbow? Should be simple enough after you're Simon." She ruffled his hair, and his 16-year-old dignity. "Come on, let's see how she explains this one away." Luna explained it away by saying that having an adult watch her while she was riding made her self-conscious, and that made her more likely to make mistakes. It wasn't like, or so she claimed, she had been careless. Simon had taken having a bridle and a saddle on him so calmly that she had felt quite confident in trying him out with a rider as well. "So you just jumped on the back of a horse you know nothing about, with only Mr. Malfoy and Miss Ritchie here to help if something went wrong." "To be fair, Luna wasn't the one who was first on the horse," said Draco. He and Trudy were sitting on a log by the side of the meadow where Luna had been working Simon. Harry had only seen them when he and Hooch came closer. She said it was better to have someone who knew what they were doing holding the horse's head. Madame Hooch's expression turned from exasperated to one of sour disbelief. "Are you going to tell me you were the complete IDI, the one who decided to find out if the horse was going to go up like a match in a crate of filibuster's finest?" Draco shrugged. He couldn't see her face, but it wasn't likely he couldn't hear her displeasure. "Well, I wasn't about to throw poor old Trudy up there. Besides, Luna's done pretty well so far. And I have ridden the horse before, who brought me out of the forest after the spider bit me." That might in fact have been me," Harry said sarcastically. Draco sniffed. "It was my horse. I was there. I remember the early part of it quite well. Saddles are much more comfortable than bareback riding. The point is, he was quite gentle, and from what I've heard, he only panicked when he saw a werewolf. I can't fault him on that one." Harry felt his face growing hot at the slur against Remus. Lucky Remus wasn't here, or Sirius, for that matter. They'd been so busy patrolling and investigating the parameters of the barrier he'd seen them even less than Hermione and Ron. "I also remember him kicking buckets at Hagrid and I," Hooch retorted tartly. Harry wondered if he should say he'd had a bucket bounced off his head as well, then decided Luna might think he was ganging up on her and Simon. He was perfectly calm, Draco insisted. "And as I had Trudy helping me, keeping an eye on things, as it were, I didn't feel too worried about letting Luna try riding my horse. Trudy is quite capable of calling for help. After that whole fiasco with Sinistra." "Oh, I'm sorry, Professor Sinistra. Bulstrode had the foresight to equip all the first and second year Slytherin students, and myself," he added, looking a trifle embarrassed, "with locator charms. And the passwords are keyed to our voices. So if we get into trouble 5th, 6th, and 7th year students will come to our rescue." "Theoretically. Impressive." Draco smirked. "Poor old Millie. Everyone thinks she's too stupid to come up with something so common sense." "Well, I never said that, but, yes. 20 points to Slytherin," said Hooch. if you haven't already been awarded them. Jolly good show. As for you, Miss Lovegood. Didn't it look like she knew what she was doing? Asked Draco. I mean, I don't know an equestrian from an eclair and I can't see anything, but I can hear well enough and there weren't too many screams, so it seemed to me she was quite in control of Simon. And the whole situation. Hooch hesitated. Be that as it may, she was specifically told, as were you all, not to try riding that horse without adult supervision. 10 points from Ravenclaw, Miss Lovegood. But if you show me how to get that horse to do a capriole again I'll give you 15. Luna grinned and picked up the reins. Do you want to ride him? Hooch grinned back, her hawk's eyes gleaming in the rising sun. Hell, yes. After a surreal quarter-hour watching Luna give Hooch a riding lesson, Simon seemed a bit perplexed by the change of passenger. But submitted gracefully if with less enthusiasm than he'd had with Luna, and although he wouldn't perform any of the fancy leaps for Hooch, she did manage to coax him into those beautiful, flowing movements Harry had watched earlier, and at the end of the lesson a glowing Hooch gave Luna 20 points. Draco and Trudy went back to the castle with Hooch while Harry and Luna took the horse back to the paddock. Luna spent nearly half an hour grooming Simon from nose to tail until the black coat gleamed, then put the rug back on. Up close, the white trouser tights of Luna's were even more flattering. When she bent and ran a hand down Simon's leg to pick up his hoof, Harry had a surreal image of himself doing the same to Luna. Simon was giving him a highly suspicious look of, "What do you think you're looking at?" which made Harry blush. After all, it wasn't as if Harry and Luna needed a chaperone. They left Simon happily munching on a bucket of horse food, which reminded Harry of how hungry he was. If they hurried they would just catch breakfast. Harry sighed to himself. It had been lovely spending time with Luna alone, but as soon as they were with other people, people who made fun of her for being, well, just Luna, he got terrible tight bands around his ribs. Maybe this was what Trudy felt like walking around with Draco, he thought glumly. Back in the castle, Luna disappeared in the direction of the Ravenclaw common rooms to get changed, and Harry found to his relief Hermione was talking to him again, but only when she wasn't burying her nose in a book on magical applications of metallurgy. Did you ask Malfoy? What? Oh, the gloves. No, sorry, I forgot. I'll ask him later, Harry said, grabbing some sausages as a plate floated past. A plate of hot, buttered toast popped into existence in front of him. Dobby. Harry grinned. Having an insider in the kitchens was a bonus. When was Dobby's birthday? He'd have to get him something special. Matching socks. No, unmatched socks. Dobby hated matching socks. Maybe the house elf thought they were boring or something. What are you thinking about? Hermione was saying, an amused look on her face. Dobby in mismatched socks, Harry replied honestly. And when his birthday might be. Hermione laughed. Never change, Harry. Harry couldn't decide if that was the sweetest thing he'd heard or incredibly patronizing. Pass the jam, would you? And what are you thinking about? Hermione gave him a strange, sideways look as she handed him a jar of blackberry jam. It's a bit vague, she said. Harry shrugged. I've been spending a lot of time with Luna. Realizing how that must have sounded, he quickly added, it's teaching me to be more open-minded, I guess. Fire away. All right, you know how the Death Eaters have us basically sliced out of the rest of the real world. I may have noticed that in passing, but do tell. She cuffed his arm lightly. Well, it's turned out to be a little bit more literal than a simple blockade. This barrier, it's a new manifestation. It seems to be a temporal thing. How do you mean? Harry should have asked Dumbledore more about it when he had the chance. I asked Professor Lupin about it. He said it's created a sort of bubble in time. But no one's really sure how it works yet. I was wondering about finding a way to break through it in all the wards the Death Eaters erected. I might have overheard the headmaster and Professors McGonagall and Flitwick talking about the magical energy Voldemort used being cyclical and almost self-sustaining, and that the new barrier is a solidification and culmination of the previous selected layers of wards. Yeah, Voldemort's managed to trap us in a bubble. Harry stabbed at a sausage. On the plus side, he's out of it and my scar hardly bothers me these days. He wanted to think it was because Voldemort wasn't busying himself torturing people, but didn't kid himself. It was the blockade. Even before the barrier had gone up, Harry had gradually felt the connection through his scar becoming fuzzier and fuzzier. Since the barrier, nothing. Hermione leaned closer and whispered excitedly, but don't you see? That's part of the magic. We're so totally removed from the rest of the world. Most days even owls can't find the place and the flow network is completely useless. Dumbledore, I was in McGonagall's office at the time. Oh. And she was helping me with an assignment before you accuse me of eavesdropping. Dumbledore was saying he thinks Voldemort didn't really take control of it. Not properly, he just moved us all in space and time so that the fireplaces are no longer aligned. If we could somehow break the wards we could realign the flow system and get help. Or reliably coordinate something using owls. As it is, only Voldemort and a few owls. Oh, and that crazy horse of yours, and I didn't know horses were so interesting, have been able to get through the wards. Nothing since the barrier, of course. No wonder he's finding it so easy to blackmail the rest of the wizarding world into doing what he wants. He's got their children locked up and accessible to him and his followers. Harry, who had been wondering why she suddenly thought horses were so interesting, blinked. You think he's blackmailing parents? I know he is. Mum managed to get a clipping through to me this morning via Crookshanks. The Daily Prophet was running an article about how long the wards would trap us here. And, how long did it say? Indefinitely. Oh, damn. Harry ran his hands through his hair, toast and sausages forgotten. Do you know what the anchor points for these wards are? And how we can break them? I don't really know. That's why I thought Draco's gloves might be useful. But I think one anchor point must be inside the barrier. Trees, probably. You need something solid but alive for spatio-temporal magic of this magnitude. That's good. Well, yes, but the other one, or two, and I suspect it's a triple anchor, would be outside the barrier. That's not good. Well, no, even if we could get to them we'd need a strong counter curse to lift the spell. Remus might know. I already asked him. He said nothing short of a myth would help. What did he mean by that? I think he meant that I should stop chasing around after things the grown-ups are meant to take care of, she said acidly. But I do have some ideas. So, and, well, when he said, a myth, I started thinking of counter curses from history. But the trouble is that there aren't that many of them, and most are to do with boils or shingles or love potions or something like that. So then I started thinking about magical weapons. Those generally lend themselves to myth quite well. I thought about the sword of Godric Gryffindor, but that's more for your bog-standard attacking monster. Quite right, and not really what you need for destroying the link between a source and an effect, which is what you get with wards where you have a standing wave of magical intent. So then I reread Hogwarts, a history, and found that Helga Hufflepuff had made something for containing the magic of plants, especially the really ancient Celtic magical plants, and wand trees. She hissed excitedly, which is what I think Voldemort would most likely have used as an anchor. It seems to have been something made of gold, although the legend isn't clear. I tried to find out more about it, but everything ends up back in myth. It's one of those things where there was probably only one source of information, and the people who wrote about it later on in history used that one source and interpreted it according to the fashion of the day, or their own personal whims. One wizard, Digran the Dyspeptic, speculated that it was nothing other than her gardening tool of choice, stained by rust and usage. Great. So where do we go from here? Charms class. Here's Ron. Oh, he brought your books down for you. That was thoughtful. Now you won't be late, she said, beaming with pride at Ron, who grinned back goofily. Harry rolled his eyes, but they didn't notice. He mentioned it to Luna that evening as they were grooming Simon. She'd taken the right-hand side and Harry took the left. Simon flicked his ears bemusedly at first, then must have decided the two young humans weren't going to do anything too crazy and dozed off. Harry noticed Simon did this a lot, be extremely suspicious of anything new and then, when it didn't do anything too crazy he'd ignore it and go to sleep. Horses were natural paranoids. Harry could relate. After Dursleys and Dark Lords and Malfoys and Snape he was kind of paranoid, too. So Hermione thought there might be some way of disrupting the link. Fruit of the moon, cut by the sun's halo, said Luna. It sounded as if she were quoting something. Huh. Harry stopped brushing and stared at her over the dip in Simon's back. That's what you were talking about, wasn't it? Something to disrupt the spell. Was I? Luna frowned at him as if he was the one being daft. Maybe he was. If Voldemort has anchored the barrier to a living medium to prevent it lapsing back into an unstable flux, which is what an uncongealed mixture of the previous wards would have been, then he's probably used a tree. A wand tree. And if I was him, I'd use oak rather than rowan or holly. If you want to overcome something anchored in oaken magic, you need a potion made from the botanical equivalent of quicksilver. Mistletoe. Harry wondered how long he stared at her before Simon shifted and stood on his foot. Arg. Get off, you brute. He pushed the horse's shoulder hard until Simon sighed and moved his hoof. Simon turned his head to see why he was making all the commotion. Harry sighed and patted the long nose. Simon snorted and shook his head. He's not a brute. Luna's mouth was set in a firm line. Harry hated it when she did that. It was her "I'm going to take a gazillion points off Gryffindor" expression. Maybe she'd been hanging around McGonagall. I know, but I don't like being stood on. Fair enough, drawled a familiar voice. Fair hair gleamed in the last light of the day. Blast. Malfoy. He moved too quietly for someone who was meant to be blind. What had happened to all that falling over he used to do so well? Oh, Trudy Ritchie was with him. That explained that. What was all that about mistletoe? Luna beamed. Harry's had the most marvelous idea. Voldemort. She ignored Draco and Trudy's automatic flinches, although Harry saw it and marked it down as something in their favor, might have anchored the barrier spells in trees. Draco turned his face to Harry. His eyes looked just past Harry's right ear. Oak. That was Luna's idea, said Harry. And the tree was Hermione's idea. He quickly related what Hermione had learned and hypothesized about the barrier, and waited for a sarcastic comment about mudbloods or Harry being too dumb to come up with anything on his own, but Draco only nodded as if he was giving the idea serious consideration. She thought wand trees. Luna thought oak. Oak seems likely, but it could be any wand tree. I certainly wouldn't rule out ash. Do you think your gloves could find them? It felt odd asking Draco, almost like he was betraying Hermione, or everyone he held dear. Draco was still a Malfoy, of course. But Draco had been civil to Hermione last night, and she'd asked Harry to ask about the gloves. Draco frowned, chewing on his lower lip. He held out one hand. It's worth a go, I guess. Right. Glove, direct me to a tree anchoring the Dark Lord's barrier spell. He spun 90 degrees so fast he nearly smacked Trudy across the face. Hey, Trudy. Sorry. Did I get you? No, I duck fast. Huh, good girl. Looks like we've got a tree. And Granger must be right about an anchor. The glove feels very definite. He started walking down the hill, Trudy scampering after him with her robes hiked up to the knees to avoid catching the hem in the heather. Luna clipped the lead rope on Simon's head collar and unlatched the gate. She slipped under Simon's neck to Harry's side. Give me a leg up, will you, Harry? What's that? Oh, never mind. Luna grabbed a handful and mane and half vaulted, half swung up onto Simon's back. Simon snorted and sidled, but, when she just sat there talking to Harry, calmed down again. Come on, Luna was saying. Walk near his head. It'll be good for him to get used to a break in routine. Harry didn't see how this was helpful, but obeyed. He was too interested in what Draco was doing to worry if Luna knew what she thought she was doing. Ahead of them, Draco had tripped over a bush. There was mild swearing, but not with any real rancor. Simon didn't put his ears back and bite anyone, which was always a good sign. The horse was moving easily down the slope. Luna balanced fluidly on his back, holding the lead rope without tugging on it. Simon seemed to know that she wanted him to follow Draco. It didn't look like a very reliable method of control, however. So Harry walked alongside, ready to grab the rope if Luna found herself in difficulty and trying not to notice the way her slim thighs held her in place. By the time they reached the outskirts of the forest, Luna was still doing fine. There was one part where Simon balked, snorting uneasily, but Luna murmured to him and squeezed her legs and he dropped his head unhappily but followed Draco, the blonde head like a beacon in the fading light. How far in, Malfoy? Harry called out softly. The hush on the forest this evening seemed like one that shouldn't be broken. We're close, Draco called back, equally softly. Maybe he felt it, 2. He stopped so fast Simon bumped the back of his head with his nose. Ouch. Careful, Simon. Draco reached back and found Simon's nose, patting it and looking relieved to find the horse. It's this tree right in front of me. He waved his hand forward. Simon. The horse had his teeth in the shoulder of Draco's robes and was tugging the boy backwards. Trudy was moving from foot to foot nervously, clearly wanting to save Draco from the Muggle monster, but just as clearly not having a clue how to go about it. Harry cleared his throat. Draco. What? Harry felt bad saying it, but, there's no tree in front of you. Huh, then what's this? Draco pulled his robes out of Simon's teeth and darted forward, arm outstretched. There was a crack and a flash of green light. Simon reared as Draco fell. Black and green afterimages burst in Harry's retinas. He kept seeing bright light casting Draco and Simon into silhouette over and over again, one falling and the other growing into the green and purple sky. He reached out one hand with a seeker's instinct and caught a rope. Simon, steady there, boy, he said, and as the misfiring nerves in his eyes calmed he became aware that the muffled irregular thumping was the sound of the horse prancing nervously at his side. I've got him, Harry, said Luna softly. She was standing on the ground now. She must have slipped off deliberately because she was holding the rope, too, and there were no leaves or traces of dirt on her from a fall. Simon rolled his eyes until the whites showed, darting his head around as he looked for attackers. Harry remembered he'd been hexed in the forest that night. It was a miracle he hadn't bolted now. Check Draco, Luna said. A miracle or Luna, she'd stopped the horse from running. Harry shook his head, trying to clear the lights that were popping in them. In front of him was a grim picture. Trudy was kneeling over a prone figure, shaking its shoulder. She looked up at Harry. Her face was drawn and pale as the moon. He won't wake up, she said, her voice as tight as her expression. Harry knelt next to her. Malfoy. Draco. He pressed his fingers into Draco's throat behind his jaw. Was there? Yes. He's alive, he breathed in relief. We need to call Madame Pomfrey. There was a groan. Malfoy. Draco. Trudy squeaked. Well, it's a start. Harry unclipped his cloak and shook it out over Draco. Come on, can you hear me? Say something or I'm going to send for Pomfrey. Don't. Ghastly woman hates me. Harry grinned. I think he's going to be all right, he whispered to Trudy, who smiled back at him gratefully and quickly wiped her eyes on her sleeve. Harry knew he was meant to have a handkerchief for situations like these, but he was always losing his or it was dirty or wrapped around something as a tourniquet. Do I have to be? Beeped Draco. He rolled over. Careful, said Harry. He and Trudy took one arm each and helped Draco into a sitting position. Now you tell me to be careful. Ouch. Triple sodding ouch. Was the tree the Whomping Willow? No, said Luna. She'd led Simon up. The horse leaned down and blew softly at Draco's hair, messing it only a little more. It's invisible, but not to Mendeleev gloves. I think you triggered a backlash by touching a focal tree with a magical artifact. You think? God, I'm glad now they took my wand off me. Luna nodded happily. If you had touched it with your wand, it would have blown you right over Hogwarts. Trudy gave her a horrified look, which she ignored. You're still wearing those gloves and we've got our wands. Can we have this conversation a little further back? Harry said. Draco nodded. I think I'm going to need a little help. They dragged him back a few meters. So is it a tree? Asked Harry, puffing. Luna picked up a stone. It's all right, Simon, she said, making sure the horse was on the other side of her to the others. She took out her wand and charmed the rock so that it flickered green and red like a Christmas ornament. Then she threw it. This time the tree didn't erupt in the same dramatic flare of light, but it was enough to outline the midnight shape of spreading branches which shook like they had a palsy as the magic crackled along branches and down into roots. Well, it was a tree, all right. Seeing the green light arcing along the forest floor as it burrowed into the ground, wasp angry, literally earthing itself, Harry was glad they'd done this experiment from a distance. It's a tree, said Trudy. Glad to hear it, said Draco. Now I'm going to see if I can do this newfangled walking nonsense all the young people today are raving about. His legs weren't working all that well. After a brief discussion about levitation and its potential for damaging a body which had just suffered a magical backlash compared with the potential of a horse to inflict a more mundane physical hurt by, for example, throwing someone onto the ground and stamping on him, Harry and Luna decided it was marginally better if Simon carried Draco back to the castle. Draco grudgingly allowed that they might be right just this once. After a couple of tries, they managed to lift him onto Simon's back. "Ouch," said Draco again, but from a different cause as he shifted on the horse's back in the futile effort to find a comfortable spot to sit. "Now I know why saddles were invented. Are all horses this bony, Lovegood?" Luna shrugged. "I don't think so. Mainly thoroughbreds, I suppose. The little fat ponies look quite comfortable. Simon has more style." "True. Hold on to his mane." Luna picked up the slack in the rope and Simon turned to follow her. He'd been quite patient all through Luna and Harry's efforts to lift the Slytherin boy onto his back. He'd only bitten Harry once, and that was after Harry elbowed the horse in the neck. Harry had considered that a fair provocation. "Won't it?" Whoops. Draco grabbed a silky handful of mane as Simon started walking. "Won't it hurt him?" "No, it's not as sensitive as ours. Trust me, he'll let you know if you hurt him." "That's what I'm afraid of," Draco grumbled. The silence stretched. It might have been nice if it was just him and Luna, but with the two Slytherins it gave Harry a bit of a prickly feeling between his shoulder blades. So he was glad when Draco broke it. "Right, we've found a tree that holds the binding for the Dark Lord's barrier. Unless it's a tree with a completely different reason for being enchanted," Luna pointed out. Draco frowned. "I'm not wandering around getting zapped by psychotic trees until we've found all of them. That was the one my gloves found. I hope you remember where the tree is." "Yes," said Harry. "I left 3 stones there, and charmed them so that I can find the spot again." "Oh, good," Draco grudgingly allowed. How do we know what species it is?" "Only oak leaves were on the ground around it. And it had the general shape of an oak," said Luna. "It also thrums like an oak," said Trudy. "What? Thrums?" asked Harry. Trudy turned red and mumbled something about Professor Sprout. "So it's an oak," Draco said. "So now what? We go and cut some mistletoe with a golden sickle." "A golden sickle," Harry said. "Galleons are gold, sickles are meant to be silver." Draco raised a pale eyebrow. "What a way to prove you're not a peasant. A sickle is also a sort of curved knife you use in harvesting things. Golden sickles were used by the Druids way back when. They called them the sun's halo. Well, what else would you use to cut the moon's fruit? Where were you in potions?" Harry shrugged. "Busy trying to make sure you didn't slip something into my cauldron and make it blow up." Draco actually laughed. "Ah, happy times." Harry shook his head. He managed not to laugh, but couldn't stop the smile. Blind Draco took some getting used to. Harry felt terribly guilty about it, but part of him was enjoying this new, sightless Draco Malfoy. He'd never been someone to joke with before. Someone to prank, yes, and someone who'd prank back just as hard and twice as viciously, but laugh with. Never. So maybe it was this relaxed attitude that made him agree to Colin's request that evening in Gryffindor Tower after he'd talked with Hermione and told her about mistletoe and golden sickles. She had been excited, equally delighted at the way this might fit in with Helga Hufflepuff's mythical golden thingamabob as she was with the potential in the Mendeleev gloves. Harry was relaxing in the inner glow of having done something right for a change when Colin approached him about taking some photos. Harry agreed. Colin had some good arguments about horses and photos, and was experimenting with Muggle-style black and white photography. He'd already tried it out on some of the magical animals, but they blurred the film. A black horse was something Colin didn't want to pass up. They decided on Thursday. By Thursday Hermione had dragged Draco, and Trudy and Harry, who wanted to be there if arbitration or physical restraints ended up being necessary, off to the library a few times and had several promising lines of research going, helped immensely by Draco's gloves. They'd tried asking Professor Lupin about it again, but he'd been tired after the extra potions classes he was filling in for and told them to leave well enough alone. Padfoot, looking equally tired after another night's fruitless search for an answer, looked up at Harry sympathetically. Harry patted his godfather on the way out and decided angrily that if Lupin didn't want to be bothered, it meant not bothering him with details about the tree they'd found, either. He wished he could talk to Sirius, but there never seemed to be the time. Dumbledore had the animagus almost constantly scouting the rim of the barrier in search of intrusions and potential exits, and as the barrier, now accepted by the majority of Hogwarts as the physical manifestation of Voldemort's wards isolating Hogwarts from the world, ran through the Forbidden Forest as well as through the rather less threatening moorland and hills on the other side of the castle, it meant that Sirius needed all his attention for his work. Harry didn't want to bother him with something that might not turn out to be important. If it was important, well, he and Hermione and Ron would deal with it like usual. Harry and Draco were much more confident with the horse. Harry had even tried riding it a few times, but felt like a sack of potatoes if the horse tried anything faster than a walk. Draco seemed to be managing better. Luna had led him around at a trot until he told her to slow down because he was getting seasick. Madame Hooch had finally agreed to let them work with Simon without supervision, providing there were 2 or more at any one time in case of accidents. Harry hadn't considered Colin in terms of causing an accident. This was a free double period for himself and Colin, and since Draco was blind and his classes were restricted, and he was bored enough to wander around the grounds trusting in his gloves, Harry and Colin had flown their brooms low to keep from being spotted by the Death Eaters the teachers worried might hex the brooms out of the sky, to the paddock where they found the Slytherin already sitting on the fence while Simon grazed nearby. With the smaller and more modern camera, Colin took a few pictures of the 2 students and the horse, Simon snorting suspiciously at the camera. Harry and Draco decided on the spot to try Simon without Luna's supervision just to prove to each other that they could. Colin said it would probably be an excellent photo op. They saddled and bridled the horse and led it down to the meadow near the castle where Luna had given them their handful of riding lessons. Harry watched Draco carefully ride Simon in a circle around a small rock Harry charmed to beep as a beacon for Draco to get a fix on, and wondered for the umpteenth time how Simon had got through the wards while Colin chirped away happily next to him. He'd thought Colin was just wanting to tag along in his usual hero-worshipful way and take a couple of photos if the moment was right, all of which seemed perfectly harmless, until he saw Colin lifting a second camera as Draco and Simon came towards them, the larger camera with the incredibly incandescent flash, and saw how this accident was going to. That looks good, Colin. No. Poof. When the smoke cleared, the horse was already disappearing around the side of the castle. Simon had moved so fast Harry thought he had disapparated. Draco's robes flowed out behind him as the blonde leaned forward with his arms wrapped around the black neck. Harry leapt on his broom and sped after them. He had almost caught up when Simon veered off to the right and, Harry groaned, up the stairs and into the entrance hall. There were rules against flying in the castle. Harry conveniently forgot all of them. Draco had both hands wrapped in the mane and his expression, from the brief glimpses Harry could see, was rigid with terror. There were screams as a group of second-year Hufflepuffs came up out of the stairs leading into the dungeons. Remus must have finished class early, Harry hoped. He didn't dare consider what would happen in 2 minutes when the classes finished and students would be everywhere. Simon, who had bounded over the stone floor away from the dark, looming doors of the Great Hall and toward the stairwell down to the dungeons, shied away from the screaming students, swinging towards a corridor. "Oh, no," breathed Harry, and urged his broom between Simon and the long corridor leading down to the main classrooms. Simon snorted and half-reared, eyes rolling and hooves sliding in front of a trail of sparks on the stone, and, to Harry's horror, charged up the nearest staircase. Simon, whoa! The horse didn't slow, but kept determinedly leaping up the stairs, steel shoes skidding and ringing out on the steps. It sounded like thunder. "Hold on, Draco. What do you think I'm doing, you moron?" Draco snapped back as loudly as he could with his teeth gritted together. Simon was rapidly reaching the top of the staircase, which lazily began its movement from one landing to another. There was nowhere for Simon to go. He would stop now. Surely he would stop now. Simon, stop. Harry pulled out his wand, but even if he had known a spell to say, he wasn't sure he could have said it. The horse reached the top stair, staggering as one hoof skidded before regaining his balance in the next instant. He snorted, flicking his tail, and Harry saw all the muscles along the back, ribs, and hindquarters bunch up. 3 floors up, Simon leapt into space. Harry saw it all in the slow motion of shock. Simon seemed to hang arched in midair, neck stretched long and low, forelegs tucked neatly under him, and his hindlegs trailing along with the fluttering tail. Draco was lying flat along the horse's back with his knuckles clenched white in the mane which flickered around his blond head like black fire. Like surf in a seashell, Harry heard the screams of students and staff, and the slow grinding of the stairs. And then the front legs unfolded and reached forward and the back legs came up and under the horse's belly, and Simon touched down on the stairs which were swinging across from his right. Harry hadn't even seen those stairs moving. Simon collected himself again and, without breaking stride, leapt up off the second staircase. There were more screams. He landed on a balcony and cantered off down a corridor. After the moment it took for Harry to realize Draco and the horse weren't splattered all over the entrance hall, he turned his firebolt after Simon and shot off down the corridor. He turned a corner just in time to see Simon screech to a halt, his hooves sparking on the stone floor, and barrel through an open door. Predictably, there were screams. Fair enough. Harry was having one of those days, too. There was a muffled thump and some equally muffled swearing that sounded like Draco. Well, Draco was definitely having one of those days, although Harry couldn't quite place muffled in context. It became a bit more obvious when he leapt off his broom and ran into the classroom. It was Professor Flitwick's charms class. The diminutive professor had been teaching a group of Ravenclaws and Gryffindors one of the levitating charms, thus the big pile of pillows in the corner, and thus the muffled thump. That had been Draco. His feet were sticking out of the pile, which had collapsed on him, and he didn't seem in a rush to get out of it. Simon, it was hard not to notice the horse. He was a definite feature of the classroom, was standing by the window, and Harry spared a breath to thank whatever power had told the horse not to jump out of it. A horse startled enough to tackle moving staircases wouldn't hesitate to leap out a third-story window, surely. Simon's ribs were heaving and he shifted nervously, whickering when he saw Harry. He sounded almost humanly relieved to see him. "Mr. Potter, what under the sky have you been getting up to?" Flitwick sputtered as he climbed onto his desk to take a better look at this classroom invader. "You've scared these poor students out of a week's worth of lessons, I swear." Harry looked around. The students were cowering under the desks. He said, "I think it's safe to come out. Just don't do anything to scare the horse. Malfoy, are you all right?" "Define all right." "4 limbs, circulatory system functional and, in your case, a minimum of brain power." "Oh, that's nice. Thank you very much," Draco said, but he didn't sound like he was hurt. "Where's Simon? And where am I?" "You're in my third-year charms class," Professor Flitwick said in his high, fluting voice. He squeaked and shrank back as the horse turned to look at him. "Is that the dangerous animal Professor Dumbledore and Hagrid warned everyone about?" Simon whinnied softly, then sighed, a long, shuddering sigh of relief, and dropped his head to gently nuzzle the shoulder of the shortest of the Hogwarts staff. Flitwick lowered his wand, gingerly rested a hand on the long nose, and said, "He seems quite nice for a dangerous beast." Harry raised his eyebrows. Flitwick's wand was still clenched in one hand, but Simon seemed unperturbed. Maybe it was because Flitwick was so tiny. The huge Hagrid unnerved the horse, so it would make sense if Simon didn't see Flitwick as a threat. But if Harry could have translated the horse's expression, he would have sworn on his parents' graves Simon was looking at Professor Flitwick and trying to say, "Get me the hell out of this mess." Harry hadn't even seen him use that one with Luna, and that little whinny was new. "He is, Professor," Draco said. He'd picked his way out of the pillows and was trying to comb his hair back into place with his fingers. "I have no idea why he decided to run in here, though. Colin took a photo. He's camera shy." Draco's brow wrinkled. "Maybe, but I expect it was the flash that frightened him like that." Draco's frown of confusion turned murderous. "That's right, I've seen him taking photos with a Muggle camera that needs a great deal of light, so that idiotic waste of skin." Panicked Simon. "Did he? And how in Merlin's name did that result in me being here?" "I'm a bit confused about how I got here," but I do remember that it was very fast and at one point we were traveling uphill. Harry decided telling Draco about Simon leaping from staircase to staircase 3 stories up was not going to help keep things calm. This is the classroom on the 3rd floor. I didn't know horses could climb stairs. You'd think with the hooves and 4 legs and all, they'd be a bit wary of tackling them. Yeah, you'd think that. I guess Simon was too upset to be thinking about what horses are meant to do. He certainly managed the stairs well. No trouble there. Edifying as this discussion is, it doesn't solve the problem of a horse in my classroom, Professor Flitwick interrupted brusquely. It was the first time Harry had heard him seriously annoyed, but then it was the first time he'd seriously disrupted charms. Sorry, Professor. It was an accident. Draco carefully picked his way through the collapsed pile of pillows to where Simon was standing. Yes, sorry. If it's any consolation, I have absolutely no intention of ever in this or any other lifetime repeating that ride. Flitwick climbed off his desk. Class dismissed. Class very quietly and without fuss, dismissed. The reins had fallen over the horse's head along with Draco, and Flitwick picked the thin leather straps up in one hand, twirling his wand thoughtfully with the other. As soon as the students had tiptoed out, he said, I suppose we should get your new pet outside. We have a few minutes before classes end. He touched his wand to his throat and said, sonorous. Then, in a voice which echoed from the corridor outside, he said, all students to stay in their classes an extra 5 minutes. Those who are between classes are to remain silent while a nervous animal is removed from the castle. Any students who deliberately provoke the animal will find themselves instantly in possession of 3 detentions with Mr. Filch. That is all. He removed the charm and said in a more normal voice, let's get your horse outside, shall we? Mr. Potter, please guide Mr. Malfoy. Should we get Hagrid in to lead the horse out? He moved around to the side of his desk, then froze as the horse followed him. Oh dear. But Simon had stopped, too. The horse dipped his head down again and blew into Flitwick's face. Oh dear, oh my, is he hungry? No, that's how horses say hello. Or so Mr. Python had written. I see. Well, hello, there. Rather bravely, Flitwick patted the horse's cheek. When he stepped back again experimentally, Simon followed. Flitwick walked slowly out the door and into the corridor. Simon followed, just as slowly, each hoof falling carefully to keep to the slow pace of the tiny person leading him. Scarcely believing this new, exceptionally meek Simon, Harry followed. Are you okay, Malfoy? He whispered. Yeah, said Draco, who had his bearings now with the gloves. Door, 3 meters in front of me due north, Simon, heading through the door. Hey, Potter, are you letting him get away? Of course not. Professor Flitwick's leading him. Draco's aghast expression summed up Harry's feelings on the matter. The Slytherin opened his mouth to say something, apparently thought better of it, and closed it again. Harry took one hand and put it on his shoulder. No offense. Those gloves are pretty nifty, but we might need to run. Draco, who had stiffened at Harry's presumption, nodded. Agreed. They followed the horse, who filled the corridor and sent the paintings whispering to each other. They must have taken Flitwick's warning to the students for themselves as well, to the top of the stairs. The horse peered at one portrait, where a young woman in yellow robes was whispering behind her hand to an elderly witch holding a stoat. The stoat wriggled free and ran off into another painting as the horse snorted at it, and the young woman giggled as the old witch shook her head. Flitwick muttered something Harry didn't catch, and one of the staircases swung to the corridor to meet them. There was a brief line of green light where the two met. There, Professor Flitwick said. That will stop it moving any time soon. Come along, now. But Simon, too, didn't seem to be about to move any time soon. He planted his 4 hooves firmly at the top of the stairs, and when Flitwick tugged on the reins he tugged back, lifting Flitwick into the air. Gasps echoed up the stairwell. Dragging Draco behind him, Harry got to Simon's front end just in time for the horse to gently lower his head and put Flitwick back down on the top step. Flitwick looked somewhat paler from his non-leviosid levitation. Looking down, Harry saw dozens of upraised faces staring up at them. It seemed a lot of students had found excuses to be between classes. Funny how so many of those excuses involved the entrance hall. Simon lowered his head, eyeing the stairs, and blew a rippling snort of deepest distrust. I see. So you can gallop up them, jumping from one moving staircase to another. What? I'll tell you later. Damn right you will. Harry went back to talking to the horse. But you can't walk back down stairs which are fixed in place. Simon spared Harry a glare which said you can't trust these stairs at anything slower than flat out, and snorted again, backing up down the corridor. When Flitwick gave the reins a gentle tug he stopped but pawed at the floor, sending up sparks on the stone and leaving long gouges Filch would froth at the mouth over later. Now what do we do? Harry sighed. You call in a charms professor, of course, Flitwick chuckled. He waved his wand. Equus Leviosa. Later Harry would wonder why Simon took this so calmly. There he was, suspended high above the crowd, slowly being lowered to the floor so far below with his ears and bright, dark eyes moving to catch all the sounds and sights of the castle, and he seemed to be doing nothing more or less than admiring the view. With his broom in one hand and Draco's hand on his opposite shoulder, Harry followed Flitwick down the stairs. When Simon's hooves lightly touched down and the horse dropped his head to lip Flitwick's wispy hair, the professor giggled and said, "It's not edible, you know," and patted Simon's nose. Then he picked up the dangling reins and handed them ceremoniously to Harry. "Make sure he gets back safely," he ordered. "I don't think he needs to be stressed anymore today. Give him some apples or whatever it is that they eat. Dear me, I must get ready for my next class." With a final pat, he turned and started back up the stairs. The students were crowding the entrance hall, but a wide space opened up for Harry, Draco and Simon. "Well," muttered Harry, "let's do like the man said." Luckily Simon didn't balk at the wide stone steps leading out of the castle. Colin was standing at the base of them. The boy's face was ashen as he clutched his cameras to his chest like talismans against evil and tried to stutter out an apology. By the way Draco's face closed over with malice at the sound of the boy's voice. Harry decided it best to ignore Creevy for now and have words with him later. It was a huge sense of relief, and the knowledge that he'd just escaped something very nasty combined with a determination to make sure something very nasty happened to one Colin Creevy, that Harry led Simon and Draco back outside. Draco took the story of his ride a lot better than Harry had hoped. Mind you, Harry thought, Draco didn't have his wand anymore. So no one was turned into a toad. Draco did go a little pale the moment it sunk in just how Simon had leapt from stair to stair like he thought he was Pegasus. But he figured out the stairs, Draco muttered at last. Is that normal behavior for a horse? Harry, who was putting the rug on Simon and trying to stop the horse stealing all the apples out of the bag of brushes at the same time, sighed and gave up pushing Simon's nose out of the bag with his foot. He pulled the lead rope and tied Simon to the fence on a short enough rope to stop the horse from reaching the bag. What, can you tell me, is normal about this horse? Draco laughed softly in the gathering dusk. You tell me. Simon's the first one I've met. Maybe all horses can gallop up staircases and predict the movement of magical architecture. Yeah, why not? Harry grinned as he slipped behind the horse to do up the straps around the back legs. There was a crunching sound from the other end. Harry did up the second clip and straightened, leaning on the horse's backside. Simon's nose was in the bag as he chomped on one of the apples. The rope trailed along the ground. Hey, did you undo the lead rope? Draco frowned. No, greedy guts. Simon. Not you, Malfoy. Harry sighed again and retied the horse using the special quick release knot Luna had taught him. Maybe the knot had slipped. Oh well, Simon had only eaten one of the apples, maybe. Simon lipped at the end of the rope and, taking it carefully in his long, yellowing incisors, tugged. The rope came free and the horse dropped his head to snuffle in the bag. Harry laughed as he pulled the bag away and then had to shove Simon's head back as the horse tried to butt him out of the way. Hey, cut it out, greedy. What did he do? Draco demanded. He sounded imperious, but Harry had grown used to him now and knew when he was being bossy and when, like now, he was simply impatient or nervous at not being totally informed about what was going on around him. Maybe Harry would write a Malfoy Mutterer book. Simon can undo the knot. Huh, so horses aren't too stupid after all. Oh, come on, you never thought he was. Harry laughed. Draco shrugged. Muggles, muggle animals, they're all meant to be inferior. Harry sobered. And do you really believe that? Draco's face was as closed off as Harry had seen it in days. Does it matter what I think? Depends what you want to do with what you think, Harry said eventually. He tugged on the rug, pulling it towards the tail just enough to make sure that the hair underneath was lying flat and wouldn't irritate Simon. The last time someone made a comment about your life ambitions, Ron got stuck in a bubble of silence. Draco smirked reminiscently. Ah, Trudy, she's got some surprises up her sleeves. I'll say. Harry grinned. She's a neat kid. Draco raised an eyebrow. Really? She's a Slytherin. You're not meant to say things like that. Harry rolled his eyes, then remembered that Draco couldn't see. I've had people telling me all my life what I should and shouldn't do. Anyway, are you allowed to like non-Slytherins? Anyone in particular I'm not meant to like? A Ravenclaw whose father owns a paper that has spoken out against Voldemort, maybe. I like Luna if that's what you're getting at, yes. Harry tensed. He wasn't sure if this was a good topic to get into with Malfoy. Sure, he was blind and that gave Harry a huge advantage in a fight, but it wasn't one he could use. Because he wouldn't use it. But there were things which needed to be settled between the two of them, things above and beyond Voldemort. You like Luna. Are you like Luna? I like her. Not romantically, though, so you can calm down, Potter, Draco drawled with more than a touch of acid. She's always going on about her blasted uncle. I'd feel like she was always expecting me to live up to his example. That was a bit rich after Draco's continuous invocation of his father. Come to think of it, when was the last time he'd heard Draco threaten anyone with my father? Oh. Draco continued, oblivious. She's someone I like to spend time with, but not someone who would make me a good wife. Or a good husband for her, for that matter. Harry was astonished. I never said you had to marry her. Draco sneered, always thinking short term. How typically Gryffindor. No, he added when Harry didn't rise to the bait. Even if I'm blind for the rest of my life, I've got to consider what's best for the interests of my family name. That's you. I mean, you really believe that? Harry was aware that some of the older families had an almost feudal attitude towards their lineages, but this was the first time he'd ever been confronted with it as a stone-cold fact. It was like finding someone who truly believed that Stonehenge was the ultimate modern device for projecting the movement of the stars. Some things shouldn't be subject to fashion, Draco replied haughtily as if he'd read Harry's thoughts. And even if it's not something you can understand, it's something I base my life around. When the horse nudged at his hip, he turned away to pat Simon's nose, as if reluctant to let Harry see his expression when he didn't have that ability himself. So, you'll devote your life to promoting your family line? Harry asked. Well, it's not something I'd ever considered. He thought for a minute. But then you don't have my family, the living members, anyway. The Dursleys are living examples of the reason wizards hate muggles. Maybe if my parents had lived, well, Dad, anyway, I'd understand. Draco shrugged as if not caring what Harry understood or didn't understand, but Harry read it for what it was. Draco had made himself vulnerable and Harry hadn't attacked him for it. Thank you, Robert Python. Harry hadn't considered that studying body language would give him such an advantage with his fellow humans. It seemed that there was some crossover between horses and humans after all, just like Mr. Python had said in The Horse Mutterer. That's really something, thinking long-term like that. I've not thought beyond the next school dance, or beyond hoping we never have one, let alone into marriage. Draco smirked in a superior way. Harry grinned to himself, relieved that Draco wasn't going to explode in a fit of paranoia. Manipulative Slytherins were nothing compared to a Gryffindor who'd read The Horse Mutterer. It was interesting what he learned about the wizarding world from the Slytherin. Certainly different from what he learned in Gryffindor, much less politically correct for one thing, which had irritated Harry at first, but not after he'd read in the Horse Mutterer book that it wasn't important to believe what others believed, simply respect the fact that they did so. Harry drew the line at respecting the Death Eater's philosophy of, kill everyone different from us, but, ironically enough, that Death Eater philosophy was in direct contravention of the respect advocated by Robert Python. You could respect the fact of something existing, but you didn't need to agree with it, or put up with it for that matter. That was something else Mr. Python had said. You respected a horse's fear or anger, but you didn't have to put up with it or make yourself a target for it. But if you didn't respect it, you could easily underestimate the force of its power and find yourself in a very nasty situation indeed. Harry was learning to respect Draco's nerves, for example, and found that if he didn't make Draco feel vulnerable, things went a lot smoother. Luna had said much the same thing about Simon. If he was comfortable and trusted you, he wouldn't. That was the key, trust. Draco could trust Harry, well, while he was blind and not part of Voldemort's schemes, anyway. But how far could Harry trust Draco? About as far as he could throw Simon. So how far do you think long-term? He asked, genuinely curious. Several generations. Harry blinked. Draco had said that as if he was perfectly serious and couldn't imagine it being otherwise. I don't, really. I can't see beyond Voldemort. Draco's face darkened. Yes, I can understand that. Harry, forgetting everything about trust and calm relationships, stiffened. Why? Do you know something I don't? Draco laughed, but it was bitter laughter. Quite a bit, no doubt. But, I expect you don't need me to tell you anything about the D about you know who. So tell me, Potter, because you've met him, what do you think of him? The only human feature he's got left to him is that he's a raving psychopath. Draco didn't get angry. Harry had been expecting him to. Instead, he nodded. I gathered that much from Father. And Professor Snape. Did you know about Snape? That he was a spy? No. Not until, after. Father sent me a letter. It wasn't detailed, but, Draco sighed shakily and ran his fingers through his hair. Simon, who had been dozing, woke up and blew softly in Draco's face. Draco leaned forward and rested his forehead against the horse's cheek, the words spilling out of him low and rapidly. Before I found out Snape was a spy, I thought there was something wrong with me. I didn't understand what my father was on about. Well, yes, I understood it, but I couldn't quite see the logic behind it. It seemed a bit, I don't know, like a way of creating solidarity and mustering power through fear. It didn't have any proper methodology behind it beyond, they're them and we're us, which seemed to me to be just a way for the Dark Lord to bring people under his control. I wonder if he even believes what he says. I think Father does, but I don't understand why. I asked him once, and he said that if I didn't understand it was because I was a fool. But Snape didn't understand, and he wasn't a fool. Or maybe he did understand and he understood too well and saw that there was something fundamentally wrong with the Dark Lord's philosophies or methods. Both, probably. Draco ran a hand down the long nose of the horse. He'd kill Simon, you know, he said conversationally, chilling Harry with a matter-of-factness that went beyond argument. Father would. Because he's a muggle animal. A dumb muggle animal, and it doesn't matter if it feels pain or happiness, only that it isn't a useful magical animal. Being blind has its good sides, you know, he continued after a weighted pause. I don't have to be a Death Eater now. The Dark Lord won't want someone like me, I'm a liability to him. If Father had other children, he'd disown me in favor of the next one. Oh, he'll still want to tell me how to live my life, both of them will, but at least now I've got some sort of freedom. No dark mark, no groveling at the feet of a madman. No. His head jerked up, his face pale with flushed spots high on his cheeks, frightened and, wand or no wand, dangerous. Potter, he hissed, you will never tell anyone what I have just said. Harry shook his head. No, I give you my word, unless you give me permission to do otherwise. He felt a tingle of magic. He'd just given his word as a wizard. Whatever that might lead to. But I'm glad you won't. I have dreams sometimes. He's in a bad mood and he takes it out on people. I don't care because they're Death Eaters and probably were involved in the death of my parents, but still, even if it wasn't their fault that something went wrong, he takes it out on them. Cruciatus isn't the half of it. Draco nodded absently. Sometimes last summer Father would come home, he wouldn't talk about what was wrong. Harry thought back about what he'd said about Death Eaters virtually deserving what they got, and was glad Draco didn't take exception over his father. Then again, Draco knew how Harry felt about Lucius Malfoy. He probably knew it wasn't worth getting into a fight over. Who would have thought I'd be grateful to an acromantula? Draco said, scratching Simon behind the ear. The horse leaned into his hand, then decided Draco could do better, and butted his head up and down the boy's chest, knocking Draco back against the fence. It broke a nasty tension Harry hadn't been aware of until it snapped. Simon. Draco laughed. Cut it out, stupid horse. Simon finished with the itch behind his ear by working it out on Draco's shoulder and shook himself all over like a dog, his canvas cover making a muffled rattle. Do you think you can find the apple in the bag? Harry asked. Should do. Apples are one of the few Muggle crossovers which are based in magic, Draco said confidently. Make sure Mr. Itchy here doesn't knock me over, will you? Sure. Harry grabbed the lead rope. I think you've given Malfoy enough trouble today, he scolded gently as Simon tried to push past Draco to get into the bag. When Draco had taken off his gloves after finding the apple, horse spit was extra sticky after apples had been eaten. Harry slipped off the head collar and took out the pocket knife Sirius had given him for his last birthday and cut the apple into rough quarters. Draco fed Simon 2 quarters, and Harry fed the remaining 2 to the greedy horse, who left sugar-sticky slobber on their hands in his search for more. Outside the paddock, Harry and Draco wiped their hands clean on the grass, then remembered about the tap Dumbledore had magicked on the other side of the fence from the trough and used that to better effect. What did you mean by Muggle crossovers? Harry asked as Draco refastened his Mendeleev gloves. Oh, only that there are some objects traditionally seen as Muggle, which can take on magical aspects if they're in the right environment. Apples are classical examples. Edge magic, it's called. Anything else? Animals, like ravens, owls, of course, toads and cats. Granger's cat is half Kneazle, I always thought. But a plain Muggle cat can be used for magic. Bats, too. What about horses? I don't know. Hermione said something the other day about horses. Well, she started to say something, then we were talking about something else. I don't know. I'll ask Madame Pants to help me find some books. Might as well do something useful instead of sit in the middle of a paddock all day. Especially as it's meant to rain tomorrow. Colin can help. Draco's mouth thinned with malice. That little boy can do something useful to make up for what he did today. It might be useful for you to have someone to fetch and carry for you for a few days. Weeks, at least. We'll see if he can fit you in around his other detentions, Harry grinned. The next day Harry thought it politic to apologize to Professor Flitwick. Of course, this gave him a good opportunity to sit down and talk with the tiny professor about some of the myths and legends of Hogwarts. But when he asked about a legend of a golden sickle, Flitwick threw up his hands. He fluted. A myth among myths, like the sword of Godric Gryffindor and the hourglass of Rowena Ravenclaw, not something we lesser mortals expect to see. His eyes twinkled. Harry, who had used the sword of Gryffindor to kill a basilisk, wasn't quite so dismissive. Do you know anything about its properties? Professor Sprout would be the one to ask. But I seem to recall the myth said something about harvesting mistletoe. Harry's senses sharpened. He stilled his face, not wanting to give away his excitement. Why do you want to know, young Mr. Potter? Hermione's doing a project on the history of Hogwarts. She's interested in the founders. The myths they left behind, anyway. It wasn't quite a lie. Hermione was very interested in them, particularly anything connected with mistletoe. She and Draco, and Trudy in Draco's gloves, had researched barrier spells and confirmed that Luna's hypothesis had some solid factual basis. Murgatroyd the Elder had written 3 books on the properties of mistletoe, and Hermione was currently wading through them. Just another excuse for Harry to be out of the tower and talking to Flitwick. Flitwick beamed. Excellent. I'm glad she's found something positive to go on with in these troubled times. Truly an excellent girl, that Miss Granger. Harry shrugged and grinned. He couldn't argue that. Let me see, oh yes. Fruit of the moon, cut by the sun's halo. Or something like that. I believe the good Helga Hufflepuff was a keen advocate of some of the ancient Celtic uses of mistletoe. It was used in protective magic, you see. And it's hypothesized to have the ability to disrupt spells if collected correctly. It protects trees it grows on from spells used against them. Plant magic, not human. are often used by humans. Unfortunately, no one has ever been able to work out how to utilize it. Murgatroyd the Elder has written an excellent series on it, but all purely hypothetical, alas. And subsequently disproved by Murgatroyd the Younger. He sighed. Possibly for the good. All the charms it could counteract if its power was understood and harnessed might even have the ability to loosen the magic which is the mortar of Hogwarts. Some say that this is why Helga Hufflepuff, in her wisdom, destroyed the golden sickle before her death so that no one could harvest mistletoe with it. Oh, it sounded like Flitwick wouldn't want Harry to find the sickle even if he knew it existed. Harry could understand that. What professor would want something found which could destroy Hogwarts itself? Harry couldn't ask for any help, not without arousing suspicion, and having some serious restrictions put on him. He knew that he would never use it to harm Hogwarts, but what about other people? What if he found it and then lost it too, say Voldemort? That was a cheerful thought. Maybe some things shouldn't be found. That was an even less cheerful thought. He'd see what options he could find that didn't involve looking for an artifact with the potential to pull the castle down around his ears. I don't suppose Slytherin left anything. Flitwick leaned back in his chair and steepled his fingers thoughtfully. A quill, I believe. His eyes twinkled again. As Gryffindor had a sword, Slytherin had to go one better. The pen is, after all, mightier than the sword. Harry chuckled as he left. That sounded like Slytherins through the ages, all right. Subtle one-upmanship. Cross from a fruitless Saturday afternoon in the library with Hermione, Harry headed out of the castle. Things would have gone much better, he expected, if they'd had Draco and his gloves. Draco and his gloves were meant to have met them there. But Draco and his gloves did not. Harry decided to go and search out Draco. And his bloody gloves. Draco and his gloves were out at the paddock. So were Trudy and Luna and, strangely, Ginny Weasley. What's going on? Harry murmured to Trudy. Draco, gloves peeking out the top of one of his pockets, had his bare hands spread on the left side of Simon's neck. Luna was holding the head collar, a hand on each side of the horse's nose. Ginny had her wand out. Trudy held up one finger to her mouth. Weasley's using old magic, she whispered. She seemed to be getting over her shyness with Harry, treating him with a mixture of suspicion, which was turning into the slightly condescending, go on, prove it, attitude she must have picked up from Malfoy and guarded pleasure to see him. She'd even cautiously asked his opinion on a few things and, as Harry had given plain, honest answers, patiently explaining any details that were beyond her first-year schooling, she was becoming more relaxed. All things considered, dealing with Slytherins was remarkably like dealing with Simon. And Simon, who'd been so skittish and mistrustful in those first few days, had calmed down now to an amazing degree. Well, apart from the gallop through Hogwarts, of course. But he'd been provoked. It was almost as if the horse was two different animals. One, the angry, frightened stallion who'd nearly killed Draco in the pen behind the barn, and had killed a Verkolicky, and the other this old nag who slept 23 hours of the day. Harry hadn't known it was possible for any animal other than Crookshanks to snooze as much as this horse did. It was as if something deep inside him had switched itself off and now Simon was just cruising through the days like he was on equine holiday. Maybe he was. Maybe he was just a fast learner for what was dangerous and what wasn't. After removing the flash from his camera, Colin had been allowed to take some more photos and Simon had stood for them with nothing more than his standard, "What the hell do you think you're doing now?" glare of distrust. Whatever it was, Harry found it much easier to deal with a placid pet than a raging maniac who wanted nothing more than to wipe out the rest of creation with his teeth and hose. He already had Voldemort for that, although admittedly without the hose. Teeth was probably an option. One never knew with Dark Lords. Right now Simon didn't look happy or particularly placid, but at least he was standing still. The swish of his tail suggested his patience was running thin, though. Given the right provocation that Raging Stallion would wake up one day, Harry didn't doubt it. "Found it," muttered Draco. His pale face was flushed and although there was a late spring chill in the air he was sweating. Simon tried to shake his head out of Luna's grip. "Hold him still," Draco snapped. Luna nodded, not taking offense, although Ginny frowned. "Are you ready, Weasley?" Draco said. "For something I don't understand." I guess. Draco spared a brief second for a grin. Good as it gets. Okay. Here it comes, get it now. Something sickly yellow bloomed between his spread fingers. It seemed to be seeping up from under the horse's skin. It writhed angrily. Luna took a tighter hold on Simon's head collar. Steady, she whispered. Harry moved in closer and rested a hand on Simon's back in an effort to calm the horse, who was raising a back leg like he wanted to kick something. The hoof stamped on the ground again. Simon was angry but not yet at the point where he'd take it out on someone. Harry hoped. Get it, get it, get it, Draco was muttering, sweat pouring down his face. Ginny pointed her wand. Her face froze in indecision. Just say something, Draco ordered. Ginny glared at him then flicked her wand. Get out, she hissed. Harry understood her as if she were speaking Parseltongue. It was words but not in English. Or Latin. It was the pure language of magic. The oily yellow wrongness under Draco's hands writhed and screamed silently as the spell hit it. It tried to burrow back under the horse's skin but Draco's fingers snared it as Ginny said, more strongly, get out. In a harsh voice which raised all the hairs down Harry's neck. The light imploded. It's gone. Draco rested his forehead against Simon's neck. Well done, Weasley. Yeah, thanks, Ginny croaked. She rubbed at her throat and rested a hand on Draco's shoulder as Simon shook his head and pushed Luna and Draco back. Luna was grinning and rubbing Simon's nose. The horse shook his head again, experimentally, then heaved a huge sigh and scratched his ears on Luna's shoulder. 1 down, 3 to go, she said. Draco and Ginny groaned. Harry gave Simon a last pat. What's going on? Old curses, Ginny said, and coughed. It seemed to clear her throat, and she went on in a more normal voice. This horse seems to have got caught in the crossfire of some nasty spells when the Death Eaters broke through earlier this month. Malfoy's found at least 4 spells that are dug deep into its body. We've just destroyed the most complete one. Any idea what it was? She asked Luna and Draco. Luna shook her head, still stroking Simon's nose, but Draco said, it was a sort of revolting yellow, didn't you say? It sounds like one of the metamorphic curse family. They're used to incapacitate someone by turning them into a pile of protoplasm until the spell is reversed. But they have to be fine-tuned. You have to know a lot about the target, their bloodlines and probably what they had for lunch, so they're not used often. I'm surprised one was used at all. I'm not surprised it didn't work on Simon since he's a horse, but it must have still been causing him some pain, stuck in his throat like that. Poor old boy, he added, ruffling the mane fondly. Harry was surprised. It was the first time he'd seen Draco express such genuine affection for something. Possessiveness didn't count. Then something else jogged at his memory and Harry frowned, remembering. I think I accidentally elbowed him there the other day when we were getting you back after the tree beat you up. No wonder he gave me a nip. And the others. The usual. Miscasts, deflections, ricochets, what you'd expect to see in someone involved in a battle. I'm surprised by the amount, though. Luna and I managed to lift most of them, but the last 4 needed special magic. 2 are still buried in internal organs and 1 is sitting in his spine. It hasn't been activated, thank God. Those 3 are all splintered off spells on the Ministry's not-to-do list and Hogwarts doesn't have much information on them. Certainly not on the effects on a horse. Special magic? Asked Harry. Trudy. He nodded towards the girl, who blushed and pretended to be a fence post, said you were using old magic. Stone-deep magic, Luna said, nodding. Me, apparently, Ginny said, shrugging bemusedly. I hadn't heard anything about it until Luna talked to me last night. She thought I should help out. Draco opened his mouth to say something then apparently thought better of what he wanted to say. 7th child of a 7th child, Draco supplied with careful politeness instead. I knew you had a big family, Weasley, but I didn't realize how big. I would have thought someone would have mentioned it to you before this. Ginny shrugged again. She dropped her hand off Draco's shoulder as soon as she was sure Simon wouldn't knock him over. Maybe it had something to do with the filthy look Trudy had given her. Probably it was because Draco was still Malfoy, and this was perhaps the first time they'd talked without anyone sneering or getting angry. Draco had looked exhausted, but was recovering quickly. Ready for the next one. I think I've got the hang of it now, yes. Good. I don't want my horse crippled. Ginny's mouth tightened. Do you think I'd? Draco waved a hand airily. Of course not. I'm just letting you know what's at risk. I know the risks, thank you. Good. Let's get on with it. Harry moved to Simon's other side while Luna took up her death grip on Simon's head collar again. Draco found the shard of spell again quickly. Harry might have thought it was thanks to the gloves except that Draco wasn't wearing them. This was raw magic. This spell, when it rose from a point which, in a human, would have been the small of the back, gleamed like an emerald. It might have been pretty against the black hide, but the ugly snarl of determination Draco wore told him that in nature it was foul. Simon snorted and sidled away from Ginny when she raised her wand. This time when she spoke, her hoarse voice did more than raise the hairs on Harry's neck. There was a sharp crack. One of the nearby lichen-clad rocks poking out of the hillside cracked, shedding a slab of gray stone. The spell shattered, sending out malicious little sparks which tried to tangle in everyone's hair, but Ginny circled her wand over her head and snarled something in this language that evaporated the sparks before they could dig down into anyone's skin. Harry had a couple of little red spots on his cheek, and Draco was brushing at his wrist where a spark had landed and stung him, but otherwise they were fine. Simon was sweating a bit, as were Draco and Ginny. They took a break before tackling the last spell. Everyone, including Simon, looked relieved. The third spell had been particularly nasty, tentacles of black energy burrowing into the chests of the young witches and wizards as it sought a new home outside of Simon's heart. Simon had groaned an almost human sound of pain, but not moved from Luna's tight embrace of his head. Ginny's voice had risen into a shriek as inhuman as Simon's groan had been human, and the black tentacles had turned into a swarm of buzzing insects that evaporated in the sunlight. Harry rubbed at his chest. Merlin. It felt as if someone had tried to beep all joy out of the world. What was it? Dementor magic. Was that hurting Simon? Not Dementor magic. Well, it's related, I guess. It was sleeping in Simon, but I guess we activated it again. Glad it wasn't the real spell. It's hard to counter that. Draco was just as pale as Ginny, whose freckles were standing out stark as flecks of old blood on snow. Something that leaves a fragment that strong must have been cast by the Dark Lord himself. Draco shivered. He must have been tired to have allowed himself to show that much. Harry noticed Ginny noticing, but when she raised a questioning eyebrow at him he avoided her gaze. What about the last one? Should we take precautions? Our precaution is Ginny Weasley, who should have been registered as a sorceress at birth, Draco snarled. These things aren't logical, especially when they've been filtered through a horse with its own brand of edge magic. The last spell fragment was lodged deep in Simon's body, flickering along nerves and playing peek-a-boo with Draco when he tried to find it. He'd tried again with the gloves, but found they weren't any more use and, rather than dirty them with drying horse sweat, he'd gone back to using his bare hands. Ginny and Draco were currently both exhausted and snappish with it. Harry had the twin jobs of calming Simon and stopping World War III breaking out between Draco and Ginny. Luna was the calmest of them. But even she must have known things were only going to deteriorate when Hermione and Neville came walking up the hill. Or maybe the sharper look to her normally unfocused expression was from the argument she'd had the other night with Hermione. Harry wasn't sure what it was about, only that Ginny Weasley and bloodlines were involved and, well, Hermione didn't like people telling her that she couldn't do certain things because she was Muggle-born. Luna had been scornful in that absent-minded way she had, as if Hermione's arguments weren't important enough for her to counter. Maybe after that Hermione hadn't been the best person for Harry to ask for help with his charms essay, especially as he'd run out on her earlier while she was wading through Murgatroyd the Elder to talk to Flitwick. She'd snapped at him to go bother someone with a better pedigree. And just earlier this afternoon their research had had that stiff politeness to it Harry normally associated with his dealings with Draco. Now, by the resigned look in her eyes, Harry guessed what she was here for even before she opened her mouth. "It's okay," he said, going over to meet her and Neville by the gate. "No point in inviting trouble into the paddock." Hermione looked fleetingly cross at her apology being headed off, then one corner of her mouth quirked up. "Silly of me thinking a sorceress could be anything other than a seventh child of a seventh child," but it was just the way. She leaned her head meaningfully towards Luna. It was explained to me. But how do you know I'm not expecting an apology from you for leaving me alone doing research? Harry waggled his fingers. Magic. Ooh, scary. Neville, who'd not been raised by muggles, looked perplexed. Hi, Nev, said Harry. What are you doing out this way? Just curious. There's nothing much to do today. Strangely enough, there aren't any Hogsmeade trips planned. You'd think there was trouble with Death Eaters the way things are. Even Neville was developing sarcasm these days. Thought I'd come up here to Squirrel Hill with Hermione to see what was going on. Squirrel Hill. I didn't know it had a name. Harry didn't miss the glance Neville threw at Ginny, and the narrower stare he leveled at Draco. Then Neville's suspicious look turned to one of mild alarm. Is that thing going to stand on Ginny? Simon was shifting uneasily. Ginny stepped back, while Luna tried to soothe the horse. Draco, without his gloves, seemed unsure of what to do. Harry frowned. Luna, is he? The previously calm Simon, who had stood as steadily as anyone could hope for throughout the spell liftings, was growing rockier by the second. Luna panted as she tried to keep the horse in one place. Simon tossed his head and snorted. Ouch, steady, Simon, steady there, I don't think he likes Hermione. Rubbish, snorted Draco. He's seen her before. I bet it's Longbottom. I know I heard his voice. Simon's a clever horse. Maybe he's a psychic horse and knows Longbottom's come to blow him up. Luna settled Simon at last, but Simon twitched his ears, bounced a little, and blew anxiously. Harry didn't want to believe Draco's words had anything in them other than their usual nastiness, but by the way Simon was eyeing Neville he couldn't help thinking there was some truth in them. Shut up, Malfoy, snapped Ginny, pushing her hair, which was lank with drying sweat, out of her face. Her voice was still hoarse. What's your problem with him, anyway? His utter lack of charisma, Draco sneered. It's so bad he's got charisma. Shut it, Malfoy, Harry said. Why? Oh, because Harry Potter, the Wizarding World's Messiah, says so. Harry didn't miss the way Trudy took up a stand near Draco. Between her wand, Draco's mouth, and Simon's teeth things could get ugly. No, because Simon's twitchy and I've never known you volunteer for pain. Oh well, it's your enterprise, I'll just step back. Draco seemed to realize Simon was standing right next to him. How is he, Luna? Luna raised her pale eyebrows at Harry. He's in his Jägermeister mood. Something's been hurting him and now he's ready to hunt out the source. Oh, Draco shot what would have been a filthy look at Neville had he been able to see him, but shut up. To everyone's relief, between him and Ginny and Simon, the three looked completely wrung out and ready to attack rather than seek a peaceful solution. Jägermeister mood, Luna had said. Looking at the faint gleam of malevolence deep in Simon's dark eyes, Harry realized she was completely right. He'd been wondering about the placid horse turning into the raging stallion and now he saw how close to the surface that wild animal was. Right now Draco might get more than a nip for bad behavior. Luckily Draco agreed. Right you are, Chief. Well, Draco continued as politely as he could muster to Ginny, ready for the last one. Ready Teddy. Fine, let's go. But by the way, Longbottom, broadcast news, Simon is a horse, not a thing. Go join the Death Eaters if you want to start calling my horse a thing. Wisely, Neville made no reply. Ginny gave him a quick smile, and he blushed pink. Luckily for him she couldn't have noticed. All her attention was back on Draco and Simon. This time the spell seemed to be beeped out from all through Simon's body. Gradually it formed under Draco's fingers, becoming an almost solid shape of energy, a spinning rhombus gently turning on one axis then another as Draco tried to grasp the slippery light. Something deep in its depths tried to snare the eye and drag attention down into its curdling dimensions. Harry, who was standing on the opposite side of Simon to Draco, stood up on tiptoes to see over the dip in the horse's back as Draco, who was standing just aft of the shoulder, biting his pale lip as he concentrated, hissed in pain, "Hurry, Weasley." "It's not all out yet," she replied. She was hissing, too, the words of a spell Harry wondered if she truly understood. It certainly didn't sound like anything he'd heard on the curriculum. Then the spinning magic, which had been mirroring the greens and grays of the hillside, took on a darker, angrier tint. The swirling bewitchment in its core snarled in on itself as if enraged at being denied prey. Simon lowered his head and his back stiffened with pain, but he didn't move. Harry stroked his palms along the horse's shoulder as the hide, which had been prickly with dried sweat, became slick again. It trembled. Draco yelped. "Careful, Weasley. Sorry. Don't know why that happened." Harry saw a crackle of magic arc from Ginny's fingers to halo Draco's head, lifting his hair and sparking in his eyes. "It's Simon you're meant to be working on, not me." "He won't stand still much longer," Luna said calmly. Harry glanced at her. She sounded cooler than she looked. Her pale, almost translucent eyebrows were drawn together and her normal dreaminess had evaporated. Harry had never seen her so focused as now, holding Simon's head tight in her arms, her white-knuckled fingers grasping the cheek pieces of the head collar. The long muscles along Simon's back were rigid. Harry had the unpleasant sense he was standing next to a muggle bomb and the last few seconds were ticking down on the clock. 5, 4, 3, 2. "Got it." Ginny snarled something unhuman and there were 3 sharp cracks. Something stung Harry's cheek. With the 3rd crack, the spell was gone. The taut muscles along Simon's back quivered once and then softened. The horse let out a huge, shuddering sigh. Harry patted him on the shoulder. "Well done," he said, not sure if he was saying it to Simon, Draco, Ginny, Luna or himself. "All of them," he guessed. Something tickled his cheek. He brushed it with his hand. His fingers came away red. "I'll get that," said Luna. She took her wand out from behind her ear and flicked it in front of Harry's face before he could object. It must have been a bit of the stone that cracked when Ginny pulled the magic out of it. Harry looked around. Yes, 2 more boulders were broken. The first was cut cleanly through like the earlier one, but the second was shattered. Trudy was standing next to Draco with a handkerchief against his arm, whispering to him. Apparently Harry wasn't the only one to have been hit by a piece of rock. Luna was checking Simon with her wand. Swish and flick, 2 chips were taken out of his side and a back leg. Luckily Simon hadn't kicked out when he was stung. Then Luna murmured a soft spell and the sharp pieces of stone from the shattered boulder sifted down into the grass as a soft powder and an unpleasant mineral smell. Ginny, bending over with her hands braced on her knees, said, "There's still that charm too." "That stays," Luna said firmly. "What charm?" said Harry, growing annoyed by how they kept bypassing him with decisions for Simon. "There's a charm in his chest," Draco said. "I tried to pull it out but Simon bit me. Luna reckons it's not harmful, but it's only harmful when people try to pull it out," Luna said primly, carting her fingers through Simon's forelock to straighten it. "Then they get bitten." Ginny shook her head. "Malfoy was the one who got bitten. I was the one who took the hint and left it alone." "I wish he'd let me have a better look at it," Draco muttered. "If wishes were horses there would be more Simons," Luna said, the normal dreamy expression back on her face as if it had never left. Draco's face held a mixture of bewilderment, amusement and annoyance. "What? I'm going to walk him around for a bit," said Luna happily. "You do that." Simon had other priorities. First he shook himself all over like a dog, then, like an extremely cautious dog, he lifted one back foot to scratch his neck where the yellow curse had been. He did this carefully. Harry couldn't blame him. That iron-shod foot would brain Simon if he kicked himself in the head with it. That done, he was content for Luna to lead him off around the perimeter of the paddock. Draco made as if to follow, but then gripped Trudy's shoulder. As she whispered a question, he shook his head. She led him back to the fence line where Draco leaned against the rails. "Ginny, you okay?" She rubbed her throat. "Yeah," she husked. "Come on." Harry paused a moment, staring at Luna and Simon. Luna was talking to the horse in a low, urgent whisper. She seemed to be trying to tell him something. Or asking. Was Simon standing on her foot again? No, Luna wasn't as agitated as someone with a horse on their foot would be. Simon took the opportunity to put his head down and eat some of the hay Hagrid had been leaving for him. Luna shook her head and tugged the lead rope until Simon followed. Her shoulders drooped as if she were disappointed. But with what? Ginny and Draco had performed a miracle, getting those hexes removed. Just outside the gate Hermione had conjured several Chesterfield sofas, which were as comfortable as they looked, as Harry found out when he sank into one with a sigh of relief. Ginny took a seat next to Neville. Trudy led Draco to another, glaring at Hermione as if she would object to a Slytherin using something she'd made. Hermione was getting used to Trudy too, and ignored the girl. "Neville knows something about mistletoe," she said without preamble. Even Draco looked interested. "Do you know if it grows around here?" Neville shook his head. "It's not meant to. It prefers warmer climates. And the fruiting season is finished, anyway. It's the berries which are most useful." "Any in storage?" Draco asked. "It wouldn't be much use. Hermione told me what you were working on. Don't worry, I gave her my word I wouldn't pass it on," he added hastily before Draco's angry expression could manifest in words. "But I think you might be looking for a special variety. Not the one muggles grow." "I thought that would have been obvious. Not when wizards use the muggle variety in potions. So it does have edge magic." "Yes," said Hermione. "Like horses," she added with a smile. "I looked that up after I heard about Simon being so relaxed at being levitated." "Do you think a wizard owned him?" asked Trudy, after an anxious glance at Draco. Draco looked unhappy at the idea. Probably because a wizard would have more luck getting him back. Despite his assertion to consider the future for several generations, sometimes Harry wondered just how far Draco did think ahead. Did Draco really think he'd be allowed to keep Simon? Even if the real owner didn't step forward, there was a good chance he'd have to fight Luna for him. Maybe even Harry, although Harry was more pragmatic about the likelihood of having a pet horse. He didn't like the idea of giving up Simon, but he had to admit to the fact that it was going to happen. But Draco was oddly attached to the horse. Harry doubted Draco had ever experienced the emotion of love, or, at least, not the love Harry had for his friends and godfather, but Draco's possessiveness seemed to be along those same lines. "Maybe," Draco was saying. "There's that charm in his chest. We don't know where that came from, but it feels old. Older than the hexes we took out, anyway. But not necessarily. Borderline creatures and plants can react in surprising ways, and according to Gerhard Strom in Tales of the Wild and Word, they've been known to spontaneously generate their own charms and spells. Which explains cats. And horses," added Harry with a grin. "And toads," said Neville. "Trevor's taken to hopping through closed doors and bringing me things. Maybe he wants to be a magpie." "Did he bring you my pewter hairpin?" Ginny asked. Is that yours?" "Sorry. You aren't missing an enamel morning glory brooch, are you?" "Yes, but it's terribly ugly and I didn't mind losing it." "Didn't Ron give you that brooch?" asked Hermione with a smile. "Don't tell him what I said. That goes double for you, Malfoy," she added without rancor. Draco threw up his hands. "I'm not arguing with a sorceress. Really, so there are side benefits to growing up with hand-me-downs from your brothers and cousins." Neville told them what he knew about mistletoe, which wasn't much that Hermione hadn't already found in Murgatroyd the Elder's book. But he did say he'd been keeping an eye on a couple of oaks around the grounds which held magical mistletoe. He couldn't remember if they were fruiting or not. He doubted they would be in May, but it was worth checking and promised to do so. Ginny said she'd help. Neville blushed and stammered that would be, nice. Draco even offered to help with his gloves, but Neville hurriedly said that he'd be fine. Draco smirked but didn't press. Harry guessed even Draco couldn't have missed Neville's wanting to go for a walk with Ginny without a chaperone. Hermione said that she needed some help with her reading, anyway, and it cut down on wasted time having Draco help. She'd tried using the gloves herself, but Draco had the knack with them that she lacked. Draco had a few ideas he wanted to look at too, and promised to meet up with Hermione in the library after dinner. And after he'd taken something to counter a massive headache. He was curious about something to do with metallurgy. Harry understood, but Harry wasn't sure how it was going to help. Unless. "Any thoughts on the golden sickle?" he asked. "Have you heard of any spells to locate it, or if we could make our own?" "I thought about making another one," said Draco, quite seriously, "but you need Celtic or pre-Celtic gold. And all the gold has been mined out of Britain, either by muggles, wizards, or goblins. I thought there might be an old burial site nearby, Muggles often buried their leaders with gold, but if there is the gloves can't locate it. I thought about melting galleons, but they've got spells on them to stop tampering, and any British gold is probably diluted by resmelting with other sources anyway. If anyone has a couple of pounds of verified gold sourced from the Isles, I'd be pleased to hear about it. All mine is in my vault, I'm afraid. It's a bit hard to get to at the moment. Last night's research had gone very well. Neville and Ginny had come back from their walk flushed with exercise and the brisk cold wind, at least. That was what they told Ron, and found Harry, Ron, Luna, Hermione and Trudy in the library. Draco was, by the unspoken but unanimous decision by all non-combatants, at the opposite end of the long table from Ron, especially after the Asian wild incident when Draco had started sniggering, and, when Luna asked what the joke was, he'd happily informed the rest of the table in general and Hermione in particular that Equus hemionus was a species of monogamous donkey. Which is lucky for you, E.H. Weasley. Right now, assured by demonstration that even if his blindness didn't stop Ron, whose ears were still pink, from taking a swing at him, Harry would, he was yawning every few minutes and looked like he wanted nothing better than to curl up on a shelf for a nap. But he had found some interesting books on metallurgical applications in wizardry and kept his finger brushing over the pages. Harry, the quietly simmering Ron and Luna looked for historical references to Helga Hufflepuff's life and habits. Hermione thought she'd found a spell to harvest mistletoe for disruptive magic. It was in a Slim Potions book written 210 years ago and last published 60 years ago that Draco had found when he finally lost his temper and snapped, "Show me the key to breaking the barrier," and noted through with the thin, spidery writing she was showing to Harry. "It's really familiar," she said. Harry studied it. The ink was fading. It hadn't been good quality to start with, and could have been anything from 10 to 60 years old. Not another Tom Riddle book. Merlin, what a thought. Don't tell Ginny. Don't tell Ginny what? A shock of red hair leaned over Harry's shoulder. No, that's not Tom's writing. It's Professor Snape's. Well, a lot like it, anyway. Although I'm more used to seeing it in red, with nasty comments about my handwriting. Hypocrite. Maybe it was from when he was a student. They peered closer. Why would he write about mistletoe? And write in a library book? Hermione wondered. Of the two, evidently defacing library property was the greater astonishment. Oh, she breathed, having skimmed through the writing faster than the other two, he's written about harvesting it. He thinks the white sheet is necessary, but has to be linen, not cotton. What's the difference? Asked Ginny. Linen is made from flax, said Harry, who'd had to wash so many sheets and iron so many more shirts for Aunt Petunia that he was something of an expert. And it wrinkles easily. Other than that, I dunno. What else does he say? Hermione turned the page and let out a short, ironic laugh. Here's a mistletoe-based potion to dissolve the boundaries of a spell that's been set up to isolate a place by shifting it slightly in time using, get this, 3 oak trees as anchors for the spell. There was a stunned silence. Draco, who'd been too far away to hear the whispers, broke it. What's so interesting? Hermione shook her head helplessly as Harry said, Snape wrote in a library book about a potion which might be what we need to break the barrier. Draco's pointy nose wrinkled. Snape wrote in a library book. About a potion that, yes, wow. But, that's kind of suspicious, don't you think? I don't know, Harry whispered. Trudy was standing at a shelf just out of earshot, diligent as a Hufflepuff on Draco's behalf as she slogged through a mountain of books looking for references to golden sickles. He was a Death Eater. He might have been the one who devised the spell Voldemort. Oh, look, he's not going to come crawling out of the woodwork, that Voldemort used to cut us off from everywhere else. And if he did, then wouldn't it have been prudent to have devised a counter to that spell? I guess, said Draco sullenly. Harry regretted being childish over saying Voldemort's name, and for pointing out that Snape had been a Death Eater. Draco didn't need his nose rubbed in either issue. Hermione was still flicking through the pages, most of which had the margins filled with the ghostly writing. He says if the spell has been cast by a master wizard you need the most powerful mistletoe to counter it, and that can only be harvested with the greatest of care. Well, we already knew that, said Neville, who looked a little shaken at having his personal nemesis come back to haunt him in this way. Luna, from where she was reading fables of the founders, said, anything about finding a certain artifact. No, 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 Hermione was flicking through the pages. No, oich, I didn't know you could use that for that. No, 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 why are these pages stuck together? Open up, book, no, and Merlin. That, combined with the way her eyebrows drew together, Harry knew, meant, bingo. Apparently Hufflepuff hid it, or so Phantom Snape says. It's real. The golden sickle. He actually states so right here. She drew her finger down the page. But, you can't move the truth through time. What on earth does that mean? And why did he draw a little lightning bolt next to time? They all, even Draco, stared at Harry, who brushed his hair down over his scar. It was reflex these days. It means we have to stop looking in space and start looking in time, said Luna. Draco, who still looked a little peaky, as Molly Weasley might say, was reading aloud to Harry and Luna from one of the books he'd found while Harry practiced riding in broad circles around the meadow and tried not to think of Snape's cryptic messages left in an old, obscure book. The day was gorgeous after an unpromisingly cloudy start, and Harry, Draco and Luna had silently agreed that a Sunday morning like this should be spent outside in the sun. A riding lesson was an excellent excuse. Luna stood in the middle of the circle, with a long thin rope between herself and Simon. Harry was finding this riding business much easier after a few lessons from Luna, and had tried a canter earlier. With Simon's big stride he'd felt like he was riding a camel rather than a horse, but it was still exhilarating. Not half as exciting as being thrown through the air, though. Simon was in an extremely good mood today and expressed himself by bucking Harry off over his head the first time Harry tried to trot the horse. Luna decided to ride Simon for a bit after that, and sat out the exuberant bucks and leaps peppering the circles she rode as Simon tried to prove that horses and kangaroos have a closer common ancestor than current evolutionary theory would suggest. Rather her than me, Harry had thought. But Simon had calmed down. Eventually, and grudgingly accepted that a rider's idea of fun wasn't necessarily a horse's. Luckily the only souvenir of Harry's flying lesson sans broomstick was a green stain on his backside from the thick and soft clump of grass Simon had aimed him at. The horse had remarkable aim when he was throwing people around. Pillows and thick grass, most kind of him. Right now Harry was concentrating on finding his center of balance. Luna told him it was the width of 2 fingers below his belly button, and once he had it he'd find it easier to stay on. When Simon decided to do gymnastics again, Harry didn't like the again, and only half listening to what Draco was saying. Information drifted into his mind in disembodied sentences. And Macbeth III had 2 ponies he used to pull his chariot, and, the second time he tried it there was, but when the silver was tried it gave much superior. Wayland Smith was the one who shod the River King's warhorse, and the River King's enemies tried to undermine him by bribing Wayland Smith, but the Smith was, that blue isn't your color, Potter. That was weird. Harry reined in Simon. That can't have been in the annals of the Forest Empire. Draco, sitting on the log with the heavy book on his lap as he ran his gloved hands over the pages and filtered the information through his fingertips, was looking in his direction. No, Draco was looking at him. Harry was wearing an old blue sweater, one of Molly Weasley's gifts. Malfoy, you can see me, I can see blue, and black, large black, which was moving before but now it's stopped. It's Simon. I know you're on, Simon, and I can hear your voice coming from over there. Luna, you're wearing dark green, I think, or it could be that you're standing behind a bush. I'm wearing green, Draco, Luna said softly. My green riding coat. Just so long as you're not wearing that ridiculous necklace. The butterbeer cork one. Oh, I stopped wearing that last year. I don't know why people don't understand modern art. Draco put the book down carefully on the log and stood up. He put out his hands, then shook his head and tucked them into his robes instead. Slowly, steadily, surely, he walked over to where Simon was standing. 3 pairs of eyes watched his progress. When Draco was standing directly in front of the motionless horse, he lifted one hand to stroke Simon's nose. You can see, said Harry. Draco nodded. His face was a mixture of joy and barely restrained terror. Harry instantly understood the joy, but it took him a moment longer to realize why Draco was frightened. Now that he wasn't blind, Lucius would expect him to be a Death Eater. And Draco didn't want to be one. If he didn't want to be one, then, by Merlin and the four founders, Harry would make sure that he didn't need to become one. I've been getting shadows in the darkness since yesterday, when Weasley and I fixed Simon. I think some of her magic knocked out the acromantula toxin residue, maybe. Draco fell silent and scowled at his toes, possibly wondering when he'd started wearing such scuffed boots, but probably not if all he could see were blurs of color. Harry stared at him. Do you want us to tell anyone? He asked softly. Luna was frowning, but stayed silent when Harry shook his head warningly at her. No, not yet, Draco said eventually. I have things I need to think about first. By the extra pale tint to his face, those things were weighty and not sweet. He didn't tell anyone that evening. Even when he met up with the others working on the extrapolation project, as Hermione had labeled it, he made a show of using his gloves. It was as if he was desperate to hide his returning sight. If he hadn't had a quieter, tenser air to him, Harry might have thought his vision had gone again. But he didn't ask. It wasn't his business. His business was sorting out Voldemort. And stopping Hermione from doing something stupid. Now that was a switch. What do you mean, send yourself through time? He said. Hermione closed temporal dynamics for dunderheads. Because I'm the best choice, of course. Harry and Ron exchanged looks. They'd argue this one out with Hermione later. How can you be sure the person who's going isn't just going to commit suicide? Ron asked. I mean, if this sort of thing was allowed to be used, don't you think Bill would be using it all the time to find things for Gringotts? He was being very careful not to pick a fight with Draco, although Harry could tell it was giving him a bile attack having Draco in on their plans. Luckily Draco was behaving himself around Ron. For now. But they still sat as far apart from each other as they could without moving to different tables. I'm trusting to the underlying temporal laws of the universe to make sure I don't go anywhere I shouldn't. Do you think time turners can take you to just any old time? They can't. The universe has an inbuilt clause that refuses to let you interfere with past events unless it is already predetermined that your interference is part of the unfolding of history. If you try otherwise, then nasty things can happen, but I've allowed for a Scots universal law of temporal interrelations to stop the spell if it's not meant to be. As to committing suicide using the spell, I don't know. But I doubt the spell would be lethal. None of the spells within it are dangerous in the physical sense. Apart from the temporal locator spell to draw you into the time and place of the artifact you're searching for, it's like the spells used in time turners, which, thanks to Bilgeworthy's universal temporal constant, are more benign than popularly supposed. In fact, if anyone has any timesplits bug powder, I'd like to hear it. After the time it took for those not doing arithmancy to catch up with Hermione's logic, Draco said. There's some in the potions storeroom. The last time I got detention for, I can't remember, but it must have been something good, because Professor Snape was the one who gave me the detention. Oh yes, Filch caught me trying to test out a spell on Mrs. Norris. What was the spell? Ron asked, leaning forward. Nothing nasty, only one to make a cat laugh. It made Ron laugh, anyway. Did it work? She had the giggles for 3 days. Sort of a SNH sound. At the beginning of the year. Oh, I thought she had a cold, said Hermione. No, but I nearly got one after cleaning out that storeroom. It's freezing in there and I had Filch standing over me going on about his poor precious little darling. His impression of the caretaker was cruel but spot on. 3rd shelf up. 2nd aisle in, on the left. Hermione nodded. Now I just have to sneak in. Draco frowned. I've heard the wards are pretty fierce. Hermione, Harry and Ron exchanged looks. I'll figure something out, she said with a hint of a smile. And dived into an explanation of her plan. Harry had intended to get in some time alone with the horse. He needed some space away from other people, space in which to think about Hermione's plan, and decide if he was either some sort of compulsive rescuer or just someone with a martyr complex. Using an extrapolation of the charms used in time turners to send herself back in time to the days of the founders and ask Helga Hufflepuff if she could use her sickle was, well, Harry thought it was appalling. In fact, it was almost as bad as one of his plans. Musing on his lack of options and trying to think of a good argument to convince Hermione not to go, he was surprised to see Professor Lupin standing outside the castle doors, apparently enjoying the cool misty air. "Hello, Harry," said Remus, turning and smiling as Harry came down the steps. Harry thought he'd been silent, but even in the human part of the moon Remus had superb hearing. "Professor Lupin, I'm surprised to see you up so early." "Likewise, I couldn't sleep. Things on your mind?" Harry paused, wishing he could talk to Remus about the extrapolation. He might know of a spell to cast on Harry that would let him speak Old English. He might say that the plan was suitable, because of problems X, Y and Z, which generations of wiser wizards had tried and failed to overcome. He might know all the different dimensions the spell would twist Hermione's intestines through when the extrapolation misfired. Yeah, but it's just stuff. Early morning walks are just the thing for stuff on the mind, Remus said, his golden brown eyes smiling. "You sound like Professor Dumbledore," Harry said with a grin. "I'm all out of sherbet, I'm afraid. Care to take a walk with me? I was hoping to meet your new friend Simon. Now that I'm not a wolf, I have high hopes of not having my head stamped into the ground," he added lightly. "Don't take it personally," Harry said with a shrug. "Things he doesn't understand seem to have that effect on him. It's almost human." Lupin sighed. "Yes, that's what I'm worried about." They set off down along the lawn towards the rear of the castle. Mist swirled around them, muffling what little early morning birdsong there was in gifting anonymity. On the plus side, it meant no one could see Harry, sort of like a giant, nebulous invisibility cloak. On the minus side, it meant Harry couldn't see anyone he wouldn't want to bump into. A very democratic invisibility cloak. The dew soaked into their boots from the tall grass. Remus dried them out again with a quick spell. "Useful for morning walks," he said with a small smile. "I bet." Harry wriggled his dry toes. "Much better. I think I'd better warn you about your wand. Simon doesn't like them. Luna thinks he was attacked by some wizards in the forest that night. In fact," he added, "it might be a good thing you coming out to see him. Draco found some old hex scars on him, and although he and Ginny lifted them, it might give us some idea of where Simon's from and what he went through before he found me and Draco. That's if you can read what's left of them. There's also a charm embedded in his chest. But he won't let us muck about with that. We've been wondering if he used to belong to a wizard. Let's have a look, shall we?" They were at the fence. "Simon," Harry called softly, not wanting to disturb the peace of the morning. There was the muted thumpety thump of hooves as the horse ambled down the hillside. Harry only realized the direction by where Remus was looking, and watched as the horse gradually became solid through the mist. Silver droplets hung from Simon's mane and the whiskers around his muzzle, and when the horse shook its head they shivered away into the moist half-light. The horse stopped when it saw Remus and tossed its head, snorting uneasily. Pretending nothing was wrong, Harry unlatched the gate and stepped into the paddock. Simon walked down to meet him, dark eyes still on Remus, and subtly positioned himself between the two wizards. "Protective sort, isn't he?" Remus said in his mild way. "Not half." Grinning, Harry patted the horse's neck, ruffling the mane to shake off more of the dew, and picked up the lead rope Luna had left by the gate, clipping it onto the head collar Hooch had insisted they leave on the horse. "It stopped Draco from being killed by a Vrkoliki, so, well, I guess there's a downside after all," he laughed. Remus looked amused but didn't smile. "How about introducing us?" "Sure." Harry tugged on the lead rope, but the horse planted his hooves and didn't budge. "Simon, come on," he looked apologetically at Remus. "Luna thinks he mightn't like men much. Apparently a lot of Muggle animal doctors are men, and that gives horses something to base a grudge on." Harry didn't bother pulling on the rope. The last time he tried that Simon had demonstrated how horses can pull back a lot harder and sent Harry flying backwards. He doesn't like Hagrid much. Actually, I think Hagrid makes him nervous. He's getting better with Hagrid, though. And he doesn't seem to mind Professor Dumbledore. He's best buddies with Professor Flitwick, or he would be if the professor came out and visited him. "Yes, I heard about the incident with Mr. Malfoy. As Colin Creevey is still alive, I imagine Draco isn't too upset." Well, in his own time, then." Remus simply leaned on the fence, looking away into the mist, looking as relaxed as Harry had ever seen him. Harry held on to the end of the lead rope and joined him. After a few minutes of ignoring the horse, Harry felt the telltale warmth behind him that said the horse had come closer. Warm air ruffled his hair as the horse checked he wasn't upset or hurt. "So, how are classes?" "Oh, same old, Remus replied. "I had a couple of second-year Ravenclaws asking odd questions about invisibility potions, and caught them trying to break into Snape's stores." Again, he smiled. This time they were only turned into newts. Last time it was beetles. It took me ages to get them out of the stone jars they were trapped in. You'd think they'd learn. Yes, Harry was almost in a cold sweat, thinking of Hermione breaking in for Boomslang's skin in second year. If Snape had caught her in a stone jar, would he have let her out again? And now she was planning on breaking in again tomorrow night for powdered timesplit's bugs. They're heavily warded, then. More so now than they used to be, I believe. It was Barty Crouch and a few others Snape never caught that convinced the headmaster to allow Severus to indulge his creativity. He smiled. I think the only caveats were that the punishments shouldn't be fatal or irreversible. Remus was very carefully not noticing that a horse was gingerly sniffing his elbow. "But you can get past the wards all right. I mean, you're not a newt." "Well, when Albus asked me to sub for Severus, he gave me the passwords and keyed them to my voice. Those wards are almost unbreakable, now." "Sounds like dark magic. Just between you and me, Harry, it is. You might have noticed things are a little tense." "Really? You think Voldemort might have returned, then?" "It's entirely possible, but probably just that crazy old Hogwarts headmaster stirring things up again." Well, Albus seemed to have enough trust in Severus to let him use a few minor dark spells around the place. His face expressed his misgivings, but he kept his voice uninflected as he turned the palm of his hand up for the horse to brush its muzzle over as it tested him with smell and whiskers. "That's how serious it is. Albus had very little desire to set Severus Snape and the dark arts in any sort of close relationship ever again. Was he worried a little power might send Snape off to join Voldemort again? Or was he just wanting to stop Snape badgering him about the Dada position?" Remus sighed. "That's Professor Snape, and I don't know, and the whole issue is moot now, anyway." He looked sad, then smiled as Simon lifted his head and sniffed at his face. "Hey, I didn't know horses had whiskers, and yours tickle, my friend." He stroked the long nose. "I thought you hated him." "I know he hated." Harry looked away. "Sorry, that was rude." Remus' hand stilled on the horse's nose, then slid down to cup the chin. Somewhere in the lightening distance a blackbird sang its sweet song. Simon's ears swiveled towards it. "It was a bit, yes. But I didn't hate him. But he hated me. Oh yes, very much." Simon nudged his shoulder, and Remus went back to stroking the soft skin along the side of the horse's jaw. "For a short time in our 6th year I thought things would be better if I tried to make friends with him. That ended up making things worse. After the Shrieking Shack, when James rescued him and he found out I was a werewolf, Severus thought I'd been trying to gain his confidence just to make it easier to trap and kill him. Bit paranoid, wasn't he? Harry, people who are paranoid only think other people are out to get them. In Severus' case he really did have people out to get him. Sirius, in this case. And James most days, and Peter whenever Peter thought he could get away with it. But not you." Remus lowered his head until he was nose to nose with Simon. "And me, I wanted to fit in." He sighed and straightened. "You know the worst of it, Harry. When I was trying to get to know him better, I found he wasn't such a bad person after all. Just scared as hell." To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.